When you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All of this cloud and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You're gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away.
And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
Yeah,
then all you really need is hope.
Let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drought and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
Good morning, everyone. Here we are, day 21. Day 21. I am praying so hard that we have a verdict within the first 2 hours today. I can't imagine what this family has gone through over this past weekend, wondering, is there a hung juror? Is there something going on? Are there questions that they have? Do they think that she could possibly be insane? Are we going to have to go through this circus of what happens after the NGRI, which I will say that Emily Flotilla sent me a video clip from Crime Curious to check out, and the attorney that she has on with her seems to say that because it's a first degree murder, that she still will be in the mental facility for a long period of time. That this isn't something where she goes yearly to get reevaluated, which thank God for that, because I know that that's one of the things that we have all read in the bill and statutes and stuff like that. And he said that's kind of like a misconception. It's not like that for the very, very serious crimes. So thank God for that right off the bat. Today, you guys, I'm going to kind of follow your lead, see what you guys want to do. I have the judge pulled up. I have a timer pulled up and ready. We're already 4 hours into this jury deliberation. There was thoughts I had thought about going back through the case, picking up on different witnesses that you guys may want to hear again. Like re-listening to Albert on the stand, for example, the very first day. We could re-listen to one or two of the calls. I know, right? Who would even want to hear that again? But I know that there's been some interest in looking back and seeing what the jury might be pulling questions about, what they might want to hear about. If you were on this jury, what would you want to see again before you made your final decision? The other alternative is I can open up the panel and we can all sit on panel and chat until they come back with a verdict. Discuss the case, discuss everything that's been going on. We can do that in addition to looking back over some things. Or the other alternative is I can pull up some other cases and we can dig into other cases as well while we wait. So just kind of where I'm at thought what process wise. I'm not sure what you guys want to do, but I did want to put that out there as the available options before we get diving really into this. So I just want to say good morning to everyone. Sorry, I know I didn't say good morning yet. Hi everybody, good morning. I hope everybody's having a good time. Hi Holly, hi Ramblin, hi Sherry, BC, Melly Mel, Chopper, Trisha, good morning. Holly, let me see, Andrea, Spudler, good morning, dear. Good morning, Emily Biz. Good morning, Jessica Larkin. Laurel, hello, dear. Sammy Sparrow. Carrie G, hello, what's up? Hi, Rhonda Roy. Hi, Jinx Journalist. Hi, Annie Lou, Seal, In the Bushes, Just Jill, Susie, Emily Flotilla, Kimmy. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. My goodness. She couldn't get her toy to work. Okay. Hi, Christy. Good morning. Aurora, Holly Hyatt. Good morning, Tracy. So many of you guys. Good morning, Denise. Hawaiian Mama. Good morning. Carrie Bishop, Kim. See, I'm almost to the bottom. Hi, Lisa Durr. Hi, Roberta. Hi, Batty. Hi, Margaret Allen. Mrs. O, Eastern Girl. Good morning, ladies. I'm sure I missed a whole bunch of you guys still. Good morning, DB. KW10, hello. Hi, AJ. Hi, Uncorked with Branny. Hi, Savvy's Aunt. Hi, Vicky G. Hi, Cristola. Hi, Yorkie. There's one that asked the most questions, so that person is the one that wanted to discuss, I bet. Yeah. You have a doctor's appointment in a couple hours. I'm sure the verdict will come in before I get home. You're probably right. I'm hoping you're right anyways. Hello, everyone, though. Everybody that I missed, I'm sorry. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I do have the Colorado tweets pulled up. We are just waiting on that. I also have the courtroom pulled up in case the judge says anything. They have had WebEx on since around 9. So it's been up and running. Did you Aurora? Aurora is voting to listen to Dr. Lewis again. Who wants to do that? We watched Crazy Not Insane this weekend. Read several articles and watched old court videos of Dr. Lewis. Very eye-opening. Seal, was she very much the same in every trial? I'm curious. Did she seem the same way? Just as scattered and ridiculous? Do you think that she has DID after watching all of that? Yeah, Judy Jones, me too. We've been praying all weekend that they would settle whatever questions they have in their minds so that they can make their verdict today. You unplugged for the weekend, enjoyed your 3-year-old granddaughter, refreshed, ready for the week now. Me too. Vicky G. We took the weekend off. My mother-in-law took us to a Pirate game on Saturday. Oh my gosh, I have to tell you guys what happened too. So we also went to this animal park that's nearby us, and we have passes for there. So the kids like to go and they'll just feed the animals and stuff like that. And we walked in, and as we walked in, there was a little girl feeding a camel some of her um some of the food. And the camel reached down and grabbed her cup and ate the whole cup. Like, we're talking complete and total meltdown from this little girl. Well, Junior seen that, and um Junior has sensory processing disorder and a couple other you know, just differences, right? A couple other differences. And one of the things that she goes through is, like, she gets very, 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 very stressed, and she has a really high anxiety level. And so she watched this little girl get her cup eaten by this camel. And so she was terrified and worried about it the whole day, that the camel was also going to eat her cup. And so she's just so stressed about it. Well, at the very end, like, we had forgotten about, what had happened or whatever, and we had a couple carrots left. And so the baby's sitting in the stroller, and Junior is standing there, and she has a carrot left, and she's going to give the camel one last carrot. And so we walk over, and she gives the camel the carrot, and the camel reaches her head down and grabs the baby's cup. Junior, grabbed the baby, it was empty, but she grabbed her food cup and she ate it. So here's Junior having a nervous breakdown all day that this worst possible thing in our lives could happen. That she could get her cup stolen by a camel, and that the camel would steal her food and this stuff, and she's worried about it all day, and not even thinking about the fact that Junior is sitting there holding this cup up to this camel. Um, you know, sitting there feeding her a carrot, and bam, Junior's cup is now in the camel's mouth and stolen. So of course Junior starts screaming bloody murder and is freaking out because this cup got eaten. And then, the baby starts crying because Junior's crying. It was a mess. It was hilarious at the same time though, like, because of course, the worst possible moment, the worst possible thing happened, and that'll be her nightmare forever.
Happened to my sister's cup.
I know, that's why I was telling them about what happened to your sister's cup.
Can I tell them the rest?
Well, what else are you going to tell them about?
Like lots of carrots fell out of the cup, and then the camel started to eat it.
Yeah, but it's okay, huh?
And then they were going to poop it out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But yeah, it was a funny moment. It was just, she's been so scared. We have this park by us called it's called Idlewild, and they have like Storybook Forest. And so in Storybook Forest, they have the grandmother's house has Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother's house has the big bad wolf laying in the grandma's bed. And we go there, and every year we go there, and she will not go into grandmother's house because the wolf is in there, and she's always constantly warning the grandmother, not to go back into her house and stuff like that. And the very first time we didn't think about how bad it would trigger her and upset her and things like that. And of course, it did. And so for probably an entire year, she would talk about how the wolf was there and stuff like that. And I'd be like, oh, no, the wolf just likes pie. Like, the wolf isn't gonna eat the grandma. It's okay. The wolf just likes pie. So it's just, I don't know. So I just imagine that this camel situation is gonna be the same thing as the Mama's Bear, or sorry, Little Red Riding Hood cabin. We're just gonna have to deal with that every time we go now. Little girl in your 4th grade class dropped an insulated lunch pail. Oh no, when hippo ate it. I bet the girl was traumatized. I bet the zoo did freak out. Oh no, that's horrible. Yeah, I really thought they would have had a verdict fairly quickly. like they did in the Murdaugh case. Delana, I think you already knew that I was by you actually from whenever I talked to you on the phone that one time. And like close. Close. Whenever I go to my cousin's, I'm like right there in your neck. Um so yeah. Does the court announce that the jury is officially in deliberations? I don't know. I have WebEx pulled up. If they come on and say anything at all, we will know. So what happened to Sarah Hart? Oh no. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about your mom's house, Sarah, and about your great uncle. It's not good. New tweet from the Colorado courts. Sorry, I got so distracted with the camel story, you guys. Oh, I just heard talking from the court. Let's see what they're going to say.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. I've asked everybody to be here because I've received a question from the jurors. It's actually two questions. The first one is, can we have an index list of all exhibits? And do we have that?
So we have two different versions of the exhibit list that we brought based on Mr. Sproul giving us a heads up about this. One has every exhibit, even the ones that were not admitted. And then we have one that's pared down that has every admitted exhibit, which I think would probably be the best one for the jury.
Right, I agree. Okay, so I just need the one that has, oh, you got it? Okay. I just need the one that has the admitted exhibits. And I want to make sure that it also has defense exhibit. There was
Well,
one.
we weren't keeping track of defense.
Okay, there's only one, so I'll write it on there. So that'll
Got
be
two
fine.
copies, Judge. May I have-
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes, one of those copies we could give to the defense judge if you'd like.
Do you need one? Okay. And my thought is that I just write down. Oh, no, we haven't. It's on the second page. Picture from Garden of the Gods that was admitted. So it is on there. So it's all good.
Our paralegal is more awesome than I thought.
Yep.
Won't say her name in case other jurisdictions don't want to hire her.
I get it. So take that with you before so I don't lose it. All right. The next question is, can we have both a preliminary and final report from Dr. Lewis? And I think what they're talking about is they want the reports from Dr. Lewis. My proposed response is expert reports are not introduced as exhibits in a trial. You have all the evidence you may properly consider to decide the issues in this case. Prosecution?
Yeah, I think that's the right answer. We certainly, those two things were not ever admitted, and I
Right.
think it would have been improper to try to admit them as well, so.
Right, and they never are. So that's why I put this, usually I only have the second sentence, but because they're asking for both reports, rather than highlighting or saying that this has something to do with Dr. Lewis specifically, which it does not. I mean, they're not going to get Dr. Torres and Dr. Grimmett's reports either. Mr. Tellini?
No, I agree.
Okay. Then I will sign this.
Your week approach has been somewhat of an issue that came up over.
Give me just a second. Okay. Right. So we've sent back, I give you both, right? Okay. We're gonna send back the exhibit list, and the answer to the question, that I've already, given you. That takes care of everything at this point in time. I'm still gonna give a 30-minute warning with some grace for the people to get here. I know that it may take them somewhat longer. Can you give me some idea of generally where they might be coming from?
Well, I think we've got Landon and her family here. Al and his side of the family, I'm sure, are just waiting for us to give them a call. They live in town. So
Okay.
I think in all likelihood, we'll be fine with 30 minutes. I'm just saying if that becomes an issue,
No, if it does.
you never know.
Right.
And you've been very gracious with that the whole
Okay.
time, Judge. So
Yeah. Just let me know and we'll deal with it. Otherwise, I'll let you know when I hear something.
Okay.
Okay. Court will be in recess.
All right.
Oh, stinks. So what do you guys think about that? They want the reports. Not the reports, but the reports, the doctor's reports. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm honestly kind of shocked that I don't know that it wasn't as cut and dry as we, I guess, thought it was. Again, all of us are going into this though with intimate knowledge of this case, with details and stuff that they didn't know. They only got shown what was shown during this court session. Yeah, we're all in pain and expecting. Exactly 8 centimeters dilated and still waiting. No room for any appeal, right? How are you this morning, Brittany? Not questioning the other reports, are they? Why they want Dr. Lewis? Maybe because Dr. Lewis's report was only 6 pages long. Yeah, you think they want it because she confused them. Exactly. Only the defense reports, though. I know, I can't fathom how this family feels. Neither can I. I think they're important due to the conversation that took place, right? I agree, Emily. It's concerning that anyone would give Dr. Lewis a shred of consideration. It's scary. Right. Your husband has had to remind you the jury don't get to study the case during the trial like we're able to. That's exactly right, Chica. And even now, like I was saying, we could go back and we can look at like Albert's testimony. We could look at the guy Macon Ponder's testimony that found him under the bridge. We can look back at the evidence for things, and they can look back in a way like they can see the transcripts and stuff like that. But exactly, DB, there could literally be one juror insisting on reviewing everything. There could be one person sitting there that wants to double check all of the evidence before they make any decision. You have faith in this jury. They're on top of their stuff. They've had a lot to think about over the weekend, and they'll spend the day laying it all out with each other. Exactly. No verdict yet, Lee. We are at least 30 minutes out. At least. We know the judge will tell us 30 minutes. So at any given point in time, we are at least 30 minutes away. "19 minutes ago, it says court will go on the record at 9 a.m. to address jury questions." And now we wait. Hi, Marshall Dove. Good morning, Jets Mom. Upsetting that they are even considering possibility of insanity. Please, dear God, do not let this be another Casey Anthony situation. The good news is that regardless of if she does not get found guilty, she still ain't getting go home. Like, she's still not guilty. They can't replay the whole trial. I'm not even sure that they have access to the transcript of the court. I think they just have their own notes and the evidence. Really? I thought they got access to the transcripts. That could be wrong, though. You could be right. Okay, it says no and yes. No, they do not get access to the complete trial. However, if the jury wants a specific portion of testimony from a witness, for example, the judges will have the transcript of that testimony prepared and sent to the jury. So they don't get the entire transcript, but if they do have a question, like for example, and I don't know why Macon Ponder is on my mind, but for example, of Macon Ponder's testimony, they could say, hey, I want to talk, or can we see what exactly Macon Ponder said about the bridge or about the smell or about whatever? Can we hear that part again? Or can we read Harley's testimony again? So in Florida, if they want the transcripts, they have to come back into open court and it's read for them. Wow. That's crazy. Yes, Colorado is public. Like anybody, like I could go in right now and request copies of the transcripts. You just have to pay per page or whatever. They're gonna watch the 14 hours with Dr. Lewis and Nell too. It's possible. Listen, I'm not gonna lie, guys, and I said this the other day. If I was on this jury, I would almost want to watch the video. They only showed us very brief portions of that. What happened during the other 14 hours? What happened? Did she coach them a lot of the time? Like, how do we know? I know. Yeah, sorry, I can't greet you all individually. There's so many people here. I know. I go through the same thing, Emily, and I feel horrible. Everybody comes in. It's so hard. I know. I can't imagine how it landed an hour feeling just waiting. I'd like to have seen more of the video myself. Me too, Jinx. I'd like to have a clearer, not so garbled audio video. We could play a game and count how many times Dr. Lewis said, I don't know, during cross-examination. We totally could. So I do think I've really wanted to go back and listen to like Albert, because he was day one. I don't know how many of you guys are interested in doing that, but just to refresh us on some of the details from the very beginning, like they started right off with a bang. They only deliberated 4 hours Friday and gave them time and have faith. Yeah, it's very interesting that the prosecution is the one who made Dr. Lewis's interview video as an exhibit, not the defense. I think so too. But I think it was so that they could point out stuff like the fact that her son was in the room for what? And the fact that the lawyer was suggesting things. Which Brittany, BC? Because allegedly with Brittany is still here. Sorry, I think I'm missing something today. Yeah, everyone was confused by that. Yeah, you're down to rewatch Pivotal Moments. Okay, yeah. Let's go back to Albert, because like I said, day one was so long ago. 20 days ago for the record.
On his nerves. So if that sums it up for you right there. But yeah, he loved his sister. And well, one thing I always urged him to do, and I know his mama did too, was to look after his little sister. And even getting off the bus and walking home, I used to fuss at him if he let her walk home alone. And it was 3 houses away. So that was kind of the theme for us. Just be with your sister and be together, you know.
How long were
Just shy of 10 years. But dating and all, I think we were together 11 or so, 12 years.
you know the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir. I was married to her for 4 or 5 years, whatever it was.
When did you meet her?
I met her, I think somewhere along the way playing softball on one of the various teams we played on. But I didn't really get to know her until beginning of 2014, so January timeframe.
January, you said?
January of 2014 is when I like met her and went out with her and started to get to know her.
This is not intended to embarrass anybody, but were you still married to Wanda?
Yes, sir. We were separated and, with the intent of getting divorced, going our separate ways. And that's when I met and started dating Tisha.
Did the defendant have her
She did. Harley.
remove in that binder so people's exhibit number 3?
Yes, sir. We were separated and, with the intent of getting divorced, going our separate ways. And that's when I met and started dating Tisha.
Did the defendant have her
She did. Harley.
Just rewinding that again because they put it on the record about the fact that Landon and Al were separated whenever he met and started dating Tisha. Ellen, it's been so long. How are you, dear? You've watched an interview of Dr. Lewis that was done 2 years ago, and never in all your life seen. You think it's on the 2 docs to say she doesn't have or did have against one another? I can't even recall things. I know.
remove in that binder so people's exhibit number 3? That picture of her?
Sure is.
Picture of her.
Yes, sir.
When was that photo taken?
Looks like, I think that would have been 2019. It looks like her high school graduation picture, if I'm not mistaken.
This time move for admission of people. Okay.
Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
I believe it was in Columbia, South Carolina, where the graduation was, somewhere in South Carolina. Because she would, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say she finished her high school at an online school that was based in South Carolina, so she went back for the graduation.
When you began your relationship with South Carolina.
It was, yes, sir. Myrtle Beach.
When did you and the defendant get?
January 2015. Yes, sir.
Identify her and point to where she's sitting and describe what she's wearing.
T-shirt right there with the kind of green jacket on, bluish green jacket. Black.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
You do for work now.
I'm an officer in the Colorado National Guard in a full-time status.
So let's talk a little bit about guard is typically.
Typically, yeah, 1 weekend a month and then a summer duty.
You said
I am. So I am it's called AGR, and that's what I've been my whole career. Even starting in South Carolina, I was, it's active guard is what it is. Was there for rough 12 years or so, as a recruiter and in other capacities. And then I took my commission as an officer and moved states. I didn't necessarily get transferred, but I moved states to Alaska as an officer, and then spent about 2 years there, and then been in Colorado since 2019 as an officer in the Colorado Guard. So my main duties are right now as a missile defense officer.
So let's talk a little bit about the family history. You said you got married in January 2015.
Sure.
Was that in South Carolina?
In the house by the time I got here in the middle of February.
So February 2019, when you came from Alaska to here, you went to that.
I went directly to the house from the airport.
This already, but is that address in Nassau County, Colorado?
Yes, sir.
How long did you all live in that house?
I lived there, I guess, right at a year, because when everything happened with Gannon in January of 2020, the investigation started taking place, and we pretty much decided just to move out. And the landlord allowed us to break the lease at that point. And then, so it would have been early February of 2020 when we moved out officially.
So let's just go through just a general description of that house. Was it a two-story, a rancher with a basement?
I'm not too savvy on specific style of houses, but it had a main floor and basement.
Was the basement finished?
It was.
Was there also an unfinished area?
I mean, in the closet was unfinished, but all the areas we frequented in the house were finished.
Without where the furniture was?
Yeah, when I said closet, that's what I was referring to, the furnace room, yes. I call it, yeah, because we kept the luggage and boxes and stuff in there. And there.
So I did see the YouTube video, Jinx, that you're referring to. And the only thing I will say is I'm always hesitant with stuff like that, especially coming from certain channels, because certain channels have been known to pay for interviews or clickbait interviews or do things in the not most professional ways. And so that's the only thing that I would say, like, just be cautious with sometimes the source of to where they are coming from, if that makes sense. It's hard whenever you have something like that because, you have two sides of things. You have somebody who is willing and wanting 10 to 15 minutes of fame and will come out and say whatever they want. And then you also have a creator who benefits by getting this illicit interview with somebody who may or may not truly know the person, may or may not truly exist. So that's all I'm going to say. Especially, I don't know. Like I said, look at past history with those creators and keep that in your mind whenever you watch and hear things. So that's I'm just gonna leave it at that. I mean, take it, put it in your pocket like every other grain of salt that's out there on the internet, and proceed with caution. Do I think it's worth everybody running to go watch it? No, I don't think it's worth everybody running to go watch it. I could probably tell you more about T's childhood and stuff than supposed classmates. Yeah, no proof that they were at school. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually the channel that put the bounty out on my head for Jim Terry. He went up onto her panel with thousands of people watching and put out a $500 bounty on my head. So, and she left the video up. It took me actually filing a privacy complaint against her before she edited that portion out. And so I lost all respect for her at that point, but then whenever he started attacking her, then it was an issue and she was really upset. So you got to watch credibility wise some of the people who are out there because they're gross. They're gross. But whenever he did the similar things to her, she was very upset. So just funny how that works. So Eric, thank you again for gifting memberships. Welcome, Minimo. Thank you to Gary Bishop. I seen yours as well.
I tell them something?
Oh yeah, Jordan Olive. It was a whole thing, but that was the first channel that it was put up on.
Mama, can I
Very
say,
first one.
can I say hi to?
And she proceeded to let him go and put bounties on other people's heads as well. So
There was another unfinished closet under the stairs as well. I'm sure we'll see that as
What was the bedroom that you
well. On the main floor.
And then was there a level above that?
Negative.
Okay, so it's just the main floor and then a basement.
Then basement, yes, sir.
Who else had a bedroom?
Initially, it was Gannon when we first moved in, but at one point we switched Lena and Gannon to what we'll see as Gannon's bedroom, and Lena moved upstairs.
And how many bedrooms, other bedrooms go upstairs?
Just that one bedroom when you walk in the front door.
So 2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms total. Yep.
And then kid bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Was there a living room on that main level?
Yes, sir.
Kitchen?
Kitchen. Yes, sir.
Access to the garage on that main level?
Yeah, and the access included the laundry stuff, the laundry room. So
And then what about downstairs?
downstairs was, as soon as you come down the stairs to the left was the I call it the closet, but the boiler room or whatever, and then Gannon's room right next to that. To the right was the I don't know, living room area in the basement, and then behind that was a bathroom and what was Harley's room, Harley's bedroom.
Have you look at the exhibit book? Take a look at it. Keep those 5 through 12 and just give me a heads up.
Okay,
What are those photos at?
just different viewpoints of the house. You want me to go through specifically?
Yes, I want the
Okay.
pictures of the 6627 Mandan Drive residence.
Yes, starting with the outside and working through the house.
So People's Exhibit 5 is at the front of the house.
Yeah, there'll be a front view where you can see the garage and the front door. Yes.
so he takes us on a tour of the house. I'm going to skip this part because that's all he's really talking about is the tour of the house through here. And then look, on break, this is the day I think that we had criminality on. Yes. And we went through the house with criminality because she had this really awesome, really awesome thing we were able to go through on lunch. And so this is the downstairs living area. And we were able to see like what Al was talking about. And she just clicked us through this little tour. So we were able to see like utility room, Gannon's bedroom upstairs, Harley's bedroom, and then there's a bathroom back that side hallway. We were able to see better where like the candle incident happened, also the living room, the backyard from upstairs, and then the kitchen. And then Lena's bathroom and the bedroom. We also talked about this pillar that was in their old house, and then it was in their new house as well. Mute, yes. Okay. It's disgusting. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not gonna comment too much on that creator, but it was one of those things where it got her clicks and views, it got her relevancy with the Dylan Rounds case. And so she left him come on thinking he was a decent guy and stuff. And from her panel, the very first time, was when the bounty was put out for my docs, and then it was Arctic Fox True Crime and
Mama,
sorry, it was Arctic Fox True Crime and Moms for Missing, who then sold, aka Darkness Exposed, who then sold my information to Jim Terry for the $500. So that's just, yeah, it's okay, Jinx. It's okay. So that's how everything happened. That's how my docs got out there. That's how I got blasted. That's how I had this person and thousands of people threatening to come to my house and all of the crazy things. And so it was really, really gross. It's amazing what people will do for money though. Clicks and views and cash. So, oh, it's entertaining until it happens to you, Emily Biz. Entertaining until it's you. I'm gonna say that. It's not it's not it's all fun and games until it's your family getting doxxed on a big screen, and all fun and games until it's your information, personal information that's sold, and your finances that are getting blasted, and your personal stuff. So, yep. Yeah. But again, this is like, you open yourself up to it a little bit whenever you're on a platform. But yeah, but it's not fun whenever you're actually going through it. Yeah, Brittany. People don't get it until it happens to them. Yep. Right. It's all adults. And then we wonder why kids bully so much, right? We sit there and see like some of the violence going on in schools and in the streets and stuff like that. And it's like, um, these are these are the people that are raising children that are out there then in turn doing all the violence and stuff like that, right? It's crazy. Yeah, why me though? I don't know. Uh Literally wrong place, wrong time, and I try not to even talk about it, to be completely honest. Like I really don't even I don't even talk about it period usually. But it's just I don't know, just one of those things. So, let me get back to this though. Let's see. This is where we were showing the boards that they talk about in the garage. The blood scene analysis came up and showed those. Um, and then Albert comes back and they play the first call from T. And I remember how shocked we all were that they like were playing these calls and all the stuff that was in them. Her in her blue shirt. I'm so glad they ended up moving her over to that middle table. And the camera for that matter. Yeah, Albert was on the stand for 2 days. Yeah, seriously acting like school kids, it's sad. Adults that are supposedly advocating for missing children, exactly, Tracy. And that was my thing with it too. Some of the people who were involved in doxing me and were telling people to come to my house, telling people to get me, what's that called, where the cops all come? I had to call my local police station and let them know that people were trying to get people to send the police to my house. And all this stuff, and literally, it was people who advocate against that and have, quote, unquote, "missing child advocacy channels." Zav Girl was who let him on to Zav Girl was on who let him on to put the bounty on my head, and it took 2 days and several emails and a privacy strike before she removed it. And then Darkness Exposed and Arctic Fox True Crime are who got paid for my docs, who sold my information. Swatted, yes, that's the word. So, you had to do the same. Luckily, you live in a small fair. Yeah, welfare checks, etc. is awful. Yep. So, Yeah, it's all craziness. It is. Then he turned around and extorted Zav girl. It was very ironic, the whole situation, and then she was all crying about it, and it was so funny because it was like, you just did the same thing to me like 2 weeks ago, and it was hilarious. Mhm. Right.
The first time, I think it was the second scheduled time, but she did.
Who did she come with?
The defendant came with, well, herself, Harley came, her mother, and
This is one of those things though, like, where you see yes, jukebox, it was that same people. But this is one of those things where, like, if you see, like, whenever I'm working with someone, and then all of a sudden it stops, and I'm not working with that person anymore, I promise you every damn time there has always been a 100% valid good reason about shady crap going on in the background that I won't speak up on because I don't do drama. But every single time, there is a reason that I walk away from relationships. 100%. So if you guys are ever wondering, like, oh, why doesn't Sleuth Mom work with so and so anymore? It's because of stuff that has happened in the background that I'm grown and I don't say about.
Rebecca Lynn. I think that's it.
Where was Lena?
Elena as well. Yeah, Elena was there. Thank you.
Were you watching what stuff was being carried in and out of the house?
I stayed in two main areas. I stayed in the kitchen for a while. So I did see, when I say traffic, coming up and down the stairs from Harley's room, bringing stuff. And then I went into the bedroom at one point while Tisha was gathering some of her belongings. And I do remember the deputy followed me in there. He was in there as well the whole time I was in there with Tisha. So the defendant, excuse me.
So that suitcase that we talked about earlier, that green suitcase, did you ever see that come out of the house on that day?
No, sir.
Did you ever see it come out of the house in relation to this investigation?
No, sir.
Get into what you're thinking happened based on what you're hearing from the defendant. And so you said that there was different names being mentioned.
Mhm.
It's a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any of those names now?
Yeah, I think one of the first ones was Eduardo. Or yeah, some version of that. There was another name. I don't think it came into play until the pretext, the Quincy Brown. I
Okay.
think that's when that came into play.
So let me back up and stop you
yeah.
there. In relation to the name that you just said, Eduardo,
Mhm.
that's a yes or no?
Yes. Yeah.
What did she tell you about Eduardo?
So I'll be honest, I'm having trouble. I think all the different versions are mixing together when they happen. So I don't know. I know there was a story that the defendant told me about. There was a man in the neighborhood, a carpet guy.
So let me ask you specifically about that.
Please.
Did she give you a statement about her allowing a man from the neighborhood that was a construction worker into the house to fix the carpet?
I think the story was she gave him the code. But yeah, somehow he got in the house.
The question is, did she tell you a story with those sort of details in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the story that she told you in relation to that?
Like I just said, I think it involved in that specific one that she gave him the code of the garage and he came in. I'm kind of at a loss on that, Mike, or Mr. Allen. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Did you know anybody by that name?
Absolutely not. I don't believe.
Did she allege that that's the person that raped her in the first time that she tells the story?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to jump into these phone calls and we're going to have to reconnect our computer. So just a moment. That first pretext phone call, which is People's Exhibit number 35, previously admitted. Who was on that particular phone call?
It would have been
No,
myself.
yeah, it's not tricky.
Yeah, it's
Were you
myself
on
and the
that?
defendant. Yeah.
Okay. And then there's other people that are feeding you information to ask them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would ask you permission to publish People's Exhibit 35, this is that longer phone call, an hour and 57 minutes.
Okay. Because there's so many, what you'll need to do is when we stop one and begin the other, you'll just have to tell, for purposes of the record, what it is that you're doing.
Yeah. And what I intend to do, Judge, is play it for just a second so we can hear voices, have Mr. Stauch identify who those voices are, and then just let it play from that point.
All right, that's fine.
Judge, you would think after COVID, we'd be more adept at our computer skills. It's my fault.
All right. I'll have our technological issues, but it's not mine. All you have to do is plug it in the same way that you had it before.
Yeah, we just didn't. Okay.
Hello.
Whose voice was that?
That was my voice.
Okay, go ahead.
Keisha? Hello. Hey.
Whose voice is that?
That's the defendant's voice.
Okay. So Judge, at this point, we'll just let it play.
All right, Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you. Why didn't you say anything?
I did. I said hello. It's just hard because I get there without Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So,
Hi, ATS. So we're just listening back to the second day of trial while Albert was on the stand, just brushing up on some of the old details. Going to listen to a phone call here in a second. While we wait, there was a couple jury questions. They asked about if they could have a copy of the doctor's reports from the defense, not specifically just Dr. Lewis, but the other one as well. And the judge said no, they can't have the doctor reports. And then they also asked about a list of exhibits. And so the judge got them a list of exhibits that were admitted. Other than that, we were just watching the Twitter feed and waiting. This call, I believe this one was from February. I want to say he said February. I don't know. I think it was the 13th, maybe. So the longer jury is out, is that a bad thing? It's not necessarily, because it means that they're taking this seriously, as they should. And it's a good thing that they're taking it seriously. The problem is, do we have a juror? I think as we get further into this, the question will be, do we have one juror who is stuck? I think it's fair, I would say, even for the first 14 hours for them to be deliberating. And I know that that's a hard number to hear, but there was 14 hours of video that they didn't get to see. There was phone calls that were admitted that they didn't get to see, to listen to the whole thing, And so will they want to watch the rest of that footage? It's very possible. But I think that it's a good thing that they're taking this slow and taking this seriously, because we don't want a mistrial because of the fact that the jury was not impartial. We want them to take it seriously and actually consider the evidence and stuff, because this is somebody's life. This is Letecia Stauch's life in their hands, whether she will be in prison or in a hospital. And so that is, you know, that's something that you have to keep in mind as well. And so, yeah, I mean, just, it's good, but it's bad. Good, but it's bad. It's bad for the family. I hate this for the family, but it is good that they're deliberating.
So what's up? You still haven't eaten anything? Huh? Why not?
They don't have any money or cards. They have all that. All my debit cards, credit cards.
Who has all that?
They have it from my car. I don't have anything from my car.
Oh, you didn't have it with you?
I did. I had my purse with me, but they took my purse and they took my Apple Watch and all that. They took everything I had possession on.
Why did they do that?
I guess the same reason they took everything that was in my book bag and Harley car. I mean, they even took the ball paperwork and the security card and my birth certificate. My passport, which is why I can't be at the airline because that's our passport.
You're not working at the school anymore? I thought you had the early college thing going on.
Right. They took my Then they took my car. So I called them and said, hey, I don't have a way to get to work right now. I'm going to work on that. Should have my car back in a day or two. I'm still waiting, and I don't have a way to get to work. Sure as heck, I don't have a way to drive to Denver, and I don't have a passport because I have to have my passport and my crew badge to get on DIA.
So you still
Need to help me get any of it.
who's no one, like the police or whatever?
Like, I called the evidence department several times and just been like, can I at least get anything that deals with my everyday life of operating, like my cars, my passport. And then the guy was like, well, why do you need your passport? I said, no, it's required by FAA to have it with you at all times, or you cannot even get to the airport, can't do anything.
Yeah, you told me that. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I just want to get my content like that because how am I supposed to work if I don't have any of it?
Yeah, I know.
Place on hold. Please wait for your contact to return.
Hello? Weird.
Are you tired of not getting any YouTube views, having no content ideas, and just feeling like a phony? Well,
Hello?
Hey,
What happened?
the Wi-Fi, I don't have a number, so the Wi-Fi just died. So I had to use this Indian dude's number here, phone number here, to call you back on because I don't only have Wi-Fi.
Okay.
But anyway, so like, I don't have any of that stuff. So I'm not trying to purposely not go to work, not do anything. I just need help obtaining any of it to even do anything.
Well, I'm having trouble too because they still freaking got my truck and you know how I have those badges I got to get in?
Yeah.
I can't freaking get into my secure part of my job, so I can't even do what I'm supposed to be doing either. So it's freaking driving me nuts.
So like the people are fussing at Harley because she needs her high school diploma and she needs a report with her ID, social, and high school diploma. And I'm trying to explain to them what's going on.
Yeah.
Like I just can't get any help because she's supposed to be there every week on base doing stuff. She leaves in 28 days.
For basic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did anything ever happen with that job? That new MOS?
Yeah, the guy wants to talk to her about it. That's why he told her, he said to come in, but we didn't have a way, so we explained that to him. So we didn't have a way. We don't have a way to get on base because they have IDs. They have everything. It's in the book bags, everything.
Okay. What was that? What was that thing you said you called? I just popped in my head. CIB or something?
Yeah, you guys, I'm trying to talk to you about like help, and I'm not downing or talking about anyone, but they don't need to be the lead agency if they're not going to lead. So the Colorado Bureau of Investigations can even look at it from a different approach. So I called the Colorado Bureau of Investigations and I talked to someone and they're going to come back.
What did you tell them?
I didn't say anything bad about anyone. I just said there's a lot of key things that they're choosing to leave out. And I said, it's becoming a witch hunt after one person. I said, when they're barking up the wrong tree and they're not even following what credible things that I told them. Like they want tips from the public, but the public was not there.
Well, what credible things have you told? That's what in our emails I'm trying to, and I know you said you were waiting to talk to me and everything, but what is it that you've told them? Because I know we had some, uncertainty about some of the things initially, and that's fine. But like, what is it that you told them that they're not looking at? What is can you walk me through it? I know I asked you for that timeline.
So I can't breathe even one second.
Take your time. Just try to get some deep breaths.
I'm just trying to put the window down. Stupid thing because it's hot. And like I'm having to like run into people I don't even freaking know. They could be mad killers and shit to be like, hey, can I use your phone? Hey, can I sit in your car for a minute? Hey, do you think I can drive your car to the store?
I know I'm starting to feel some heat too. Like I told you when I went to Bass Pro Shop last night, I wanted to get some clothes, but I was trying to hope to run into you on the north end, like you said you were out there. But well, like I said, I was just trying to hope to bump into you or something. But I feel like I'm having to hide now. That's why I went and got some redneck clothes, like the clothes that you don't like, because all those nice clothes I have at the house that you got me, I would just stick out like a sore thumb, and I'm just trying to hide too.
How long you got? But I just wanted to start with you for Saturday. What I have.
Okay. All right. Listen, I scooted away for lunch, so probably hour and a half, so we got plenty of time.
All right. What do you mean scooted away from lunch?
Like
you don't have a car?
Yeah, I got a rental car. Uncle Jeff helped me out with a rental car, but I just had to get away from all them people. Like I've been telling you, it's just crazy. So
you stand by yourself?
Me and Uncle Jeff.
Okay, so your Uncle Jeff is there with you.
Yeah,
okay.
It's been like me with my family members the whole time. So
how long can your Uncle Jeff stay?
I have no clue. It's people been kind of jumping in and out, but
I just didn't want you to be by yourself because I've been trying to be with you because I don't think that you should be by yourself with them because it's a bunch of vultures. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm starting to slowly see that. So, but yeah, let's just timeline because I want to hear your timeline so I can try to make sense of it.
Saturday. Okay, you said you would question. You would just listen.
Saturday. Hold on, Teacher. Saturday. Like, what do you mean Saturday? Like right before me and Mama left. Saturday.
After you left.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So this is the paper I have. I had to get it notarized because that's what that guy said to do. Right after whoever found us and took Harley's car, that's where we had left from was the attorney. But anyway. All right. So I'm going to just go through certain things. I'm not going to read it verbatim how he did it because it would be more like in law terms. But, key one, Albert and his mom left for Denver. We put DN in there. Around the house, cleaned up. G helped with stuff. Helped me get stuff out of his car. Gannon's always barefooted because that was something that he asked me. Even taking the trash out, things like that. He took the trash out. He stepped on something in the garage. So my car parked. You had those boards that were underneath my car, right?
Yeah.
Was going to go help because he was saying that there was some kind of piece out there that was going to help me. You know the little zip ties that you have on things and it's hard to get off?
Yeah.
So he knew where something that and go pop this off. So he was going to go get it because I had bought them some things from the clearance store. All right, so he and I cut his foot on those boards. We flipped the boards over because we were freaking out because I was like, oh my God, your daddy said don't get oil or anything from your car and leak on those boards. You know what boards I'm talking about?
The one, like the 2x4s that I have, like that you drive over to park in the garage? Yeah. So
I let Gannon sit down in the back of the car. You know how funny I am about my car. But also, we just bandaged it up, whatever. All we did was stick a bandage on it, whatever. And I said something to him about, you gotta quit coming out here barefooted, which I do the same thing. I take dogs out barefooted anyway.
Hey, let me ask you this. Hold on, wait a second. I'm just thinking here, and I'm going to listen to everything. Just something that popped in my head. He always goes out the front door to do the trash. That's so weird.
He was helping me unload. Like, I had bought them a bunch of stuff in the clearance store. If you look in the garage.
I got you. Okay, I thought you said take out the trash. I'm sorry.
Let me explain this to you. There's 2 bags that was put in the garage because I had put a bunch of stuff in there. I would have bought them a bunch of crap that went on sale from the clearance store because they were changing over to like warm weather stuff. But obviously in Colorado, you can still wear the cold weather stuff. I saw Lena online wearing, so therefore I knew it was in the house. Anyway, so my point was, he was really, helping me out, whatever, just talking to me about something. Who knows what he was talking about? He tells me about video games. I listen, but I don't understand them. Anyway, so he was bleeding on his foot, and we turned the boards over because I was like, I was going to freak out, because these are the boards. He said, don't you get oil on my car, don't drip on my car, whatever. Right. So during this time frame, Gannon was supposed to be taking the trash out. I said, you might as well take out recycle, whatever. But Gannon kept going to the gate with nothing. And I kept saying, why are you going to the gate? He was like, I'm going to make sure the gate is locked. Well, okay, this is the first I'd known. I knew we were talking about locking the gate, but I didn't know Gannon had the key. I thought maybe you just had the key yourself, whatever. I didn't know Gannon had the key.
Babe, he didn't, babe, but hold on. He had the key was in our room in the on top of the dresser the whole time. Remember he kept.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention or remember.
All right.
So he kept going out there with the key and saying that he was checking to make sure the gate was locked. Okay, put it out. Maybe he was, because we had talked about making sure that gate was locked. Or talking to somebody. I don't know. I'm not speculating. I know I got on him about, hey, doing this.
Yeah.
So underneath there was a rug. That rug that we stepped out on, it was a rug. There was blood on it. I walked on it, and I was like, yeah, we probably should just throw this away and find a new rug to put out here. So
what rug are you talking about again? So the one in the garage?
Right.
Yeah.
When you step down, there's a rug. I said, we probably should just throw this away. Said, because we can always just get another piece or another rug, or I'll go to Dollar Tree and get a rug, whatever.
I got you.
Okay, so that was that. Okay, so then on the next section, it says, I replaced rug, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yep, ma'am. Okay. And then it says, he came in the house, and he immediately ran downstairs to the room. So then I kept going down there, because his door was locked. He said he was keeping Lena out, which, again, I didn't question, because they always get when 1 minute they want to play with each other, next minute they're like, get out. Okay. So then I sat on the sofa to put on the Peloton shoes because I was going to ride the bike again because my friend said they were going to redo a later time that we could do the bike. Gannon kept coming in there saying, are you going to stay here? Are you going to stay down here? Are you going to stay down here? So I took it as if he was like excited I was going to stay down there and, just be able to run around and do whatever. But then I had to go upstairs and help Lena, yada, yada, yada. So I got on my statement, it says I was back and forth, but came back when I heard a loud noise. So there was a loud noise that happened downstairs. So, of course, I run back downstairs and realized, or so I thought, was a box or something fell over in the storage room. Sounded like something was really loud in the storage room. I assumed that it was a box. Gannon had his door locked. So I knocked on the door. Of course, I'm like, hello, because I hear a lot of noise. And so he opened and said I couldn't come in. And I was laughing. I'm like, why? And he told me he was doing something. I don't remember what he told me he was building. I'm sure it was something about the toy cons or joy cons or whatever. I didn't think anything of it. Just, okay, he's building something, whatever. But there was a loud noise, and he was in his room. So then, he said his stomach started hurting a little bit or whatever, so I told him to go upstairs. I had the best ice cream. I had his Pedialyte pops. I had already went and bought them because I thought, this time of year, this is when I got the cold last year, I'll take them. So I let him take the Pedialyte pops or whatever, and he took some Relax. So that was a normal day for Saturday. Like, you were already, going on. You probably already got your plane. We all laid down, right?
Right.
What about Saturday?
Yeah. Crystal.
Sunday, all right? Sunday, we talked to you in the morning. Remember I told you, I sent you a few messages, and I was like, hey, we might go on a hike, whatever. Everyone's going to get dressed, Then suddenly we saw the news about Kobe Bryant. So then, of course, that delayed it because I'm sitting on the sofa crying, trying to figure out, like, oh my gosh, Kobe died. Is this true? Remember I messaged you? We talked back and forth about it, whatever.
Yeah, I just got into the airport at Lawton when you told me that.
Right. So Gannon hadn't talked at all. I mean, Gannon didn't know who Kobe was. Or maybe he knew from, like, hearing it, but didn't really know who Kobe was. He just noticed that I was sitting there, like, crying, like, oh my God, like, upset. And we were sitting there talking about it. So I was telling him that, hey, Kobe has a lot of daughters. He only had sisters. Gannon went over the whole, like, I don't want you to think any of this is irrelevant because I want you to think of anything that I say that might have triggered something.
Yeah, right. I'm listening very closely.
But then we were talking about the daughters, and I was like, yeah, he always wanted a boy, but he never could have a boy. He had daughters, blah, blah. So then I let him in on a little secret, which I already told you over email what it was. Okay, I don't need to say it again. You already know. So me and him were talking about that. He was kind of like, really? And I told him, I said, yeah, like I lost a lot of babies. I said, it was kind of hard. I said, you want one thing and it don't ever happen. I felt like I was in a situation to talk again about this because you're over here upset kind of about Kobe. And so I was like, I'm telling you because I know that you'll be able to pray and keep a secret. And we were like, kind of being silly about, oh, this is a secret we have between each other. We'll tell Daddy, yada, yada, yada. So we sat there and talked about that for a little bit. So then Harley got called into work. So I was like, crap, we had everything packed, ready to go on a hike, had the Yeti, had everything. We were going to plan on staying for a while and then go get dinner. Well, she got caught on the hike, so we decided to take 2 hikes. So this is where all this confusion comes with hike, Harley went, hike, Harley not went. So we took the dogs on a hike through the trails in Lewis Ranch. So if you leave out of our neighborhood, go out to the side, go up to the little whatever, you can take the dogs on a trail, come back, yada yada. So that's what we did first. Came back, and had his water pack. I'm sure you saw the pictures online from Garden of God that some other creeper people took. He had his water pack on his back or whatever, so we got ready for round 2. So hike 2 was Garden of the Gods. So then it says Garden of the Gods was our hike 2. So we went about 2 miles in, lots of talking about things. G asked me, did I know any of his mommy's friends from Coastal? It was a random thought process. I just figured he was trying to be curious about it. I said, and did I remember Brian? And we laughed about some new friend named Mike too. So we were just having this conversation about whoever these people were. I was like, I don't know anybody named Brian, and I don't know anybody named Mike too. I guess a new Mike or whatever. All right, so again, the stomach hurt, and he was, let's see, again, the stomach hurt. And most of the night he had a stomach ache and he tried to lay down and poop and some of that. So during this time, I'm messaging you, which you're probably tired, jet lag, whatever. Like, hey, again, the stomach's hurting, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
If it happened regularly, you know, he would get, you know, whatever. He asked me about the bath salts. I hadn't talked to you about it yet, didn't know whatever. He took a bath, and then I gave him a bath salt because I thought maybe this ought to be clean. You know, whatever. Bath salt. I didn't know he did that. So then, next section. All right, so then the next section was, I don't remember exactly who took the bath first, but everybody had their baths. Everybody was doing their own thing. Again, it was like going back in his room. I said, okay. So then here's my next step. All right, Albert had grounded Gannon from the switch. I understand that he said he was still grounded, but he could get off, you know, the next day. He'd been in his room most of the night. I knocked on the door. He said he was playing with Grayson. I ain't never heard of fucking Grayson before in my life. So again.
Grayson? He said Grayson?
He said Grayson.
Okay.
So in my mind, I thought, who the hell's Grayson? But I didn't see anybody in the room. Obviously, I weren't like looking under beds or anything like that. Honestly, I thought, those kids at 11 still have imaginary friends? Or are they talking? Is he talking to somebody online because he's not supposed to have, you know, like technology?
Yeah, right. I said right, yeah.
Even the benefit of the doubt, I didn't say anything else. I just said, oh yeah, okay, cool. So Grayson and I said hi. Laughed off, went off about business, didn't see anything. So later on, I don't know the exact approximate time, but I saw he was on the sofa. And I was like, talking to him, I was like, oh, you want to sleep here tonight? Or
oh, what, downstairs sofa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I'm like, talking to him about tonight, whatever. He told me that his Uncle Matt was going to visit. I don't know who the hell Uncle Matt is. So I was just sitting there like, okay, that's when it dawned into me that he had to be talking to someone on something because Grayson, I had no clue who it is. Matt, I had no clue who he is. Then I was like, this can't be characters in some game because it didn't sound like some game characters. I don't know Uncle Matt and I don't know Grayson. So he was telling me his Uncle Matt was going to visit. And I thought, okay, you know, again, trying to be sensitive to the fact that I know that he probably has friends, family on the other part of the country that maybe he was missing or whatever. So again, I was like, boy, yeah, so again, that's my statement. So again, I was like, boy, you need to stay off that TikTok. You're being silly. Because I already told him he needs to stay off the TikTok. He was being silly. All right, so I went upstairs. He was on the sofa to watch TV. I told him I'd come back later with him because he wanted to watch something on the show, but I had to get Lena ready, and I promised him I would let him stay up 30 minutes later. So he was upstairs, get Lena ready for bed, yada, yada, yada. Well, then, out of nowhere, the alarm is going off. It didn't start with anything other than the alarm. Lena had laid down. I went in the room. I was sitting there with the dogs. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I was doing something real quick. I hear the alarm go off. So I walk in the living room, hit the alarm code in. And I'm just like, alarm code. And it stopped. So I thought, who in the world, you know, was on the alarm code? Then it beeped again. It kept going. And then it started fire. It was yelling loud, fire, 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 fire. And I'm just like, fire. And I look around, don't see any flipping fire anywhere. So as this goes on, I'm like, okay, put the code in again, it stops. So I'm like, okay, I might get on the phone with ADT because something's wrong with this thing. Remember when we were out of town, the neighbor said she smelled gas and her thing was going off, but then they didn't find anything?
Yeah, right.
So I was thinking maybe it's something to do with this. So that was how my whole process was. So then at that point, I was like, the carbon monoxide thing started beeping. And I ran in there when Lena was at, and I said, Lena, are you asleep? Because I knew, unless I was under some adrenaline rush, and this is not being mean, I would just pick Lena up and yank her out of bed. Luckily, she hadn't fell asleep all the way. I said, Lena, because I was being crazy. I said, do you hear that? It said fire, right? She's like, yes. And so I grab Lena, run her outside, run her with the dogs, give her the keys to the truck, throw them in the truck, and I run back inside. Run back inside, still don't know anything, and then remember, oh my God, Anna. Sorry that for a second I hadn't remembered that because I'm trying to still figure out where the heck I'm going with that. So I run back downstairs and realize that there's smoke downstairs. I couldn't get it. I was coughing and choking and couldn't like get through the smoke part. Run back to the garage. You had these little mouthpieces that you could put over your mouth.
Yeah, dust protectors were.
So I grabbed one of those, put it over my mouth, ran back downstairs. And when I ran back downstairs, Gannon was still asleep, not knowing this was going on. And there was I took the cover. There was a whole bunch of the cover that was inside that little tan thing, and Gannon had on or whatever, and I just dropped on him.
So I was thinking about right here where she was talking about, I was thinking about this earlier today. She talks about how it was so noisy and how she couldn't breathe because it smelled so bad and all that stuff, but he was somehow sleeping through it. Like the whole thing. Did she already dose him? Did she already put him on the pain meds? Was he already laying there unconscious? This goes right back to the fact that, was she going to try to burn down this house with him in it? I don't know. I'm going to open up piano in a minute. I'm just letting this play through for a minute while we finish up a little bit of something for school. So that's part of why I'm playing the call first. And then we'll open up panel and we'll talk for a little bit. Yeah, and she jumped on him, right? She had to have had him doped up. She had to have.
Know if that was the right thing to do. If it was the wrong thing to do, I'm sorry. But I just jumped on it and kept jumping on it, and like Gannon was right in one of the covers. So Gannon did burn his arms. It wasn't bad. It was like that's like, how you get a little bit of oil on it and it's just like underneath the skin, but as long as y'all peel it, it's fine.
Yeah, but hey, Tisha, which arm was it? Both arms or like this inside? I mean, but like, how was it? So, because I remember we talked about that before a little bit, but you never got it.
I feel like it was across the arms. Like I feel like it was. And I told the investigators this. I said, and I don't want to skip to this part, miss this part. So remind me that. I say this later. I told the investigators later that I said, I probably should have looked a little more in depth at his arm.
What if he's hurt? Yeah.
Because it could have been, like, he wasn't complaining like, oh, it's hurting. He wasn't saying anything along those lines. But I should have looked a little bit more in depth. Honestly, we ran. So we ran out. I'm sure they got the footage of us. We running out first. Because Gannon was grabbing his cover, running out behind there because he was.
What time was this? So I can maybe tell somebody to look at the footage.
Well, I mean, I told them originally I don't have access to the ADT now, but
yeah.
Because ADT said it had an alert for fire, so I would imagine whenever that alert went off from ADT, it would have been within that few minutes.
Yeah, fine, I got you.
15 minutes.
Hey, tell me about it.
Brett, I've always thought that this was something that started Sunday and that once she hurt him too bad, there was no turning back, and that she in her mind thought, in order to not lose Al, I guess I just have to kill Gannon now because he's never going to forgive me for this, and planned some type of way for Gannon to die. That's what I thought. After hearing that she started Googling the week before about some of the things that took place in his death and like hating him and different things like that. I don't know. I think at this point she probably would have pushed him off the cliff at Garden of the Gods if she had the choice, or if she would have had the chance to and not get caught. I really think that there would have been a horrific accident there and that he would have fell to his death. But she never got the opportunity. Always people watching or Lena around or whatever. So, yeah. They have not had the jury come in yet, and like they're not done deliberating yet anyways. They did ask 2 questions this morning. They asked about the doctor reports from the defense side, and they asked about the exhibit list. And so they got the list of exhibits. The judge said they do not get the doctor reports. Mm. You wonder if her first choice was Garden of the Gods and things didn't go the way she planned. Yeah. I think she would have took a picture of that nice little family selfie of them, and she would have shoved him off the cliff, but it was probably too busy that day. Probably didn't get the chance to. And it's sad. All these times that she had probably thought about killing him. All these times. For what? Why? Just leave. Just leave. But she wanted Albert. She wanted that life. She wanted to be Miss Fashion. She wanted to live like Kim Kardashian and you know, live this extravagant lifestyle, and none of it's a thing.
So I'm really concerned about these burns because he's freaking hurt. Like what were they big? Were they small? Like what was it? Was it from the candle wax or what?
Let me get to that part. It's not going to worry you in a minute when I get to that part.
Okay, because I'm freaking out right now because
Understand. So when he runs to the car, he runs in because I'm running. He's running behind me. I jump in your truck. Not only jumping in your truck because the keys were laying there.
okay.
I jump in your truck. He jumps in on the driver's side. He's screaming, crying, whatever. Elena's in the back seat with the 2 dogs. We turn your truck on and we drive the hell off. Ask me why we drove off. I was freaked out because I was like, oh my God. Like it was the smoke was more scary and terrifying than actually the fire. So
Okay.
what we did was we drove around the block, and I kind of had to be like, okay, what do I do? A, do I need to call the police department? B, does anybody need medical attention? So then we go back in the house. Lena's freaked out. I put Lena in our bed. I said, Lena.
So you drove around for how long and then came back?
No, I drove around the block.
I didn't hear that. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I drove around like the block, like Wando, that area.
Yeah, I know.
Pull back up in the drive. You didn't have much gas because I hadn't put gas in your car yet. You didn't have much gas.
Right.
My process of driving was thinking, oh my God, like I was in shock. So I put back in the driveway and parked. We all get back out, go inside. Lena's freaking out, crying. Lena and I are standing there looking again. At that point in time, I didn't see anything on his hands, arms, or anything other than take your hand where you're holding your phone and look on the insides where the edges are. That right there had little bubbly spots. Okay, so they had bubbly spots on both sides of his arm. And I think that was from when he grabbed the cover and I was trying to grab him up, and he came down with me with the cover because he was like latched onto the cover.
Yeah.
And I was trying to grab the whole cover to put out the fire. So from the inner parts of his arm had these little bubble spots.
So you said both sides, or is it just the inner parts? I'm just trying to, because this might be key information.
Like both sides, left arm, right arm.
I got you. Okay, so both sides of both arms.
From what I remember, both sides of both arms, because he had when Dana was laying down, I grabbed him to get him up. Okay, because I remember it was that
Oh God.
It's one of the covers. I grabbed him to get him up. Whatever. He gets in the car, whatever, we're talking. He's explaining to me that he thought I was coming and he was grounded from the switch. So he thought I was coming. And when he thought I was coming, he knocked over the candle.
Okay.
Because apparently he was playing the switch when he shouldn't have been playing it, which is fine.
But he had the candle on the couch, I guess, right?
No, he had sitting on some kind of little, that little white thing that was sitting next to the couch.
Okay. Oh, I got you.
I don't know if the candle fell over. I don't know. I know that when I got there was a fire. And it was on his cover. So I was trying to rip the cover out of his hands to get him up and like jump on the fire. They have pictures of where there's burn marks on my elbow where I jumped on the fire. So we get in the car and he's crying and screaming and telling me he's sorry and he don't want to get in trouble because the switch. He was on the switch and he shouldn't have been on the switch. And so we drive around the block and I'm like, it's okay. We'll figure it out. Honestly, I flipping lost my mind because I thought in my mind, like, had I not gotten downstairs when I did, had I not heard it, or the alarm system, or covering outside, or whatever, if I could have hit that couch, I don't know that I could have gotten again. And that was my biggest thing that my brain was sitting there like freaked out on. Come back inside. Lena's terrified. I said, Lena, go lay in the bed. She's laying in the bedroom. And I was like, he doesn't want to go back to his room. I said, okay, will you lay in Lena's bed? He said yes. He started to say he was cold and had a little bit of shivers. And so I was like, Gannon, I took him and put more clothes on top of him now. Even on me, whatever. I didn't take his clothes off to go through anything, but I asked him, was he hurting? And was anything else, whatever. He told me it was just his arms. So I didn't see anything that would have thrown a flag that I had to be like, oh my God, emergency or think like that. I didn't see anything like that.
But if his arms was bubbling, that's not an emergency?
Well, it had broke skin. Like, it was just like underneath. It had broke skin or whatever.
Okay. All right.
In my mind, I'm like, okay, well, let's evaluate the situation, tomorrow and see or whatever. It wasn't burn marks like carpet burn or like, anything like that. It was bubbly. And I told them from that, I said, I honestly probably could have, got him in the car and said, hey, can you just check this out to make sure? Because in my mind, in his arms, I didn't see it as a bad thing. I just knew he was like, it's not hurting. We put aloe on it, and I assumed, okay. So then we put on the long sleeve shirt on him because he said it was kind of cold or whatever it was. He lays down in Lena's bed. Lena sleeps in our bed. Harley comes home. I go in, and I'm telling, like, I already prepped Harley for what was going on. I was like, hey, don't panic when you get here. There's smoke, house is smoky, getting this happened, yada, yada, yada. I was scared to go to sleep, so we both went in there and checked him again. We went in there, we gave him water in Lena's bed. We gave him water, we set him up, we like, you okay? He was more scared of anything. And so I can, of course, I was like, whoops, someone said something because I said sell the couch. I wasn't talking about sell the couch to fix the daggone carpet. I was talking about, like, I would get rid of that couch and get a new couch. Don't panic. Like, my point was, honestly, I wasn't even going to tell you because I was like, Anna was scared of being grounded a year. And I was like, I'll buy a new couch. We'll fix the couch. We'll replace everything in here. Don't worry about it. And that was my whole point. As long as you promise me you didn't do it on purpose, you didn't purposely do this to hurt yourself or hurt somebody, we will fix it. And that's how we ended on Sunday. So Gannon was still like, upset. He was not only emotional about the situation, his foot was hurting. So that's where we were at with Sunday.
Okay.
You give me 1 second to pee.
Yeah.
Gosh, okay, let's take a break from her voice for a minute. Yeah, so many lies. Yes, logical one. He slept in Lena's bed that night, which makes sense because we all thought that the carpet thing happened. Wait, oh, that goes against what she had said, though. That goes against what Harley had said, because Harley said he was downstairs in the cold. And in this call, she says about him sleeping in Lena's room after the burns. Lena was asleep in Alan T's room. Huh. Interesting. Now I kind of want to listen to what exactly Harley said. We know at some point he ends up sleeping in his room. 13 days of school left. We are done on Thursday, and so he's trying to get the last little bit of reports and stuff done for our homeschool evaluator. It's all kinds of stuff. He was downstairs, and Harley went and sleep down there because it was cold, right? Harley said that she said goodnight to him at the door, remember? Yeah. And we know he eventually ended up down there because she took pictures of him laying in bed down there. The proof of life photo. Exactly, crime has consequences. Liar, liar, you started the fire, T. Exactly. Let me check the Twitter. I keep getting hopeful that, like, I'm going to refresh one of these times and it's going to be there, that they're going to be done. What did Al see in her? I don't know. She called Harley in to see also, right? So maybe after we listen to this call, we can skip up to Harley's testimony. Although I will say the cross-examination of Albert from the defense was probably one of my favorite crosses the entire time because he, like, just really put them in their place the whole time. I was hoping he would freeze to death. I don't know. You have the Twitter up too, Chopper. Huh. I wonder. I'm gonna go up to Harley's because I want to go back to that now. On that day.
The air
Information higher up. It's also up to you. I give you that option. If you want to stay the way that you are, that's okay too.
I'm 20.
and who's your mom?
Letecia Stauch.
Is it the same Letecia Stauch who's seated to my left here in the middle of these two gentlemen?
Yes.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Have you lived with your mom your entire life?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw her in person?
The day that she was arrested.
Would that have been March 2nd, 2020?
Yes.
And was that in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes.
Do you live out in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina now?
I do.
What do you do out there?
I go to college.
What are you studying?
Nursing.
How much longer do you have for that?
A year and a half.
Pretty excited about that?
Yeah.
Things going well in school?
So far, yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your family. Back in 2015, 2014 timeframe, did your mother marry someone named Albert Stauch?
Yes.
And did Albert have kids of his own?
Yes.
What's his kids' names? Do you remember?
Lena and Gannon.
May I approach you?
You may.
I'll show you what's been introduced in evidence as People's Exhibit 1. Recognize that person?
Yes.
Is that Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And Lena Stauch is his younger sister?
Yes.
The part killed me right there, where she cries whenever they show her his picture. Yeah, you felt so bad for her whenever she was on the stand. I know, Connie, me too. A lot of people were like, oh, she didn't even shed a tear about Gannon or anything like that. Like, no, she literally cries whenever they show his picture. Oh, man. Testing for school. Yeah. No, thank you. We don't have to do that this year. I'm glad we don't have to. Yes, me too, Chopper. I'll get notified too. Phones everywhere will be going off like crazy.
What was your relationship with Gannon Stauch?
We had a good relationship. Of course, we had like an age difference. But I would always try to be there for them when I could.
Do you remember how old you were when Albert and your mom got married?
I think I was 12 or so.
How old was Gannon when that happened? Do you remember?
He was really young, 4 or 5.
And Lena was even younger than that, I would imagine. You remember how old Lena was?
Like 2 maybe or so.
And so did you also have a relationship with Lena?
Yes, I did.
Was she like a sister to you?
Yes.
And was Gannon like a brother to you?
Yes.
Although there's an age difference, especially probably when you got into your teenage years, right?
Correct.
I would imagine they may have been a little annoying for you a little bit.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Okay. What about your mom's relationship with Gannon over the years? Can you start out perhaps when Albert and your mom got married? How was that relationship between Gannon and your mom?
Yeah, so it was different at first because we were like a blended family. So we were just getting used to, more people in our life. They had an okay relationship. There were problems here and there, but
Was there a point in time when Albert and your mom first got married where Albert didn't have custody of the kids?
yes.
And were things a little easier when the kids weren't around?
I wouldn't say easier. Having to go back and forth between, the weekends and everything with them were difficult because, Albert, of course, wanted his kids full time with him. So I just remember there being like a lot of problems with that. But
At some point, did Albert get custody of both Lena and Gannon?
yes,
And were they living with you all more of a full-time basis?
yes,
And did you observe the relationship between everyone at that time?
yes,
Did it seem to be, for lack of a better term, a normal family situation?
yes.
Um, what about your relationship with Albert? How'd that go?
We had a good relationship. When Albert first came in, it's when my dad passed away. So, that was difficult for me at first because I didn't want like my father to feel replaced. That's how I felt like in my heart. But as time grew, we got closer.
What was your father's name?
Chance.
Hunt?
Yes.
Do you remember when he died?
Yes. When I was 12 in October.
So would that have been October 2000? Help me out with the math here.
12 or 14.
Sometime in that time frame?
Yeah.
When your father passed away, were Albert and your mom married?
Yes.
Do you know how your dad passed away?
Yes.
How did he die?
An overdose.
And when did you first learn that?
This past week.
What were you told how he died before?
That someone came in and robbed him and killed him.
And who told you that?
My mom.
Had she ever told you the truth as to how your dad died?
No.
How'd you learn about that then?
The internet.
This case has got an enormous amount of attention on social media and the internet. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have actually gotten a lot of attention on the internet because of this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Very difficult you being here right now, testifying in this court.
Yes.
Is Albert Stauch, do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Seated in the front row in the gallery here?
Yes.
When Albert and your mom got married, where were you living?
Myrtle Beach.
And how long had you lived there before you moved to another place? Do you remember?
I do not remember the exact time.
How many dogs did you have?
We had 2 dogs, a French bulldog and an English bulldog.
Was he asleep?
I don't remember.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Sounds like a typical mother, teenage daughter text conversation going on here, right?
Yes.
Other than the obvious.
Okay, here's where it is. I just skipped ahead to find it. This is right before he asked her about Gannon being asleep in the basement and stuff like that. Yeah, especially how she found out about her dad. I know.
Fire situation.
Yes.
So how did you respond to that, you know?
Yes.
So she goes on and says, he must have knocked it over while asleep unless he was awake and lied. That sound like something Gannon would do?
I don't know because kids will lie sometimes, so I can't really answer that.
Okay, no problem. You can go ahead and scroll down some more, please. She says, but he acted sorry for sure. And you say AWW. What does AWW stand for?
Oh.
Like, oh?
No, like, oh.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. So do you remember about what time you got off work on the 26th during this text messaging process here?
Yeah, it was late around like 10:30 or so.
If the information from Massage MB says you clocked out at 10:18 p.m. on January 26th, would that be accurate?
Yes.
Just refreshing, Your Honor.
Yeah, what, you can ask her what time she thinks she clocked out.
Do you know approximately what time you clocked out and left work that day?
Yes, a little after 10 sometime.
In between 10 and 10:30?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got home?
It takes me like 25 minutes or so to get home, so a little bit of time after that.
Did you talk to your mom on your way home from Massage MB that night?
I normally tell her that I'm leaving, so probably yes.
And so what do you see when you get home? Describe to the jury what you see in the house when you got home from work.
I get home. My mom and Lena are in the living room, and they're telling me about the fire. Gannon wasn't upstairs at this point.
So who, you said they are telling you, were both Lena and your mom telling you about what happened downstairs?
Yes.
What did your mom tell you at this point when you get home?
She told me that the candle was knocked over. She thinks that he was playing on his Nintendo and he wasn't supposed to be, so that maybe that's how he knocked it over. That after the fire, they ran outside, and she called her fireman friend and asked if the fumes in the house were okay for us to go back inside, and they said yes. And she said that when they were in the street, Gannon was screaming that he hates his life and screaming different things.
What did you think about that last part your mother just told you about Gannon? Life.
I didn't think that the candle thing was a big deal, so it was just still so like confusing.
Was your mother concerned about Albert finding out about this and being upset about it?
Normally, Albert's not the one to get mad about like stuff getting messed up, so.
When she told you about Gannon going out in the street and yelling that he hates his life and things like that, did that sound like the Gannon that you knew?
No, he hasn't done that before.
You said that it was Lena and your mom upstairs when you got home the 26th afterward.
Mhm.
Do you know where Gannon was at?
Downstairs.
Did you go downstairs?
Yes.
What did you see when you went downstairs?
Him laying in his bed,
Did you go into his room?
by the doorway.
Was he asleep?
I don't remember.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Was the light on in his room?
I don't know.
Is that the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Were there any windows open in the basement when you went down there?
Yes, the windows were open. It was cold down there.
How many windows were open down in the basement?
I don't know.
It was January 26th. You know about what time it is now when you went down to Gannon's room?
It was a little later because my mom was like, let's go tell Gannon goodnight. So that's why we went down there.
Anything unusual about your mom saying, let's go tell Gannon goodnight?
Not something that she normally would do.
It's not something she would normally do?
Correct.
That's surprising to you when she said that?
Yes.
Did she go down there with you when you went to Gannon's room?
Yes, we both went down there.
Do you recall your mom talking to Gannon?
She said goodnight to him. She was like, goodnight.
Do you know whether or not Gannon responded?
I don't remember, no.
So was Gannon's bedroom window open as well?
I don't know.
Was it cold down in the basement?
Yes.
Did you sleep down in the basement that night?
No.
Where was your room within the house?
In the basement.
Would it have been close to Gannon's room, or was it like on the other side of the basement area?
On the other side of the basement.
Was your room cold in there?
I don't remember.
Why'd you sleep upstairs?
Because it was cold downstairs. You could still smell like the fumes and like everything in the house just felt weird.
Why did it feel weird?
Because my mom made the comments. She was like, Gannon's acting weird. I don't know what's wrong with him. She said that she was scared.
Who else slept upstairs?
Lena.
Is there anyone else in the house?
No.
So it's you, your mom, Lena, and Gannon?
Yes.
Gannon's the only one sleeping in the basement?
Yes.
It's cold down there?
Yes.
Are we talking freezing cold, or was it just colder than the upstairs?
Colder than the upstairs.
That's why you didn't sleep down
Yeah.
there. And where did you sleep? In particular, what bed?
In my parents' room.
Did you sleep with your mom in the same bed?
Yes, sorry.
There you go. Okay, good.
Young, if you can find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes. Please.
This is a good breaking point right now, Judge, if you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess until 10:45. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you back at 10:45. All right, jury, please.
So no, he didn't die that night because they have him on video walking out to the car that next day. You think she tried to OD him that night, much to her dismay? He woke up Monday morning. She set up with bath salts and cigars, right? You have one juror that is hell-bent on insanity and all the others want her to have prison. What will they do then? It will be considered a mistrial. And we will have to do this entire process again with a new jury. It'll be a hung jury and they'll start all over. I know I keep checking for the tweet too, Amy. If anybody wants to join me on panel, you are more than welcome to. So I just wanted to get my kids, my son's school stuff all settled before I opened up. There is the link there. I just need to be able to see your face briefly. We can sit here and chat. We can continue watching this video. It's up to you guys, but the panel link is there if anybody wants to come up on. If not, that is okay. I will be completely fine just sitting here talking to myself as well. As most of you guys know, I can do that pretty good. So let's see here. Yeah, the judge will push them to reach a consensus. They go out of their way to try not to have a mistrial for stuff like that first, right? They go out of their way to try not to. You can put, yes. Yeah. Their followers just keep going up and up and up. And up and up and up. Let's see here. Oh, that was kind of interesting, like listening back, comparing the first phone call where she's talking about the fire incident, her first recorded excuse about it, other than whenever she interviewed with the police, of course. And and she references, all this tragic stuff that happened during it, and you know, and then it's all just a load of crap because then Harley comes out and has all the messages between her and her mom and such. They have Harley on the stand saying pretty much the opposite of everything else. So pause right there. Yeah, it has to be unanimous. Maybe a retrial or the judge might ask for a majority. I think it depends on the state. Yeah, Colorado, I believe, has to be. So it says in Colorado, if they have a hung jury in Colorado and the judge is convinced that they will not be able to reach a verdict, the judge then declares a mistrial. This case may have to be retried with a new jury unless the prosecutor would decide to dismiss the case. I don't think there's any chance that the prosecutor will decide to dismiss the case. I will say that if it does end up being a hung jury, I'm going to be shocked, number one. But number two, the prosecution had so many character witnesses for Letecia from her growing up and things that they could have called on rebuttal. They could have called her family to say, no, she was never Maria at 12. They could have called her family to say, no, she never went by different names except for whenever she wanted to be goofy because she hated her name. But she never acted with different personalities and stuff like that. All of that could have happened on the rebuttal. And they didn't. And so I think that if anything, and God, I'm not saying that there is going to be a situation like that. I really think that we will have a verdict probably within the next hour or so. But this is just me thinking out loud and speculating as to if this would happen, if there would be a hung jury, if there was somebody who is still hung up on insanity and things like that. I think the lack of character witnesses against T saying that she was not insane as a child is going to hurt them. If that's what if that's what it comes down to. Because we have a doctor who never got the MRI or anything to confirm it, but then kept referencing the family. And we didn't hear from any of the family to counteract other than her brother, who, if you guys remember, said she had to have been crazy to have done this. And I'm sure that keeps going through their mind because that was the only real character witness about T's personality. No verdict allowed between 1 and 2 p.m. Just saying. 1 and 2 p.m. Colorado time because of lunch break, right? Is that what you're thinking? Or because you're busy. Is that when you're busy, Laurel? That's funny. You would imagine a hung jury more so if it were death penalty. You agree with Denise? Yeah, I think so too. I don't think that there will be a mistrial determining prison or mental institute. Yeah, neither side brought in family or friends to confirm anything. We had one brother come forward, and it was more about the suitcase than anything. They should have put Aunt Brenda on the stand. They should have put her mom on the stand. And I understand why the prosecution may not wanted to, because I'm sure that if what Harley said about speaking out against her mom was true, resulted in her getting cut off, then that means that they probably wouldn't have been good witnesses for the prosecution because they're going to say whatever it is that he wanted them to say, maybe, potentially. But if that's not the case, then why didn't they call any character witnesses? Why didn't they call anyone to the stand to confirm? Like, hey, she never went by Little Lucia growing up, never once. She never went by Eduardo's wife or any of the things. So that's kind of, yeah, I don't know. It's just been a thought in my head, I guess. So you have your meeting. That's so funny. Okay. No jury in 19 minutes. You know what that means, don't you? In 19 minutes, they're gonna come back. You wouldn't expect a verdict before lunch. The jury probably wants their lunch. Ugh, I don't know. Maybe. This trial was not as juicy as you thought it would be, Miss LED. Did you notice Mr. Young's bright blue tie this morning? I didn't, Jessica. That's awesome, though.
She says, I jumped on him though, because he had the cover around him. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Scroll down. You say OMGG has. And it looks like if we can scroll down again that she sent you a picture. Do you remember what that picture was?
Oh, the couch being burnt.
Was it the floor area with some blankets around what appears to be a burned area of the carpet?
Mhm. Yes, right.
You were getting that night?
Yes.
Go ahead and scroll down, please. And you asked, what is that? Did she ever answer that?
No.
Okay. And so, do you remember about what time you went to bed that night after you got home?
No.
Do you remember whether or not you had to work in the morning?
I did, yes.
And what time did you have to be at work now on the 27th of January, 2020?
By 8:30.
That normal working time in the morning?
Yes.
We can scroll down now to a text from January 27th, 2020. Again, the blue is you. Do you remember making that text? Are you here?
Yes.
Why did you ask your mother if she is here? Remember?
I don't remember, no.
When you say here, are you referring to the house?
Yes.
Were you still at home at 7:20 a.m. on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time you left the house?
Around 8 o'clock.
So earlier you testified that you slept in the same bed with your mother that night.
Mhm.
Does that give you any context as to why you might text her and say, are you here?
I don't remember why I said it. 'Cause I didn't see her.
So she wasn't in bed when you woke up, maybe?
Yes.
You know where she went or where she was at?
No.
Can you scroll down, please? It looks like that she texted you another picture, January 27th at 9:05 a.m. Do you recall getting a picture from her then? Do
Yes.
you know what that picture is?
Of our dog.
Do you know which dog it is?
Yes, Sadie.
Is that the first time you had any communication with your mom that morning?
Yes.
Would you have been at work by then?
Yes.
I know it's been over 3 years, but do you recall whether or not your mom's vehicle was at the residence when you went to work that day?
I don't remember.
What kind of car did your mom drive?
A black Volkswagen Tiguan.
Fairly new?
Yes.
Was it under lease?
Yes.
What kind of car were you driving?
A Volkswagen Jetta.
And what kind of car was Albert driving when he was home?
A Nissan truck.
Remember what color that truck was?
Red.
Right. So you go to work. Are you at work then when you get this picture of, did you say that was Sadie?
Yes.
So you are at work then?
Yes.
All right. And what was your shift going to be that day? Do you recall? What time would you get off?
I don't remember. It was like a morning shift, so it lasted until 4:30 or so.
We can go ahead and scroll down, please. So when you get the image of Sadie, you say OMG, and she says, she was like, it's warm. Let me try. Is your mom talking about Sadie?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that when you got this message?
Yes.
Can you scroll down, please? Then on January 27th at 9:27 a.m., your mother texts you, OMG, something isn't right. Do you remember getting that text message?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what that meant?
No.
Do you have any idea what that means now?
Yes.
What does that mean now?
She sent me screenshots of text messages after that.
And what were the screenshots and what text messages were they?
It was a conversation between her and Albert.
Remember what the substance of that conversation was?
About bath salts or hanging out with Gannon's older friend.
How did the bath salts and the older friend relate to Gannon in this text message?
It was said that that's what he had mentioned.
Did you ever know Gannon to use bath salts or have any association with bath salts in the entire time that you knew him?
No.
Okay, if we can scroll down, please. And so we see now images on an attachment that was sent from your mom. It looks like it was sent to you at 9:29 a.m. on January 27th. Is that the screenshots that you just talked about that she sent you?
Yes.
What were you thinking was going on here? I mean, had she ever sent you any messages like this before in the past?
No.
Any messages related to how Gannon and his activities and what's going on with Gannon ever sent you in the past by your mother?
Not like the messages, no.
Was it a shock for you to see that somehow Gannon may have been related to bath salts?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't even know we had bath salts, and I wouldn't even think he would know what those are.
Did you know what they were back then?
Yes.
What were they?
Put them in the bathtub.
Ask a stupid question, you get right.
Yeah, pretty much. We're going over old testimony, looking at some different things, just stuff that's coming up. Okay, yeah. Emily is talking about on Crime Curious. Let me go ahead and pull that up, and hopefully she doesn't strike me. But let me show you guys what Emily is talking about. This is from This is from Crime Curious about 10 days ago. And one of the things that we've all been talking about is what happens with the insanity plea for if they're found not guilty or whatever. Let me get you guys our link. Anyways, this was on their weekly review discussion. About 12 minutes in, he talks about this is a lawyer there in Colorado, and he talks about how we've all thought that they are up for review whenever they feel better, basically. He said that's not exactly how it works with first degree, and he explains that a little bit better. So let me just play this for you guys.
I think where Pistachio is going with this is that there's been some confusion about what would happen if Letecia is found not guilty by reason of insanity. So just kind of as a background, I had it pulled up on my computer from the code section for insanity. So defendants are considered insane at the time of the offense if they were either so diseased or defective in mind as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong, or suffering from a condition of the mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevented them from forming a culpable mental state that is an essential element of a crime charged. Under the first prong, the defendant's mental capacity to distinguish between right and wrong is measured against the societal standard of what is right and wrong. It is not a subjective standard. And the second prong, when the defendant is so disordered, that he or she cannot form criminal intent, applies only to cases where the defendant is facing charges for a specific intent crime. That's just kind of the background on not guilty by reason of insanity, and that's where we've seen the bulk of the testimony this week. Where I think the confusion is what's going to happen to Letecia afterwards. And I think there's been some concern because in 2022, there was a modification to not guilty by reason of insanity that was brought up by House Bill. I believe it was 22-1061, if my notes are correct. It's been an extremely long week for me. Again, I'm working a full-time job trying to find this trial, trying to do all the other things that I have in my personal life. But that bill changed a little bit of the not guilty by reason of insanity law. It did not apply retroactively or proactively, meaning in the future, to first degree and second degree murder. It did not apply to this case. So this is not going to be a case where afterwards the judge is going to have a lot of options in terms of reviews, in terms of potentially ordering outpatient restoration. This is a case where she will likely be committed for the rest of her life.
I think that pretty much summarizes, though, what we've all been asking about. It's because it does not include first degree or second degree murder. So it does not apply to Letecia. He goes on to say that, there are other reviews that will happen that could still result in her release, but it won't be for a long, long time. It's not yearly like Crime Curious and the articles and stuff that we had read were saying, because of the fact that there was a stipulation in there specifically for first degree murder. So, yes. Yeah, let's all breathe a bit easier. So, yeah. Either way, justice for Gannon. But mistrial's not good. Hung jury is not good. You don't think anyone shared that law with T, right? Logical one. Exactly. I don't think anyone shared that law with T either. You think they'll be done late afternoon? I don't know, Shorty Small. We will see. We will see. Still nothing on Twitter's end. We are going on hour number 6. Is in 9 minutes, 8 minutes now. And we will be at 6 hours of test or deliberating. So I think our poll the other day, there wasn't very many people that were above 4 hours. There was only a few that were from the 6 to 10 hours, I think. Yeah, you don't think it's going to be hung or mistrial? I don't think so either, Ramblin'. Is that the verdict you just... No, verdict did not come back yet. Maybe 11 hours for his age? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, no, we were talking about not guilty by reason of insanity. Just very briefly there. So I'm just scrolling down through to see what all has popped up for today. Now let me go back to Harley's testimony, because I know there are some people who are still pretty interested in re-listening to Harley's testimony. At least this part where they're talking about the fire. I kind of want to listen to her brother again. I can. KW10, absolutely.
Did you know whether or not kids were using bath salts at this time frame as a drug or a method to get high, that kind of thing?
I did not at the time, no.
Did you later learn about that?
Yes.
But when you get this message, you didn't connect that as to being Gannon may have been trying to get high on bath salts or something?
No.
Can you scroll down, please? So you didn't respond to that, but at 4:20 p.m., you text your mother, just got off.
Yes.
What is that?
I always text her when I would leave or make it off.
Do that pretty routinely?
Yes.
And how did she respond to you saying just got off?
She said yay.
Had you talked to her on the phone at any point up until this time frame when you got off of work?
No.
Had you had any idea what her plans were that day on January 27th, 2020, when you were at work?
No. I did get a text message though from Gannon's phone.
Let's talk about that. My approach witness.
Right.
I hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2. And that's a plastic sleeve, so you can pull the contents out. And I'll have to recognize that. Have you had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 204?
It's a message between me and Gannon's phone.
Okay. And is that what you're talking about? Is that the message you got indicating what it says here?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what this message meant to you?
That my mom left her phone at home, and if I needed anything to text Gannon's phone.
And does that help refresh your memory as to what was going on the 27th while you were at work?
Yes.
And does these messages accurately reflect the conversation you had with regards to these two phones back on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 204.
Defense. Exhibit 204 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And so rather than publish it, I'm going to ask you to read it. Is the messages from Gannon's phone, is that in green on People's Exhibit 204?
Yes.
Could you read the messages and at what time you got those from Gannon's phone?
At 10:37, he messaged, Tisha left phone at home. If you need her, text me. And then at 1:20, messaged, you okay, miss you.
And did you respond to that particular message?
Yes. At 1:24, I said, yes, miss you too.
So if you needed to get a hold of your mom, you knew you needed to call Gannon's phone. Is that what this is all about?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not where they were going or what they were doing when the message came in saying she left her phone at home?
At the time, no.
Was that unusual for your mother to leave her own phone at home when she went out running errands or to do whatever she was going to do?
Yes.
Why was that unusual?
She always brought her phone everywhere.
Did you think it was unusual at the time you got this text message from Gannon's phone saying, hey, Tisha left her phone at home. Call me if you need something?
No.
Why do you think it's unusual now?
It's just weird how this particular day she left her phone at home.
And you say that because when you get off of work and get home, Gannon wasn't there?
Yes.
So how long did it take you to get home on the 27th, 2020? Do you recall?
No.
What happens when you get home?
When I get home, mom's upstairs, just have a normal conversation, and she tells me that she looked up on the internet how to like remove fire stains from the carpet. So she wanted me to go to the store and get that stuff for her.
Who did you see home when you got home?
I remember seeing my mom home, and then Elena came in after.
Did you see Gannon?
No.
Think anything unusual about Gannon not being home when you get off work?
I did ask her, I said, where is Gannon at? And she said that he was with one of his friends and that she told him to come back by a certain time because we were going to dinner.
So if you text your mother that you just got off at 4:20 p.m., what time do you think you got home based on that text message?
4:50.
If we have People's Exhibit 47 that shows you getting home at 4:37 p.m., would that be about right?
Yeah.
Do you know that there's Ring video in your neighborhood and you see when cars are going?
Yes.
So if you get home about 4:37 p.m., where was Lena at when you got home?
She was outside playing. I remember her coming in with like a bike.
And what time? Do you know what time she got out of school?
Elementary gets out at like 2:30.
She ride the bus to and from school?
Yes.
Would it be unusual for her to be outside from getting off the bus up until you got home from work?
Yes, because normally there's like a routine. Kids would come home and like get snacks, do their homework, and then they would go outside and play.
So when you get home that day, what was your mother doing?
I don't remember. I just remember talking to her before I left.
You remember about how long you were in the house before you left?
No.
Did you ever go down to the basement?
No.
Lena ever go down to the basement?
Not that I know of, no.
Your mother ever go down to the basement while you were home?
I know she did after, maybe, I'm not sure.
So do you remember about how long you were in the house before you left?
No, it was very like brief.
If the video says it's about 15 to 16 minutes by the time you pull up and then leave again with Lena, would that be accurate?
Yes.
And again, for the record, that's People's Exhibit 47. So what did your mom ask you to do when you were at home?
She asked me to go to the dollar store to get the items that she sent me because it was too clean, like the fire that happened downstairs the night before.
And did anyone go with you to the dollar store?
Lena did, yes.
Whose idea was it for Lena to go with you?
My mom's.
Why is that, you know?
No.
And did she tell you exactly what you needed to buy at the dollar store?
Yes.
And do you remember what that was?
Looking at the messages, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna, if I can just have a second, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You remember getting a receipt from the dollar store when you went there?
I don't know.
Let me see if I can help you. Coach Yarn?
You may.
I'm gonna hand you People's Exhibit 197 and 198, okay?
Okay.
You recognize those items? Let's start with 197.
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 197?
The items that I bought at the dollar store.
And is that a photograph of a receipt from the dollar store?
Yes.
What about 198? You see that envelope?
Yes.
They're writing on that envelope?
At the top?
Yeah, is there like a label with some print on it?
Yes.
Does that relate to the dollar store receipt that we have a photograph of in 197?
Yes.
There's some scissors to your right on that table right there. Would you mind opening that envelope and just pulling out whatever's in there and take a look at it to yourself if you don't mind?
I can just cut the top.
You can cut it. You know, it's okay if I open it?
That's fine.
Thanks. And just for the record, I'll cut it open for you, okay? Cut it along the side here. Scissors back on that table, please. You just-
Yes, Jet's mom. Sorry. Wasn't trying to scare you. Just revisiting some of the Old Testimony, jumping around a little bit. Probably just listen to another minute or two of Harley's. Not too much more really said till we get to the end. I'll probably skip towards the very end whenever they're crossing. And then I kind of want to listen to T's brother again, because again, outside of Albert, Harley, and her brother, they really didn't have anyone on that could really be character witnesses to her being insane. The neighbor, Nicole Mobley, she had these weird interactions with her, but none of that said insane. Harley's friend had this weird interaction with her, but none of it said insane. So she's kind of, if we're going to take Dr. Lewis out of it, what does the defense have testimony-wise, or the prosecution for that matter, pointing to the fact that she is in fact sane? I guess I'm just kind of disappointed that there wasn't more character witnesses from her past and like her younger years.
Pull that item out of that envelope and take a look at it.
Wait, hold on. She need gloves.
No, it's a.
Okay.
Do you want gloves? I guess I should ask you, right?
I don't know.
There's some gloves. If you don't want to touch anything in there, you can put gloves on.
Okay.
We can do it this way. How about I pull it out?
Okay.
Okay. And defense, do you agree?
I do.
All right. Exhibits 316 through 318, 323.
Down at the back, straight at the back of the neighborhood to talk to them.
So you went somewhere else so that your mom could do this interview with the reporter?
Yes.
You still had the Nissan and you still had the rental van?
Yes.
So talk about that interview. What were you doing when your mom was being interviewed by, was it KKTV?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I was just waiting in the car.
Was there a point in time in the interview where your mom asked you to come out?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did you get on camera and answer questions?
Yes.
Why did you answer the questions the way you did on KKTV?
Because that's all she told me to.
Were you doing what your mom told you to do during that time period?
Yes.
And do you recall what those questions were?
I know they asked me my name. I don't remember what they asked me after that.
You remember talking about the hike at Garden of the Gods and whether or not you saw Gannon after this hike and things like that?
Yes.
And is that what you're talking about? You're just going along with what your mom wanted you to say?
Yeah, when she came to the car, she was like, "Come on, let's go to this interview." I don't want to do the interview. And I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say, because I was told that we weren't allowed to talk about the fire. So I was like, am I allowed to talk about the fire? So yeah.
And you said you saw him, right? After the hike.
Yes.
And you did see him, as you testified earlier. That's when he was in the bedroom and you got home from work late at night and you didn't know if he was asleep or awake, but you
Yes.
saw him in bed.
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after this interview?
We left and went to the hotel.
Both cars?
Yes.
Same car?
Yes.
What happens when you get back to the hotel?
We get back. Remember my mom saying that she needed to leave because she needed to get dog food.
And did she leave?
Yes.
Do you recall what car she took?
The rental car.
The Nissan Altima?
Yes.
And how long was she gone?
She was gone a while.
2.5 hours?
Yeah, it
Overruled.
Did it seem like it was that long, 2.5 hours?
was a long time. Yes.
Did she tell you where she was going to this pet store, what location it was and things like that?
No. I remember when she came back, I was like, "What took so long?" And she was like, "I didn't use the GPS, so I got lost."
What was the game plan for the next day when she comes back? Did you know what was going to happen the next day, February 1st?
That day that we left.
And so just January 31st is when you go and get the items out of the house, the KKTV interview, you go back to the hotel. She's gone for quite a while, comes back. The next morning, what was the game plan?
The next morning, I remember that we were going to leave, and my aunt said that she didn't want to pay for the van while we were gone, and just like insurance purposes, so we had to go and get a new one.
And when you say we, who are you talking about?
Like they just had to go get a new one.
Do you recall who went and got a new van?
I don't remember if I went with them or not.
Did eventually your mom show up in a different van and at the hotel?
Yes.
And would that be in the morning of February 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Did you have any idea what was going to happen when she came back with the van, a new van, and on February 1st, 2020?
I just knew that we were leaving. I didn't know where we were going.
Did you ask your mom where we're going?
Yeah, the destination changed multiple times.
Tell us about that.
We were leaving. I remember she just kept saying, like, "Where do you want to live?" And I was just confused. And originally it was going to be Texas, and then it was Florida, and then Myrtle Beach. Just kept changing.
When your mom came in this new van, did you see what was in the back of the van?
No.
Did you ask about where our stuff is? Because assuming all your bags and things were in the first van that Brenda, is it acquired?
Acquired.
I'm struggling with that name. They were in there when you moved them. Do you know how they got from one van to another, or if they even got traced?
Yes, my mom and my uncle moved them.
How do you know that?
I just remember that morning it was cold outside and I was in the hotel and they had moved stuff.
And so was this a pretty quick deal? I mean, did your mom literally come back, pick you up, and then you hit the road? Is that what happens?
I remember that they were on a time crunch because my family had to get back to their flight in Denver.
And so did your family go one direction? And I don't know if it's the same direction, but and you and your mom went somewhere else?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Sharon?
You may.
Any handy people's exhibits 201 and 202. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
What is people's exhibit 202?
It is the back of the van.
Is that a picture of the van that your mom rented back on February 1st, 2020 and picked you up from the hotel?
Yes.
And 204, is it 204? 202 and 203, is that right?
1 and 202.
God, I'm not even close. So 201 is a picture of the van. What is 202?
A picture of the back of the van.
Is that what the back of the van looked like as far as you know?
Yes.
Was there a partition between the driver's seat and the back of the cargo area?
What do you mean?
Can you see like a metal grate between the cargo area and the driving area of that van?
Yes.
Is that what that's like from inside?
Yes.
Move for the missions 201 and 202.
Exhibits 201 and 202 will be admitted.
Request to publish.
You may go ahead.
So here we have people's exhibit 201. Do you see that on the TV screen behind you?
Yes.
Is that the van then that you drove off to with your mom on February 1st, 2020?
Yes.
And people's exhibit 202? What do we see in people's exhibit 202?
It is a picture of the back of the van.
Do you ever go back in this back area during the entire time you had this van?
I did not know
And why not?
because everything that I needed was right by my seat in the front of the van.
Want to go back there?
I remember like wanting more clothes
Or why didn't you go back and get some more clothes?
just because whenever we stopped, it was like quick, like whenever we stopped at hotels and stuff. So, there's no point.
Well, did you ever ask your mom, why can't I go back there and get some clothes?
No.
Did your dogs ever go back there?
No.
Did you have your dogs with you? I guess I should ask first.
Yes, we did.
Can we go to people's exhibit 303 that's already been admitted? I'm going to show you a picture that's already in evidence. It's people's exhibit 303 in just a second. Okay, 303 is up on the TV screen now. Do you recognize this photograph? It has a placard 14 with what appears to be a kind of a rubber dog bone.
Yes.
You recognize that dog bone?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
Because we had all like the dog's toys up front and their food and everything. They were playing with it on the drive.
Did you leave that in the van after you turned it in?
I didn't know until yesterday.
How sure are you that that's the dog bone that you had with your dogs in that van?
It looks familiar, like because like they were puppies, so we had like the little bones. So yeah.
All right, great. We can take that down. So what are you talking about as you're leaving in this budget van from the hotel room? You ask your mom where you're going, what's the game plan, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so I did. That's when she was asking me like, where do you want to live? And the destination just kept like changing. And she was just talking about like starting a new life.
What about Albert and Lena? Did you ever talk about leaving them?
No, she just kept saying that, Albert went against her and doesn't believe her. So she wanted to leave.
And did something like that happen in the past where you and your mom left Albert and the kids on the road somewhere leaving?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
There were multiple times that she would just get like angry or frustrated and ask me to like pack up all my clothes and we'd get in the car. One time specifically from Colorado, we drove all the way through Kansas and then she would always like be like, okay, we just need to go home because her and Albert would talk it out and then we'd go home.
That repair there always stuck out to me after she said that because they lived this lifestyle all the time. She didn't think anything different was this time because nothing has been different ever. It's always been this way. This is just how her mom is. Pack up your bags and leave and just to go back every time. And she just grew up this way. She knew not to question anything and that this was just their reality. I have some pictures and stuff of the courthouse criminal med connections that I'll put up in a second here.
Did you think that was going to happen on this trip?
Yes.
Did that happen on this trip?
No.
At what point did you realize that was not going to happen on this trip?
Once we were close to Myrtle Beach.
So all the way across country up to Myrtle Beach, you're thinking, we're going to go back to Colorado, everything's going to be fine, they're going to get back together?
Yes.
Do you remember when this trip to Kansas happened that you ended up turning around and going back?
It was during the time that we lived in Colorado. I don't know the exact month. No.
Sometime during 2019 then?
Yes.
Do you remember stopping at a Love's truck stop in Pueblo, Colorado to get gas?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time it was?
No.
Do you remember stopping at a Walmart in Trinidad on your way in the budget van?
Yes.
And do you know why you stopped at the Walmart in Trinidad?
To get a phone.
And did you guys get a phone?
Yes.
Who went in and got the phone?
My mom.
Up until this point, as she's driving, was she obeying the laws and stopping at stoplights, stopping at stop signs, that kind of thing as she's driving?
Yes.
Did she know where she was going? Did she ever tell you, I'm lost, I don't know what we're doing here?
No.
Where did you think you were going as you left the Walmart in Trinidad?
Texas.
Why Texas?
I just remember saying like Texas is a good place to live.
Up until this point, did you notice anything unusual in the back of the van?
No.
Did you smell anything in the back of the
No.
You talked about Gannon and where Gannon might be driving down through Trinidad, Southern Colorado.
No, she was on the phone a lot talking to people about everything.
What was she talking about?
I remember one conversation was about a video that was going to be surfaced. She said it was going to prove her innocence. Just going over like everything that happened.
Who is your mom concerned about during these phone conversations?
Sustained. I think you can ask her what she said.
Sure. During these phone conversations, did you hear your mother talking about?
Did I what? I'm
Did you
sorry.
hear your mother talking on the phone to someone on the other side?
Yes.
Did you hear what she was saying?
Yes.
Who was she talking about with regards to what's going on with Gannon being missing and things like that?
Her sister.
Was she talking about her sister, or was she talking to her sister about herself?
Talking to her sister about herself.
And what were the kind of things she was saying?
She just kept saying like she was set up, that this video that's going to surface will show that Gannon came home. Just things along that line.
Now, as you're sitting in that van listening to these conversations, did you ever ask your mom, what are we doing? Why are we leaving? Gannon's missing. Why aren't we out looking for him? That kind of stuff.
No, I didn't really question her a lot.
Why didn't you question your mom?
I would be told that like I'm being like disrespectful or like talking back.
And what would happen if you were being disrespectful or talking back to your mom?
Sometimes she would like backhand me
Where would she backhand you at?
to my face.
Is that why you just didn't say anything and you sat in the van and went wherever she was driving?
Yes.
Overruled.
Do you eventually go to Amarillo, Texas?
Yes.
And do you recall staying the night in Amarillo, Texas?
Yes.
And do you remember what hotel you stayed at in Amarillo, Texas?
No.
Did you stay at a Candlewood Suites?
Sounds familiar. Yes.
And do you remember watching some videos of you and the dogs walking into Candlewood Suites in Amarillo, Texas?
Yes.
Okay. You know, we can take a break now and then get into the videos, or I can keep going, whatever you prefer.
Council approach, please. All right, Mr. Young.
Yes, Your Honor, thanks. I believe there's a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit 316, 321, 317, 318, 320, and 323. And that's the order we're going to play them. That's why I went out.
I was going to say, let's try that again.
All right, we'll go 316 through 318,
316 through 318.
320, 321, and 323.
Okay. And defense, do you agree?
I do.
All right. Exhibits 316 through 318, 320, 321, and 323 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And before we play those, Ms. Hunt, did you hear your mom making these reservations as you were driving, particularly the one in Amarillo at the Candlewood Suites?
Yes.
You remember about how close in time to when you actually checked in that she made these reservations?
It was close in time. Yeah.
And would she make the reservations for one person or two people with $2? How would she make that reservation?
For one person.
And we see that in the video that you'll walk through the lobby first with two dogs. She later comes in and goes to the counter and registers.
Yes.
With that, we would play People's Exhibit 316.
All right.
And before we hit play, is that you with the dogs right there that we see in the still image?
Yes.
Go ahead and play, please. Now, the clock on that video looked like it said 7:48 p.m. or 1948 military. You remember being about that time when you checked into the hotel?
Yes.
We can now play People's Exhibit 321. Can we? Yeah, we'll just let it play. Now, that video stopped at 7:47. Is that a continuation of you walking through the lobby, going back to the elevators?
Yes.
That speaks for itself, but is that what happens here?
Yes.
And where were you going to go? Why'd you go to the elevators? Do you know?
I just know like she didn't want to pay for 2 dogs staying with us, so we just went in separate.
And was that routine throughout this trip? Would you do that every night you stayed somewhere?
Yes.
We can play 317 now. Is that your mom there we see at the counter?
Yes.
Video stopped and it looked like the time was 7:47 p.m. Did you see that on the counter?
Yes.
You know where you're at as your mom's at the counter?
By the elevators.
We can go ahead and play People's Exhibit 318. Now, we haven't seen any bags in either of your hands now. Did you guys get bags out of the van or change clothes, or what was the plan with that?
No, it was always just like a in and out thing when we would stop at hotels.
We can go to 320 now. Okay, 320 has been played. It looked like it was 7:50 when that stopped. Is that right?
Yes.
So we can go to 323 now. So she got on the same elevator you did?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met up in that hotel that night?
No, I don't know if we knew the room beforehand or how we arranged that.
Do you leave the hotel at all to go eat dinner or do anything like that? Do you know?
No.
How did you eat that night? Do you remember?
We would order it to the room.
Room service? What'd you do?
No, Grubhub.
During the entire trip, did you ever stop anywhere and eat at a restaurant, a sit-down place?
No.
What kind of places, where would you eat during this trip?
Places with like a drive-through.
And would both of you go into the drive-through or would you drive the van to the drive-through?
I remember one time me going inside to get our food.
Did you ever stay in the van by yourself?
No.
You know why?
No.
Do you remember when you checked out of that particular hotel room?
The next day.
On February 2nd, 2020? Do you remember about what time of day it was when you left?
Around like 9 or 10. Checkout's at like 11. So
Okay. And so when you wake up the next morning, do you have any idea where you're going?
no, just back on the road.
Was the plan still going to Texas, moving to Texas?
I think at that point it was we are just going somewhere in Florida.
Now, the night you stayed in Amarillo, Texas, did you and your mom sleep in the same bed?
I know there were times where we did. I don't remember at which hotel.
Were there times where you had your own bed?
I don't remember. I remember like one specifically when we did have the same bed.
Well, the night of February 1st into February 2nd, did your mom ever leave the room by herself?
No, not to my knowledge.
February 2nd, do you remember driving all the way to Decatur, Texas on that date?
Yes.
And do you remember staying at Candlewood Suites in Decatur, Texas?
Yes.
Did your mom do the same thing? Would she call in advance, make a reservation? Would you go in with the dogs first? She comes in later.
Yes.
As she's making these reservations, do you recall her using any kind of corporate rate or saying that she was with a corporation, things like that?
Yes.
What would she say?
I believe it's called Ford Motors.
Where would that come from? Do you know?
My aunt.
So your mom knew that she can get a cheaper rate by saying Ford, or do you know that
Yes.
based on where your aunt worked?
I believe it was her husband.
Do you remember your mom ever leaving the hotel room when you're in Decatur, Texas on February 2nd, 2020?
No.
If she would have left the hotel room, would you have known it?
When I was awake, yes.
Obviously, if you're asleep, you don't, right?
Right.
Okay. So February 3rd, 2020, do you remember checking out and leaving Decatur, Texas?
Yes.
Would it be about the same time you left the hotel in Amarillo?
Yes.
Do you remember driving all the way to Pensacola, Florida?
Yes.
Long drive, right?
Yes.
When you get close to Pensacola, do you remember your mom making the reservations at a hotel room?
Yes.
And do you remember what hotel room that was?
Not the name, no.
Was it the Candlewood Suites?
Probably.
Same process. She's with the Ford Motor Company, corporate discount, one person. Would you walk in first? She walks in later?
Yes.
You remember that happening?
Yes.
At this point, I'd like to publish People's Exhibit 181, which is already in evidence. Ready? So People's Exhibit 181 is up on the TV screen. You see that?
Yes.
You recognize any signatures on that document?
Yes.
Whose signature do you recognize?
My mom's.
You remember staying at that Kingwood Suites in Pensacola, Florida on the night of February 4th into an early morning hours?
Yes.
And you remember checking in after midnight?
Yes.
Or actually going to bed after midnight?
Yes.
How many beds did you have in that?
One.
And was that a queen size bed?
No, I think it was a king.
If this document says it was a queen size bed, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did you guys eat at the hotel that night, or do you remember?
I think we ate beforehand, but I don't know.
Did you stop on the road somewhere and do one of these drive-throughs you were talking about?
Yes.
Get some quick food? Okay. So what happens when you get into this room? Do you remember?
You just get in, go to sleep.
Now, on People's Exhibit 181, it says that the car you're driving is a Nissan Altima. You guys were driving a Nissan Altima.
Right.
You see the Ford Motor Company at the top of the page there? Metal that's motion gears, it's zoomed in.
Oh, yes.
That consistent with what you've been talking about, how she would use corporate reductions to stay in these hotel rooms?
Yes.
So after midnight on February 4th, 2020, did your mom ever leave that room?
Not that I know of, no.
Were you sleeping the entire time, or were you awake during times that night? And we're talking 12:30 in the morning on.
I was asleep.
Earlier, you indicated you're kind of a hard sleeper. Would you know if your mom left that room or not?
No.
How was your mom acting as you checked into this hotel room?
She was acting normal.
Up until this point, had you ever gone to the back of that van? Back?
No.
At any of the stops up to this point, had you gotten any change clothes or gotten any suitcases out of the back of the van?
No.
At any point during this trip to Pensacola, did you smell anything in the back of that van?
No.
Do you know why I'm asking you if you smelled anything in the back of that van?
Yes.
Why?
Because Gannon was back there.
How do you know Gannon was back there?
Because you guys told me that there was evidence that he was back there.
Did you later learn that Gannon's body was found in Pensacola, Florida on
Yes.
March 17th,
Yes.
2020? How did you learn that?
When they arrested my mom and the FBI came to the house and told me.
So what happens when you wake up in the morning hours of February 4th, 2020? What's going on in the room? Tell us about when you checked out and things like that.
Yeah, it was just like all the other days we just check out. Afterwards, we go grab breakfast and then we go to Orlando.
Why are you going to Orlando?
She was planning that that's where we could stay. I remember her calling apartment places to see if we could live there.
As far as you're concerned, is that where you're going to be living?
Yes.
Into this trip?
Yes.
Miss Sun, I want to ask you a direct question, okay?
Okay.
Did you help your mother throw that suitcase over a bridge in Pensacola, Florida
No, I did not.
on February 4th, 2020?
No, I did not.
How was your mother acting like after you left Pensacola?
I remember that morning when we went to go get breakfast. That was another time that I went into the restaurant, I went into McDonald's to get our food, and she was just Like I just remember her like being sad, just like being like down.
Did you ask her why she's sad or down?
Yeah, she was just like because of everything that's going on.
When you get to Orlando, do you remember how long it took you to get to Orlando from Pensacola?
No.
Was it the next day?
Yeah.
What happens when you get to Orlando?
We were supposed to stay there. It was supposed to be like our time that we are gonna stay there for a while. I think she booked our hotel for like 5 or so days, and we left early.
Why'd you leave early? Do you know?
She kept saying like they know I'm here, they're following us.
And who was she referring to when she said they're following us or they know we're here?
The police.
Was she acting the same way she was when you're in Colorado, saying they're following us and things like that?
Yes.
So what happens after that conversation?
We end up leaving, and I remember her saying like, we don't have like the money to keep staying at all these hotels in different places, so we drove to Myrtle Beach.
And do you remember when you got to Myrtle Beach?
A day or two after that.
Did you turn the van in to the Budget Rental Center in Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
Did you go there directly or did you go somewhere else first?
We went somewhere else first.
How long it took to turn the van?
I remember we got to Myrtle Beach. She had parked the van at a hotel near where we were going to stay at like a friend's house.
Okay. Do you know why she did that, or did you ask her why she did that?
No, I think she said like she just didn't want the person that we were staying with, like for them to get like attention brought to their house.
Did your mom ever mention to you the fact that that van may have had a GPS device on it? She tried it.
No.
Do you know that?
No.
You know that now?
Yes.
How'd you unload the van in Myrtle Beach, or did you unload the van?
I did not know.
Who unloaded the van in Myrtle Beach?
I was told something of who unloaded the van. I don't know if you want to hear that.
Well, who told you that? I guess it depends on that.
It is my best friend's mom.
Okay, we can't get into that. We can get into things your mom tells you, but not others, okay?
Okay.
You stay in Myrtle Beach up until the point your mom was arrested.
Yes.
Tell the jury about your mom's arrest.
I was scheduled to go in to meet with my recruiter that morning. And she brought me there. She waited in the car that we had there. And that's when I walked in and like there was like police and everything talking to me and told me that she had been arrested.
Did you actually see her get arrested?
No, I did not.
And did this happen on March 2nd of 2020?
Yes.
Did you give an interview with FBI agency over here?
Yes.
Recognize him?
Yes.
And did you talk about some of the things that we talked about here with regards to the Dollar Tree and the events surrounding Gannon's disappearance?
We did, yes.
Were you completely upfront with him at that time?
Yes.
When you were talking to him, did you still believe that your mom didn't have anything to do with this?
Yes.
And that was before Gannon's body was discovered, is that right?
Yes.
What about when Gannon's body was discovered?
That was a little bit after when I found out it was discovered in Florida. It was just weird because like to myself, I was like, we were in Florida. But I kept like wanting to think it was like a coincidence and that somebody like did follow us or there was a different story.
You still believe your mom even after that?
Yes.
At what point did you not believe your mom anymore, that she didn't have anything to do with Gannon's death?
I like started having questions, but I still like believed her for a while, and it wasn't until this past like November, it was recently.
What are your thoughts about your mom pleading not guilty by reason of insanity?
I didn't know what it meant at first. Yeah.
Did you learn what that meant in November?
Yes.
I want to talk about your life with your mom since the day you were born, as far back as you can remember. Okay. Had you been with her 24/7?
Yes. Other than like when I was at school or work or.
Would she ever disappear for weeks at a time and you not know where she's at?
No.
Had you always known where she was at up until we talked about the Life 360 app? But had you always known where your mom was at for a given time?
Yes.
Had you ever gone to Australia with your mom?
No.
Have you ever gone to Saudi Arabia with your mom?
No.
Has your mom ever gone to Australia or Saudi Arabia without you?
No.
Would you know that if she did?
Yes.
Had you ever seen your mom change personalities into someone she isn't?
No.
What do you mean by that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Has she ever not remembered who you were?
No.
Have you ever seen her not remember who Al Stauch was?
No.
Have you ever seen her not remember who Gannon was?
No.
Dana?
No.
Had she ever been treated for any mental illness in your lifetime?
No.
Would you know that if she was treated?
Yes.
Would you know if she ever went to a psychiatric hospital and was in an inpatient program and couldn't leave because of some kind of mental illness?
Yes.
Had that ever happened?
No.
Had she ever seen a therapist about mental illness that you know of?
No.
During the entire time, especially in January 27th of 2020, all the way up till you go to Myrtle Beach in this van, your mother have the capacity to know right from wrong?
Yes.
Did you see that with your own eyes?
Yes.
Did she know how to check into rooms?
Yes.
Did she know how to register for rooms?
Yes.
Did she obey the traffic laws?
Yes.
Did she do anything unusual on during this entire trip?
No.
Have you seen people who are mentally ill?
Yes.
Do you know the difference in what I'm talking about? Someone who can't function in society versus the way your mom was acting?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence of that with your mother?
No.
Had you seen instances, especially in January 27th of 2020, where your mother had the capacity to form the intent to do things?
What do you mean?
She intended to go to the store.
Yes.
You went to Walmart to buy clothes. Did you talk about that? And then did you in fact go to Walmart to buy clothes?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to see her to have the capacity to form judgment, to use judgment and reflection, and to make decisions?
What do you mean?
Was she able to decide things?
Oh, yes.
Was she able to rent this rental van on her own, take you and drive Texas, all the way to Florida, up to Myrtle Beach? Has your mom ever referred to herself as Jasmine?
No.
Do you have a cousin named Jasmine?
No.
Jazz?
Her name's Jaslyn.
Jaslyn?
Yeah.
Okay. I must have misunderstood something. Do you know who Jasmine is in the Disney movies?
Yes.
Aladdin?
Yes.
Your mother watched a lot of Disney movies?
No.
You never seen her act like Jasmine, the princess in Aladdin? I'm saying she's gonna go to Saudi Arabia and things like that.
No.
Have you ever heard your mother refer to herself as Taylor?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She didn't like her first name, so she wanted to change it. And I thought she changed her middle name to Taylor, and that's why she went by Taylor.
Did she open social media accounts with the name Taylor because of what you just said?
Yes.
Do you know if she ever legally changed her name to Taylor?
No.
When she was referring to herself as Taylor, did she take on a different personality or is it your same old mom?
The same.
What about Victoria? Has she ever referred to herself as Victoria?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself as Harmony?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself as Christina?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself as Little Lucia?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself by the name of Maria Sanchez?
No.
Do you know a Maria Sanchez?
No.
Have you ever seen your mother speak with a Spanish accent?
No.
If she had, would you remember that?
Yes.
During these times when you're talking to your mother and she's angry about being set up by the police and being accused, did she ever change personalities and start talking in Spanish or in a Spanish accent?
No.
Harley, at one point last year, were you concerned that you might be charged with a crime based on the trip to Florida?
Yes.
What crime was it that you were aware of that you might be charged with?
That I would be like an accessory.
That's the first degree murder, right?
Yes.
And did you receive information through your attorney that we was willing to listen to your side of the story before we made a decision as to whether or not we were going to file charges?
Yes.
And did you fly out to Colorado and give us a statement, much like what you just said today, to this jury?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Because it's the right thing to do.
When you gave that statement, was there any guarantee as to whether or not we were going to file charges against you?
No, there was not.
What was the guarantee? What was told to you?
There was no guarantees.
You know that what you told us could not be used against you.
Yes.
Were you completely honest with us? Say us. I was the one asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And we videotape that?
Yes.
Completely honest with us.
Yes.
Sustained. You can rephrase the question.
You understood what you were coming in to talk to us about.
Yes.
You understood the consequences that you might be charged with a serious charge, right?
Yes.
You know that during the entirety of your statement.
Yes.
Do you now know that you cannot be charged with that crime?
Yes.
Why?
Because you guys believed me. I was being honest.
Have you heard anything called the statute of limitations? Talk to you about that?
No.
Were you aware that there was kind of a deadline as to when we needed to make a decision about filing charges on you?
No.
So we don't need to go any further than that, but at this time, you know you cannot be charged with that, right?
Correct.
But it wasn't part of the agreement that you signed back on August 17th of 2020. Do you remember?
Correct.
And do you remember signing an agreement?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
This is People's Exhibit 324. And the scissors, I'll open it for you. Make sure I don't disturb the document here.
Before you wade into that, would now be a good time for a break?
About to wrap up with this, Your Honor. So if you're gonna wait.
Nope, it's all good.
And for the record, I'm pulling out the contents of People's Exhibit 324. I'm going to hand that to you. Looks like this is a 2-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you put those on the table?
Yes.
What is that?
This is what I signed after my interview.
Is that the proffer agreement that you signed back in August of 2020 prior to doing your interview with our office?
Yes.
And is that the same as it was back in August when you signed?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 320.
Good. 324 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, we will see you at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please.
Yes.
I want to talk about your life with your mom since the day you were born, as far back as you remember. Okay. Had you been with her 24/7?
Yes. Other than like when I was at school or work.
Same thing. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini.
Thank you. Natan, I know this is emotional and difficult. I've just got some questions to ask you.
Okay.
If you don't understand my questions, just let me know and I'll rephrase. Also, once I'm done, Mr. Young is going to have a chance to come up here and do what's called redirect. So if there's something you don't think that you think you needed to ask for my question or that wasn't quite fair, Mr. Young will have a chance to clear that up. Is that all right?
Okay.
Okay. So your mom and dad split up when you were about 6?
Yes.
And after that point in time, up until your mom met Al, it was just you and your mom.
Yes.
You guys were pretty close?
Yes.
And you guys spent a lot of time around each other.
Yes.
And do you remember sometimes during that time and all the times growing up that sometimes you would come on your mom and she would be in the closet rolled in a ball crying?
No.
We met before, right? Do you remember?
Yes.
We're down in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Yes.
We went out to dinner.
Yes.
Do you remember telling me at that point in time that oftentimes you'd come and you see your mom lying on the floor crying?
Just incorrect. Just make sure it's me.
Well, I've already instructed the jury that nothing that the attorney say at any point in time is evidence. He can attempt to redirect her to a prior conversation. If he's going to impeach her, he's going to need a different approach than that, but we'll leave it at that. So re-ask your question, Mr. Tellini.
We went out to dinner to talk about your mom growing up.
Yes.
At that point, you told me that sometimes you'd come across her in the closet crying.
The question that you asked me, you were very specific, saying rolled in a ball and everything. So I answered no to that. But yes, I've came across my mom crying before.
Do you remember coming across your mom crying and she was in the closet crying?
Yes, she was in the closet like many a times just growing up, either texting on her phone or crying or many different reasonings.
Did she have an explanation what she was crying about?
In which specific time?
Any times that you would see her crying. Sometimes she crying for no apparent reason.
No.
Okay. When you were in Charleston,
Yes.
do you recall a time where your mom was texting you that something's going to happen to her and that you need to go live with Amy Bolton?
Yes.
Who's Amy Bolton?
One of my mom's friends.
And that Miss Bolton and you were both very concerned for your mom?
Yes.
That you actually had to crack her code on her phone to see
Yes.
who she was? And she was in the hospital?
Yes.
She was in the hospital for mental issues?
I was told she was in a hospital for like cancer and stuff. I don't know. I've been told so many things.
Okay. Well, you had phone calls that both you and Ms. Bolton were worried your mom was going to commit suicide. And then you tracked her down into the hospital.
Yes.
There was also a time, you're about 15, you had a Jeep. Remember that Jeep?
Yes.
Your mom took the Jeep one time and wrecked it?
Yes.
Your mom told you she wrecked it because she thought she saw your dead father sitting beside her.
No.
No?
I remember her wrecking the car. I didn't get a clear reason why it happened. I thought she swerved off the road for something, but not because of my dead dad.
You don't recall her saying she thought she saw a chance?
No.
There were also times growing up that you lived significant stretches of time with Dee Dee?
Yes.
Why?
One was when we lived in Charleston because I wanted to go to my old school as well, just because things weren't normal when we lived in Charleston.
What do you mean things weren't normal?
Like nobody was happy. It's just
Your mom wasn't happy when she was living in Charleston?
nobody was happy when we lived in Charleston.
Okay. You would take lots of trips with your mom?
Yes.
Sometimes it felt so much like you're almost living out of a suitcase?
Yes.
Growing up, do you remember your mom being paranoid about you getting kidnapped?
Not specifically me being kidnapped. She was always just worried about me.
I mean, she would give you code words?
Yes.
What were the code words? I mean, describe. What do you mean by that?
I think it was like my middle name.
How were you supposed to use it?
She would say it so that I would know that it was her talking to me.
Okay. Did you say why this would be necessary?
No, I just thought it was normal mom things because your kid's safe.
Okay. And you guys would also have safe places that you would meet up if necessary?
No,
Like the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
no.
You started using the name Taylor just prior to meeting Al?
Yes.
Do you remember complaining to her that it was confusing for you? You didn't know what to call her?
Yes, because I didn't know if that was her. I was told it was her middle name, so
Okay. What about using the name Nicole?
no.
In those text messages between you and the phone that was your mother's phone, who's the name on your mother's phone?
It says Nicole.
When you and your mom went off to Kansas City, were you given much warning? Did she say what it was about or where you guys were going?
I just knew that she wasn't happy with her marriage, so we were leaving. She wanted to go do one of like flight attendant or something.
Where were you guys going?
I think we were going back to South Carolina.
Okay. How much notice did she give you between when they get in the car? Like how much time did you have to pack? Was it a day? How much planning on this went on?
Yeah, I did have to pack. I don't know if it was the day of or the day before.
But had there been any talk before she start packing, we're leaving? Say, hey, what do you think about this? This is what I'm thinking about doing, anything like that, or is this very sudden?
Yes.
Very sudden.
No, she would just be like, I'm not happy. What do you think about moving here?
Okay. Around the fall of 2019, do you remember your mom also becoming paranoid regarding an alleged hit and run accident?
A what?
A hit and run that she may have been in?
Yes.
And she thought people were constantly following her.
I remember her saying that she was like accused of a hit or run, and she talked to someone about it, like a police officer, and they said it wasn't her. It ended up being her.
Okay. But do you remember her also thinking people were following her because of that?
I don't remember.
Like in a black sedan?
I don't remember.
Do you remember her quitting her teaching job because of mental health?
When was this?
In winter of 2019.
I remember her saying she was going to become a flight attendant and going to training instead of teaching.
When you guys, I'm going to shift back, and so sorry, back when you guys would go to Alaska, you guys would go for a couple weeks up to a month at a time,
Yes.
and your mom did not like Alaska.
Yes.
You remember a time that your mom came down and said that this was going to be the last dinner with you and her,
Yes.
and that it was too late, she'd already taken them,
Yes.
and that to you imply that she was contemplating suicide?
Yes.
And then the next day she acted like nothing happened.
Yes.
Was that unusual?
That was the second time that she had done that. So Charleston and then.
Okay. Did she ever discuss either of those things with you?
No.
Like afterwards?
No.
Explain what was going on?
No.
I'll go now move up to January 26th, 2020. Okay. That Sunday morning, you got called in to massage Envy pretty early, right?
Yes, I remember it being like that morning, that day. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't have any personal knowledge if your mom tried to take Gannon and Lena to church that day?
No, I just know that I didn't go to church that day.
And then you got home and your mom was telling you about the fire and everything like that?
Yes.
And you could smell from that. You could smell that there was burning.
Yes.
That occurred down in the basement. You testified early or this morning that when you came home and you were talking with your mom, that your mom was scared.
Yes.
What was she scared of?
She said that she was scared of like Gannon because he was acting weird.
Okay. You then went and you went down in the basement, say goodnight to Gannon. You both went down together.
Yes.
And do you remember your mom asking Gannon if he was all right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember, that letter that was given to you, that proffer letter? You came in and then you did an interview. You remember doing the interview?
Yes.
You did it with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen there?
Yes.
You remember telling them that your mom asked if Gannon was all right and Gannon nodded his head?
I don't remember. I just remember like saying goodnight and like seeing him. I don't remember what I said.
Yeah, but do you remember your mom asking if he was all right and he nods his head yes?
Yes, if that's what I said.
Good. And then you left that morning for work around 8 because you had to be there by 8:30?
Yes, sometime around that time.
Did you see Gannon before you left?
Not that I remember, no.
Do you remember again back when your mom was arrested in South Carolina?
Yes.
And that would have been in March of 2020?
Yes.
So pretty closer in time to the events in question?
Yes.
You recall telling Agent Cohen that you had seen Gannon in the morning and they helped you with the dogs?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. You got home around 4:30
Which day?
on Monday, the 27th.
Yes.
And we saw you went in the house there.
Yes.
You actually, when you left that morning, how were you dressed?
In my work clothes, my work clothes.
Okay. And so you have like, it's like a kind of a maroon shirt from Massage Envy?
No,
What does the uniform look like from Massage Envy?
it's black, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. And they have special pants or just a shirt?
No, there was no special pants.
And you actually went downstairs and changed out of your uniform into a blue sweatshirt.
I don't remember.
If the dollar store video shows that you were no longer in your Massage Envy uniform, but in a blue sweatshirt, that would seem to indicate when you came home that you went downstairs to change, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So do you remember now going downstairs to change or no?
No, I don't remember.
At no point did your mom try to prevent you from going downstairs.
No.
And when you came home that Monday, the house still smelled like smoke.
I don't remember if it did that Monday. I know that it did when I came home on Sunday.
Okay. And you took Elena to the dollar store with you?
Yes.
How long were you guys gone?
This question was asked earlier. I don't remember what time we exactly said.
Okay.
Yeah.
How far away was the dollar store?
Down the street.
Okay. And were you in there for a super long time or pretty?
It was just we went there and came home.
Okay. And then when you came home, well, let me ask you this. Did you get home from the dollar store before 6?
No, I don't remember what time I got home.
Okay. When you got home, was your mom already concerned because Gannon wasn't home yet?
I just remember like time being approached and he wasn't there.
Okay. And then I kind of understood that initially you guys all go out to look for Gannon and then your mom comes home and stays home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So initially your mom, you and Lane are all going to kind of some different friends' house to see if he's there.
Yes.
How long does that take?
They lived in the neighborhood, so we were just driving around the neighborhood. So I don't know the exact time, but it didn't take forever.
Do you know, had your mom called the police before you guys went and started looking for Gannon?
No, I don't think she did.
Okay. So after you guys go look, can't find Gannon, that's when she then calls the police.
I remember her calling Albert. So it was like after then. So
Okay. And it takes a long time for the police to come.
yes.
And mom's not appearing. Is she appearing unusual during this time?
No, I mean she seemed worried, like anyone would.
Okay. And so you've known your mom your entire life.
Yes.
You guys have grown up very close.
Yes.
And at this point in time, while you're observing her, she seems legitimately worried for Gannon.
Yes.
How long did you guys stay up after the police came? Do you remember? After the sheriff came?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And then that next Tuesday is when Al comes back home. Right.
Yes.
And other people start arriving. You have people from the military come over. People are expressing concern. People are bringing food.
Yes.
People are trying to set up searches for Gannon.
Yes.
It's a lot of traffic in and out of the house.
Yes.
Then at some point later that evening, some members of the sheriff's department come over.
Yes.
And they're there. They're there to get Lena. They're going to take her down to the police station.
Yes.
They also try to talk to you.
Yes.
And you tell them that you will not talk about Gannon.
Yes.
And you said you won't talk about Gannon because of all the stories on Facebook.
Yes.
And because they already have all the information they need.
Yes.
When you say you wouldn't talk to them because of all the stories on Facebook, what do you mean?
There were just people and their speculation, and it was to my knowledge that my parents had already given them everything that they needed. So I didn't know why I played a role in it.
Okay. And you actually refused to talk to both. We refused to actually talk to about 3 different sheriff's deputies. You refused to talk to Deputy Arndt or Detective Arndt. You refused to talk to Detective Perry, and you refused to talk to Detective Williams. Is that correct?
I don't know their names.
Okay, but you remember refusing to talk to 3 different ones?
I remember refusing to talking to some.
Okay. You said that going on to the next day, when you picked your mom up from the hospital, that she was talking weird. What did you mean by that?
What do you mean?
You said that you picked her up from the hospital and stuff was just coming out of her mouth. What do you mean?
Just saying stuff from what happened at the hospital, just saying like events that took place.
And maybe I misunderstood. I gathered that you found the way that she was talking when you picked her up from the hospital odd. Is that incorrect?
Odd as in like it was just like a bunch of like ramble at once. It was just going on and on.
Like vomiting up words?
Yes.
Okay. You know what tangential thoughts are?
What does a tangent thoughts?
Tangential, where a person jumps between subject matter to subject matter to subject matter with not necessarily a logical connection. Was that how she was speaking?
No, because it just all related to Gannon being missing and people accusing her, and so they all correlated in some way.
Okay. but you found the manner in which he was presenting you that information was different than normal.
Yes.
When you leave, then in that van, when did she first say that you guys were going to Florida?
Different places were, said. I don't think we decided on Florida until after we got to Texas.
Okay. And you guys going to Texas because she thought that might be a good place to live? Is that what she
Yes.
told you? Did you say where in Texas may be a good place to live?
I think it was Dallas or Houston.
Okay. And you drove that first day all the way from Colorado Springs to Amarillo?
Yes.
That's about 10.5 hours?
Yes.
Okay. You got into Amarillo. And then the next day you went from Amarillo to Decatur, Texas, correct?
Yes.
That's only a 4.5 hour long drive, isn't it?
I don't know.
You know what you did the rest of that day?
No.
You talked about your mom making reservations at these different hotels.
Yes.
She was actually making those reservations with an app, wasn't she?
I remember some of her reservations were through a call. I remember them calling, but she needed to get her IHG number.
She didn't have an app on her phone for that?
I don't remember if the phone that she had was a smartphone.
Okay. And then you got up. And then when was it decided? So was it decided in Amarillo or in Decatur that Texas wasn't for you two?
I don't know because I don't know where they're like in proximity to Houston and like Texas. Like Houston and like Dallas.
Well, Decatur would be just outside of Dallas.
Okay.
I mean, was it between Amarillo and Decatur that you guys were talking in the car and said, not Texas? Or was it that morning when you woke up in Decatur, said, let's head out to Florida? When was the decision made to go from Texas to Pensacola?
I don't know which state it was in, but or which city it was in. I just remember us being in Texas and decided that.
Can you remember, was it for the first hotel or the second hotel?
I don't know.
Okay. And then when you were driving from Decatur to Pensacola, did you guys drive around along the coast?
I know that Destin is on the coast, so.
Okay. And you drove through Louisiana?
If that's on the route to Florida.
Do you remember driving through long stretches of the country that were marshy and swampy with nothing else around?
I remember driving through like the middle of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, middle of nowhere, lots of marshes, lots of just nothing around.
Yes.
Remember that?
Nothing around, trees.
And so you get to Pensacola and you check into the hotel. And that night you guys actually slept in the same bed.
Yes.
Okay. And while you're sleeping in the same bed with your mother, you don't recall her ever leaving.
No.
And you're saying at no point in time, and so you guys are, let me back this up. You guys are in the van for that first day when you go from Colorado Springs to Amarillo. How long were you in the van for?
That day.
Okay, so all day though.
Yeah.
Traveling 10, 11 hours.
I don't remember how long it was. I just remember being in there for a long time.
Okay, and you're telling this jury at no point did you smell anything suspicious?
No, I did not.
That next day from Amarillo to Decatur, still you don't smell anything suspicious?
No.
And from Decatur, and that was 10, 11 hour drive from Decatur to Pensacola, correct?
For how long it was.
But you're in the van pretty much also?
Yeah.
Just you and your mom?
Yes.
The dogs?
Yes.
And you don't smell anything suspicious?
No.
And there's that gate there, but you can still look back in that gate and see stuff back behind you.
Yeah, I mean, there's no lights or anything, so.
I know, but sometimes you're driving during the day.
Right, but you can't really see through it. It's just, there's no lights back there. It's not really shining through.
But you never look back, and you're saying you couldn't see anything when you look back in that van?
Didn't really have a reason to look back there.
You didn't look back the whole time, all 3 days? You never looked back in that van?
No.
No? Okay. And you went from Pensacola to Orlando?
Yes.
And you were supposed to be in Orlando for 5 days, but you only stayed 2?
Yes, I remember we were supposed to be there for a while and we didn't stay that long.
Okay. And then decided that you wanted to go back to South Carolina?
Yes.
That to be around family?
Yes, I remember my mom saying that we don't have money to keep staying in hotels. Our family was telling us just to go to Myrtle Beach, so that's where we went.
And throughout this whole trip, this whole journey, I mean, it's part of the reason why you think you and your mom are going there is because you guys have been receiving some threats on Facebook and social media.
Yes.
And so there appear to be some safety concerns why it might be best for you and your mom to leave at that point in time.
Yes.
And at this point in time, because knowing your mom your whole life, growing up with her, you couldn't believe that she would do anything to hurt Gannon during this whole trip.
No.
Then how long were you then in South Carolina before the FBI came to arrest your mom?
It was sometime between like February and March, like those weeks.
And you're saying the FBI told you that Gannon had been found down in Florida when they arrested your mom?
No, that was when I don't think they found his body until after she was arrested.
Okay. And how'd you find that out?
That's when the FBI came to my house multiple times.
Okay. And at some point, Dee Dee and Amy Bolton hire you an attorney?
Yes.
That's Julian Rosiel.
Yes.
And so obviously from that point forward until you come in with Mr. Rosiel to talk to Mr. Young and Agent Cohen, you had not spoke to law enforcement.
Not after, and like they came when they found Gannon's body and talked to me at Miss Dee Dee's house.
Okay. Well, I mean, you hadn't talked about the events September 26th, 27th, and 28th. You hadn't talked to law enforcement about or to anybody about that ever until you sat down with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen.
When I came out here?
Yep.
No. I met with you guys before I met with him.
Yeah, but we didn't discuss those events. We discussed your mom growing up.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So you hadn't talked with anybody about those because you remember that your attorney had put some conditions on us talking to you.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And there were things that your attorney was allowing us to ask you and other things that he was not allowing us to ask you.
Yes.
Okay. And so the first time you had really discussed your actions, your mom's actions over the 26th, 27th, and 28th was with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen almost 3 years later.
Yes, I remember with my attorney though, previously I had to write like a personal statement that he wrote for me to send to them.
So your attorney wrote up what to say to them?
No, like a personal statement.
Okay. And you talked to your attorney before coming out here.
Yes.
And basically what was explained to you is they're not sure if they're going to charge you or not.
Yes.
And they want to get your version of what you say happened.
Yes.
And then based upon that, they were going to make a determination whether or not they were going to charge you with accessory to first degree murder.
Yes.
And at that point in time, you'd already seen the probable cause affidavit.
Yes.
And so, and this, you followed this case in the media.
Yeah, at some point in time I had to stop looking with media said.
And you remember at the beginning of that interview that you did with Mr. Young, him telling you something to the effect of, I want to take some pressure off you. This isn't all on you. Your mother's pled not guilty by reason of insanity. So that's pretty much like an admission that you did it.
I don't remember what they exactly said when I went in there. I know that I had questions what it meant, but I had previously talked to Julian what it meant as well.
Okay. And when you found that out that your mom had pled not guilty by reason of insanity, that angered you?
Yes.
Because you felt like you'd been deceived by her this entire time.
Yes.
And you had to put up with a lot of scorn.
A lot of what?
A lot of scorn on social media.
Yes.
Anger and backlash.
Yep.
And so the decision on whether or not to charge you was going to be based upon what you, or at least not all of it, but to a degree, on what you told Mr. Young and Agent Cohen.
Can you rephrase what you said?
You knew when you were going in to do that interview with them that whether or not you got charged was going to be based in part upon what you told them.
Yes.
You will, at times, manipulate the truth for your benefit.
No.
And, well, so when you were living in so between when your mom got arrested and now, you've been living with some different people.
Yes, I lived with one different person.
Okay, you live with Dee Dee?
Yes.
Okay. You were also getting financial support from Aunt Brenda?
Yes.
And Brenda had bought you a car?
Yes.
And then she took that car away from you guys because you guys had a disagreement.
Yes.
And it was difficult for you to get back and forth to nursing school.
Yes.
And so in January of 2023, you set up a GoFundMe page.
Yes.
And on that GoFundMe page, you say, hi, my name is Harley. For those of you who don't know my story, I lost both my parents a few years ago when I was 17 years old. That statement seems to imply that both your parents died when you were 17.
I don't think it does, no.
Okay. Well, your dad died a long time before that.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't lose your mom. Your mom was just in prison in jail in Colorado.
I lost her.
Okay. But you don't think that that's at all misleading to get people to give you money?
Nope, it was for my friends and family so they could have like a source to send it to me.
You were likely to get more money from people if they thought your mom was dead as opposed to if your mom was dead.
No.
You also put in there that you've been having to provide for yourself a place to stay, transportation, and the college and the necessities of everyday livelihood.
Yes.
But you said that your aunt, up until just before that, had provided you a car.
She would, at the beginning of all this, cared and would help me with things, and then she would manipulate me and take everything away from me if I didn't do what she told me to do.
Okay. But you indicate on your GoFundMe that nobody's helped you and that you're just out there all alone.
No, I did not.
During this time, not only was I struggling coping with this, but also struggling with navigating my way through life and getting myself back on my feet. I had to provide myself a place to stay, transportation, college, and everyday's necessities. I never asked for help during this time and always tried to figure out everything on my own. It was a struggle filled with both highs and lows, but God has always provided a way.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't think that's what it actually was?
I don't think that's what?
You don't think that was a manipulation of the truth?
No, it's not.
How much money did you raise from that?
Like $800 or something.
No further questions. Redirect.
Yeah,
Mr. Young.
thanks.
And Mr. Young, would you move the microphone a little bit closer to the middle? Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Hunt, I want to start with where Mr. Tony ended on this GoFundMe page.
Okay.
Tell the jury why you did this GoFundMe page.
When this all happened to me, I was left with literally nothing. You would think that if my mom knew that she would do this, she would do something to, like, you know, prepare her daughter or set her daughter up to not have parents or financial help. I had people in the beginning, they were very nice and they volunteered. I never asked people for anything, like I had said in my GoFundMe paragraph.
And
It's like I was like thrown out into the world with nothing.
there's some Kleenexes to your left there, Ms. Hunt, if you'd like to use those. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Let me ask you this. You indicated on cross-examination that it was August of 2022 that your Aunt Brenda cut you off?
I think it was September or August, yeah, somewhere around then.
So was it after you came to Colorado to give this statement or a proffer and told us what you told this jury today?
Yeah, it was after.
Did she find out about it? Is that why she cut you off?
Foundation.
I can rephrase.
You can rephrase, right?
Do you know why she cut you off?
There was just multiple like reasonings that didn't really make sense. She just didn't agree with, you know, like with the insurance of the car and things like that.
Needless to say, it was after you gave your statement is when she took your car back and stopped providing you with funds.
Yes.
And you're in college, you're in nursing school, right?
Yes.
Were you working at the time?
Yes.
Now, when you made the post about losing both parents, what did you mean?
I lost both my parents. It was like one day you wake up and your whole life changed. I lost my stepdad and I lost my mom and my brother. I lost everybody.
Were you trying to imply that your mom had died?
No.
Were you just stating the fact that she was arrested and you hadn't seen her since she's been arrested?
Yes.
Counsel asked you several questions about not smelling anything in the van. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did your mom do anything to prevent you from smelling anything in the van as you were driving?
Yes. She always kept the air on. I remember a time when I was cold and I tried to turn it off and she was like, no, it's hot in here. And we also like kept giving the dog like little like CBD treats to keep them calm.
And you're driving in end of January, early February through Texas. Was it cold in Texas?
I don't remember. It wasn't like hot and sunny though.
Mr. Tellini asked you on cross-examination that you would have never dreamed that your mom would have done something bad to Gannon. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
What do you think about that now as you sit in this courtroom?
I'm still in shock. I defended her for years and I just feel like manipulated and lied to.
And when we started out your testimony this morning, you talked about learning about how your father actually died. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about? The manipulation that's been going on for years is finally coming to your realization?
Yes.
And do you remember when you were talking to us back in August, the questions I was asking you about why we were considering filing charges on you?
Yes.
Do you remember me asking you, what would you explain to a jury about driving across country with a body in a suitcase in the back of that van? What would you tell the jury? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Tell this jury whether or not you knew that Gannon's body was back in the van and why.
This thought just never came across my mind. I just never thought my mom would do that. I didn't see her to be the person to do that. So I never even like questioned it. Like it just never came up.
And what would happen if you did question it?
She would just say like, don't question me. Like saying it was back talking her.
Mr. Tremini was asking you questions about any relationships between the time your father and her separated and divorced by the time that she married Albert Stauch. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Did your mom date anybody or go out with anyone in between that time period?
Yes.
Do you remember who she went out with and for how long?
There was Travis.
Do you know Travis's last name?
Oh,
Do you know where you were living when she dated Travis?
Myrtle Beach.
And how long did they date?
It felt like a while, year or two.
Mr. Tony asked you about hospitalization at some point. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
You initially said that you thought that your mom was in the hospital because she had cancer. You remember
Yes.
cancer?
Yes.
Who told you that your mom had cancer?
I remember her saying she had ovarian cancer when we lived in Charleston.
Who said that?
My mom.
And was she telling you that because why? Why did she tell you that?
I don't know.
Were you asking what the heck you're doing in the hospital?
Yeah.
And her answer was, I have ovarian cancer.
Yeah, I remember.
You ever bring up ovarian cancer again with
No.
Mr. Cellini asked you questions about suicide and your mom talking about suicide. You recall those questions?
Yes.
He asked you on 2 different events, right?
Yes.
You remember one of those events being in Alaska?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. How did that come up? What was said? What was the circumstances surrounding what was said?
Yeah, so I remember I was in my room, and she was like, "Come eat. That's your last dinner with me." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And then she was like, "It's already too late. Like I took them." And then I was just like, "What?" And I remember crying, and I was like, "What do you mean?" And then we went and had dinner, and then it was never talked about again.
And was this at a time when she was telling you that she didn't want to be in Alaska? She had nothing to do with Alaska, wanted to move from Alaska.
Yes.
What do you think about what she said to you now?
What do you mean?
Was that a form of manipulation, as you indicated earlier?
Yes.
Had you ever seen her try to hurt herself?
No.
And the other time she talked about suicide, was this related to the hospitalization that she said she was in for ovarian cancer?
Yes.
Did you consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Yes.
Mr. Tellini asked you questions about the cell phone and the cell phone text messages that are entered in People's Exhibit 205. Do you remember reading those? And it says, for her phone, it says maybe Nicole.
Yes.
For yours, it says daughter. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know why that says maybe Nicole?
No, I do not.
Do you know whether or not your mom actually programmed her name into the phone?
No, I do not.
Are you familiar with iPhones and what comes up if you don't program it with your name in there and things?
Do you mean like when you have to set the iPhone up?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So what happens if you never set the iPhone up with your name in there?
You can't use it.
Well, would your name come up?
Yes.
Or would it be something maybe? Would it be maybe somebody?
Sustained. Okay, I'm not sure that this is the right witness for that.
Do you know why that her phone said maybe Nicole in the text messages?
No.
Sustained.
You talked about your mom quitting jobs on several occasions, especially the teaching jobs. Do you remember that testimony on cross?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she was quitting these teaching jobs?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I was told that she wanted to work, and then when she would work, Albert would be mad at her that she wasn't watching the kids, and then when she would watch the kids and not be working, he would be mad at her for not working.
Did she ever mention to you that she was being sexually harassed at school and she didn't want to work there anymore, things like that?
I heard that when I was younger.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't know. I was in like middle or elementary school.
Did you hear it from your mom?
I remember.
Is that a common theme with your mom when she doesn't want to be somewhere? Something happens that is causing her to quit her job and move somewhere else.
Happened in Alaska.
Mr. Trini asked you about January 26, 2020 in the morning and whether or not anyone went to church. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Did you not, in fact, go to work in the afternoon around 2 o'clock in the afternoon that day?
Sorry, I'm like forgetting times. There's been so many times. Yes.
Let me ask you this. Would your mom drive a vehicle to church?
Yes.
And would it be either Albert's truck or her Tiguan that she drove to church?
Yes.
Would that be on one of the ring videos in the neighborhood? If they actually went to church that day, you'd see the vehicles leaving and going to church.
Yes.
Do you remember changing your clothes on January 27th, 2020 when you got off of work and then went to the Dollar Tree with Lena?
No, I don't remember.
If you went down to the basement and would you go into Gannon's room for any reason?
No.
Go into the storage room for any reason?
No.
Went to the basement, would you just go to your room, change, and then go back up?
Correct. Yes.
Did you ever go into Gannon's room on January 27th, 2020?
No.
Did you ever go into the storage room on that day?
No.
Mr. Tellini was asking you questions about the Taco Bell and after the hospital. Remember, he was asking about the voice that your mother was telling you these things about rambling and words to that effect. You remember that?
Yes.
Was she telling you why she left the hospital?
Yeah, she was. I remember something being mentioned about the hospital workers and like the story of what happened.
Was she explaining that she was being treated unfairly and she actually ran away from the hospital?
Yeah, I remember her saying she was treated unfairly.
Is that why you had to go pick her up at a Taco Bell instead of the hospital?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
Which part?
Why you had to pick her up at the Taco Bell?
I don't remember.
Your mom is quite the talker. When she starts talking, she goes nonstop, right?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Was that unusual to you? Have you seen her on numerous occasions He's basically talking about stuff.
Yes.
Did you ever, whether it's January 27th or January 28th or January 29th, clean up any blood at 6627 Mandan Drive?
No, I did not.
If you had, would you have been telling this jury that?
Yes.
Did you ever see any blood on Gannon's wall in his bedroom?
No, I did not.
Did you see any blood in the storage room on the floor?
No, I did not.
Did you see any blood in the basement area at all?
No, I did not.
Could you smell any cleaning down in the basement?
Our house always smelled clean.
Why is that?
My mom was like a neat freak, so she always wanted everything clean.
If you would have known Gannon's body was in the back of that van when you were talking to Agent Cohen back here, would you have told him that?
Yes.
You would have known that he was in that van when the FBI came out to South Carolina to talk to you about Gannon's body being found on March 17th, 2020. Would you have told him that?
Yes.
Do you know now that Gannon's body was in that van as you drove across the country?
Yes.
Was your mom pretty athletic?
Yes.
Was she capable of lifting heavy objects?
Yes.
Overruled.
Do you know how much Gannon weighed?
He was little, so he didn't weigh a lot.
Was your mom capable of carrying his body in a suitcase, picking it up and throwing over a bridge rail in Pensacola, Florida?
Yes.
Is that easy for you to say?
No.
You still love your mother? I'll strike that, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for me? Looks like we have a couple. Mr. Young, if you would retrieve those in counsel approach, please. You see a large green suitcase loaded into the second van.
No.
The night when your mom asked, sorry, Jess, the night when your mom asked you to go down with her to say goodnight to Gannon, do you have a specific recollection of seeing any part of his body, like his hands, face, or any part of his actual skin?
I remember seeing his head.
The morning of the first day in Pensacola, Florida, when you left the hotel, do you recall if the van was in a different parking spot than where you had parked it when you checked in?
I don't remember.
So let me rephrase that a little bit. So when you got there, the van's parked and you check in. You come out the next morning. Is it in the same spot or in a different spot?
I don't remember where we parked. I just know we would always park towards the back of the hotel.
During your time living in Colorado Springs home with the other kids, Gannon and Lena, did it appear to you that Gannon was treated more strict or more unfair than anyone else by the defendant, your mom?
No.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
Are we requested to publish People's Exhibit 48 that's already in the evidence? Ms. Hunt, if you can look at the TV screen, this is People's Exhibit 48. Do you recognize the suitcase that we see in that exhibit?
Yes.
How do you recognize that suitcase?
I remember it from moving from Alaska or anytime we would move.
Had you ever seen that during the time periods that we've been talking about? January 27th, January 28th, January 29th, all the way up to February 4th?
No.
Those are my questions.
Defense? All right. Thank you, Ms. Hunt. You may step down. Watch your step. It's okay. Go ahead. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to end a little bit early today. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be able to start on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone.
That last question where he asks if she loves her mom is so rough. You have to bail, you have a meeting. Oh no, logical one. Do I need to put you on the meeting list? That's where everybody else is on the meeting list. Let them know. So I'm going to show you guys these couple things from outside of the courthouse. Ashley Portillo posted, and they are, just different things, like I said, outside of the courthouse. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Heather.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heather. Appreciate it.
So those were posted by her. It just says, support for Gannon Stauch and his family is pouring in from all across the country. Heather Poole traveled from Rhode Island to show her support and post these signs just outside of the El Paso County Courthouse. The other thing that she posted was she has the questions from Dr. Lewis the other day. She actually got the transcript from those, so I can read through so that you guys can see the full, complete answers. I know the towel. I know. We went to eat lunch with a friend and was hoping we would have a guilty verdict. I know, not yet. Not yet. Showered and ready for the jury. Hopefully they will bring lunch in so they can deliberate while eating. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they're not actually taking a break. I think we were all talking about that earlier because that would be the time frame that they normally would send us on break. So I know. It's sad, right? Let's see what else. It says the jurors in the murder trial for Letecia Stauch has asked for a list of exhibits examined as evidence in the trial, to which the counsel said they would be able to get. The jurors also asked for a preliminary report and final report from Dr. Dorothy Lewis, which the counsel said jurors will not be able to get. The counsel said they will not be able to give that report because expert reports are not introduced as evidence. So then these are the jury questions that they had through Dr. Lewis's testimony. She uploaded these if you guys want to hear those. Let's see. It says afternoon session Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023. The witness, Your Honor, may I move there to answer your questions? The court says, sure, absolutely. Dr. Lewis, earlier in your testimony, you recalled that the defendant was giving Gannon enemas. What, if any, significance does that have in the relationship between the defendant and Gannon? And how does that relate to her own experience growing up? So then Dr. Lewis responded with, assuming, Your Honor, that this is true because these are dated, gleaning from my interviews with her, it's first of all sodomy of different sorts, and enemas, repeated enemas, unnecessary and unpleasant and humiliating, are very, very common. And to see too the kinds of early ongoing sexual abuse that are experienced by individuals who have eventually developed dissociative identity disorders. Let me put my glasses on. Sorry. I'm like struggling to read, and I'm like, wait a second, I guess I could just put those on. That would help. They're sitting right there. Okay. Oops. Very often it is thought they begin because at this time, this is happening to the child. That this is so unpleasant, so painful, and so humiliating that it is, though it is not happening to me. In a way, the child spaces out, and it is, again, as if it's not occurring. So that is common. And if indeed it happened to Letecia, it is extremely common for a patient who has been abused in a particular way to repeat that kind of behavior as an adult in a way which that person treats other individuals, often small children. So that was the whole first question and her whole first answer. Obviously, like, she has like a way of speaking, so I apologize if I stumble reading because sometimes it doesn't look like it makes sense. So the second question was, all right, you said that a number of diagnosed DID cases increased after you opened the DID clinic at Bellevue. The number of diagnosed decreases at Bellevue also drop when the clinic was closed. So you said that the number of diagnosed DID cases increased after you opened the DID clinic. The number of diagnosed DID cases also dropped when the clinic was closed. Interesting. So they wanted to know, is the DID increase basically just because of her? She says, Your Honor, I don't know that it's been studied. I'd put my answer on being yes. Court says, okay. The next question is, if yes, why would the number of cases of this specific mental illness be dependent on the existence of a clinic? Okay, so the next question is, if yes, why would the number of cases of this specific mental illness be dependent on the existence of a clinic? And she says, Your Honor, it's not that the diagnosis is dependent, but the phenomenon changes in frequency. It's that the recognition of the phenomenon diminishes. So without her personal expertise being there to find it, of course, nobody else can find it. It's extremely common for me to receive telephone calls from different parts of the country attempting to find physicians and psychiatrists who are familiar with this phenomenon and who not only know how to diagnose it, but know how to treat it. It is, well, again, it's a disorder that we are all learning about. And there is not that many clinicians in the country who are competent to make the diagnosis and to treat it appropriately. The judge says, all right. And she says, so that would explain why I assume the number of diagnoses would have diminished with the loss of the clinic. He then asks, what's your specific training on how to determine if a patient is feigning or malingering? The witness said, from having read about it and studied it at fair length, it's my understanding that there is no good definition, distinction, or recognition of malingering as opposed to other kinds of disturbances. And that it is commonly used in courts. You will find that a diagnosis is made far more frequently in forensic cases than in other cases. However, to date, it is not a well-defined phenomenon, and it is not, at least you have to be a bit skeptical when a person is certain that a patient or someone is malingering, particularly if there is a penalty involved with whatever the issue is. And then it's common for the person to be accused of malingering, but it's not well defined, and there are no really firm, excellent tests for this. So the judge started to say this, and then she interrupted and said, it's not a well-defined phenomenon. Okay, then the judge says, this next question you may have answered, but I'm going to ask it. Did you do anything or perform any test with the defendant to determine feigning or malingering was present? And she just said yes. The judge then said, you also said dissociative individuals are very suggestible. Why then did you feel free to talk about the defendant's interview's behavior and what that behavior might indicate with the defendant listening in? She said, because first of all, you do need to open a door to permit data to come forward. For example, they're used to be thinking that, you must not ask if the patient, whether he or she is suicidal, because you are giving them those ideas. This is now recognized as foolishness, because if you don't ask, you don't find out. So that is of an art in it part. And a kind of clinical experience to be able to inquire about symptoms, signs, what you have without suggesting them. However, what we try to do is never just go by what someone says. In order for us to feel sure that we are dealing with dissociative phenomenon, we must have data and the antidates that any contact that we have had with the patient. So we must have data that antidates like beforehand. So no matter what we may have said or done or suggested, whatever data we rely on to make the diagnosis proceeds over having set any eyes on this person. And that's why we look at things like styles of drawings. Check on you guys. Yeah, her behavior was off the rails, right? Oh no, Dakota. You have to head out. I hope you have a good appointment. Yeah, what if Gannon never needed enemas and it was all by means of ongoing torture created by Letecia? That's a terrifying thought, C-Dub. It's a terrifying thought. Hi, Alice. In your opinion, she was completely disrespectful to the court being late 2 days in a row. I agree. So after I read through these, I'm gonna play the brother, and then I was thinking the same thing, that we need to rewatch the timeline again. Okay, so the court says, all right. She says penmanship. He says if, and then she interrupts again and says behaviors. Early behaviors noted by other people. These may be documented from contact with the individual. Then he stops and he says, if the MRI and EEG were not completed, how do you render a final decision without this information? What made your decision final? She says, Your Honor, if you would clarify which decision. He says, I'm reading the question as I have received it. She says, okay. Because I think diagnostically, the decision of my mind is still pending. I would like to know the answers to those examinations. I would like to consult my neurological colleagues. I would like to have many of these and probably more sophisticated kind of neurological testing performed. So at this point, is an open question because there are other neurological phenomenon that can look very, very much like this. In addition, though, I think the existence of psychosis is very well established and that the jury saw this. He says, all right. And she says, you are not going to see a better example of psychosis than what you saw here. So I think that Letecia suffers from a psychotic disorder. There could be little question whether or not DID is the explanation for some of her apparent personality changes and some of her other symptoms. And certainly the violent, repetitive kind that you saw in the act, she performed. That can be explained also by neurological disorders. And I think that the diagnosis is open to this today. However, psychosis, which we see in so many different diseases, there is no question that she is and was psychotic, and you saw. And then the judge asked, did you have any additional evidence that corroborated your decision through time, such as through relatives, friends, etc.? She says, because I was not permitted and able to interview these people myself, I prefer to do that, and to do that at length. Again, I know I have to have at least some question of the responses that I got. However, there were individuals reported to and other people's change in behaviors, differences in attitudes, differences in behaviors that seemed reasonable. But if I haven't seen it myself and it's not been well documented, and it can be. For example, I've seen a case in which an individual lived a life as a Rastafarian, and people do not know about it. However, you really could document it by a separate family, a separate set of experiences that I think would have been good enough data so that even if I had not recognized it or interviewed myself, the data were good. But in this case, we have had to rely on what other people have said. And I think it's very interesting that was the finding that she had called herself Maria at a very young age, and that the name and the character seemed to be a core aspect of the way in which she behaved, so that was one of the more convincing discoveries. But again, I would have preferred to have better data. Yeah. So, and then she signs and that the testimony is true. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this, especially this last one, where she's talking about the different types of animals and the different types of tests and things like that and how they deal with it. The Ristafair. I don't know. I'm gonna Google it. What is a Rastafarian? Relating to the religious movement of Jamaican origin, holding that Black people are chosen people, and that the emperor of Ethiopia was the Messiah, and that Black people will eventually return to their Africa. What did she say about that? That was a... You see, in such a case as an individual who lived life as a Rastafarian. Okay. Interesting. So she's comparing T to a case where somebody thought that they were the Black Messiah, essentially. Interesting. Bob Marley was one. Okay. They're the ones who wear dresses and smoke pot. That's funny. I think she straight up lied about food poisoning to be convenient after proving habitually late. Yeah. Something was going on there. Eddie Grant. Okay. Interesting. So, but those were the actual questions. And like, honestly, Zach did good summarizing them. The answers were a little bit longer, and maybe that's why they want her reports. They want to see, like, why is she saying psychosis if they were saying DID? And is it the same thing? Like, I don't know. Yes, every little thing is gonna be all right. Just keep waiting and hitting the refresh and hitting obsessively the refresh button to see if Twitter has updated yet. No such luck. Stuck with me still, you guys. This is when her brother comes on stand here. So I do want to watch this.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. We call Dakota Lowry to the stand.
All right, Mr. Lowry, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. A little farther forward.
Just go right in the middle of the court.
All right. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning. Morning. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Dakota Lowry, DAKOTALOWRY.
And where do you live, Dakota?
Wilmington, North Carolina.
Did you just fly in yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And what is your relationship with Letecia Stauch?
That's my sister.
Pretty tough for you being here right now?
Yes, sir.
Hang in there, all right?
Why, teacher?
Mr. Lowry, do you need a moment?
Take a break for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have you step back in that back of the jury room for a few minutes. All up for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Lowry, you gonna be okay? Need a few minutes?
Yeah, I just want to get it over.
Okay. Here's the way that the process works, is that, I understand that you want to get it done. I understand that. But, we have to have the jury in here, and you're gonna be subject to questioning by the prosecution and then by, your sister's attorneys. Do you understand all that?
My opinion as to why they are taking so long in this case, I think that there was just too much that they didn't get to actually watch the full things of. I mean, if somebody is saying, yes, I did this crime, but I was crazy. I'm not saying that I didn't do it. I'm saying that I was crazy. And your only job is to decide were they crazy or not. Because that's basically where we're at. Was she crazy or not? You almost would feel the due diligence to have to watch that 14-hour video, wouldn't you? I would feel like I would need to. I would feel like I would need to see every piece of that competency evaluation. They showed parts of the competency evaluation with Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. They showed parts of the competency with Dr. Lewis, but they didn't show those whole videos. They admitted them whole videos into evidence, but they didn't show the whole thing. And so there's a lot that this jury could potentially be wanting to look at and see to make sure that they do the right thing in this case. You know, it's a heavy decision, but I'm not upset at this point that they're taking a long time. This is a good thing. As much as we are anxious and we want to see and we want to know and we want the answer right now because that's what we want. This is all good. Don't see it as anything other than good because this is a case that the defense team tried to get a judge only trial the last day. This is a case where the defense team stood there and said, this jury isn't going to give us a chance. They're not going to deliberate. They're not going to do anything. They're just going to find her guilty right away. And that would have gave them grounds for an appeal. And so this is all good. Every hour that this takes, you know what, honey? Let it take all the time. You want to watch every single video? You want this to take until Wednesday or Thursday? Let it take all the time. Because here we are. And at the end of the day, we will have justice for Gannon. I fully believe that. You know, let them do what they feel like they need to do because all this is proof that they got a good, fair, impartial jury who is honestly trying to look at the evidence in the case rather than just sending her to prison off the bat with no bias and stuff, you know? So this is good. It is good. It sucks. It sucks for us. It sucks for his family that are sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting, but we don't want the appeals either. So that's my honest to goodness thoughts about it all, though.
Just do the best that you can. Just take a breath. Do you need some water or anything like that?
Yeah.
There's some water right there if you want some, or you can pour it into that cup there. So everybody's a little nervous when they're on a witness stand. Just take a deep breath.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens. It's an emotional case. I get that. But you just have to do the best that you can to get through the testimony, okay?
And with the court's permission, can I just ask some follow-up questions? Mr. Lowry, I know this is very difficult for you, okay? But I really want you to focus on me, and I know your wife's here as well. And I'm just gonna ask you some questions and we'll get through this, okay? But it's important that you gotta kind of keep your cool.
Okay.
All right, can you do that?
I'm gonna try my best. I can't make no promises, but I'll try my best.
And I appreciate that. I know it's difficult for you here, but we'll get through this, okay? And if you need a break, just let us know. If you feel something coming up where you want to have an outburst, do the best you can and let us know, and perhaps the court, we can take another break, okay? Is that fair?
Okay. All right. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in. We have the other camera. All rise for the jury, please. All right, thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Mr. Lowry, this is your first time being in the courtroom ever, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you're probably extremely nervous.
Yes, sir.
And we're gonna get through this, okay? I'm just gonna ask you some questions and we're gonna have a conversation. Is that all right with you?
Yes, sir.
Did you let the jury know about your other family members, other brothers and sisters, your parents, that kind of thing?
I got another sister. Her name's Julie. I got a sister named Amy. My mom, Deborah. I mean, that's pretty much.
And then
I got my nieces, all my nieces.
What's your niece's name? Do you remember?
Got Harley, Jazz, Kanae, Cash, Maya, Jada.
And is Deborah your mother?
That's my mom, yeah.
And for the most part, did your family grow up in North Carolina, where you're from, Lumberton, and
Yes, sir.
them still living out there?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that Letecia Stauch is your sister.
Yes, sir.
And do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
A green sweater.
And when was the last time you saw her?
When we came down here in 2020.
So January 2020?
Yes, sir.
And so I want to talk about that a little bit. When you said you came out here, who came out here?
Me, my mom, and my Aunt Brenda.
And what's Brenda's last name?
Ackward.
What's your mom's last name?
Locklear.
Why'd you come out here?
We come out here to help support Tisha because we felt like she was being wrongly accused for something that we believe she would never do.
And so I'm sorry, go ahead.
We also wanted to come out here and help look for him. We did.
Go ahead and take a deep breath, all right? You let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
So you wanted to come out and help. You refer to her as Tisha,
Mhm.
and you also wanted to look for Gannon.
Yes, sir.
So do you remember when you came out?
Uh, January 31st, I think. 30th. It was late January. It was about to be February because my mom's birthday was that weekend or something that next week.
And why particularly did you come out?
Because I knew my mom was going to come out here.
You wanted to support your mom?
Yes, sir.
Now, was it January 30th of 2020 when you all flew out here?
I believe so.
Where did you fly to? Do you remember?
Denver.
You got to Denver. What did you do?
Went looking for her and Harley.
Rent a car?
Yeah, we rented the car from the airport.
Did your aunt Brenda Awkward rent the car?
Yes, sir.
And did she pay for y'all to come out here?
Yes, sir.
And
Mr. Lowry, you're kind of soft-spoken at times. Could you put the microphone a little bit closer to you so the jurors can hear you a little better? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
so when you get to Denver, your aunt rents a car. What was the game plan? What were you gonna do?
Get Tisha and Harley at least two around us.
And did they know you all were coming out?
Yeah.
And so, do you recall renting a Nissan Altima?
I think so.
You drive down to Colorado Springs, I assume?
Yeah.
Who was driving? Do you remember? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Aunt Brenda.
And so what happens when you get to Colorado Springs? Where do you go?
Like a shopping center. Cause that's where we found them at.
Were you guys talking to him on your way down?
Yeah, when we was looking for them.
And so would this be a shopping center kind of on the north side of town next to a Marshall's department store?
Yeah, there was a Marshalls there.
And did they tell you why they were, or let me ask you this, did the defendant, Tisha, tell you why they were at the Marshall store?
She didn't tell us why. Not that I can remember.
Did she tell you whether or not she had an interaction with some police officers?
Yes, sir.
And you have to kind of wait till I finish asking the question
sorry.
because
Yeah.
she's typing everything down we say, okay? So what did she tell you happened prior to you getting there?
That the laws had thrown her down and detained her.
Say anything about Harley?
Yes, Harley. They said also Harley.
That upset you?
Yes, it did.
So where did you go after you went to this Marshall's parking lot area to pick them up?
We went and got a hotel.
And do you remember the name of the hotel?
No.
Does the extended suites sound familiar?
Yeah, extended suites.
So what happened when you got to the extended suites?
That was when they was discussing wanting to get their stuff back, like get their belongings.
And who was discussing that?
Tisha.
Once you picked up the defendant and her daughter Harley, who was kind of calling the shots as to what you were going to do and where you're going to go and things like that?
I don't really know.
Well,
I'm type like I said, I'm the type of person like just stand in the corner and wait until they just tell me what they want to do.
You're just there to help.
I'm just there.
So how many rooms did you end up getting at the extended suites?
I can't remember.
Did you spend the night there that night?
Yeah.
Do you remember who was in your room?
I know my mom was. I believe Aunt Brenda was with us. I can't remember if we had just one room or two rooms.
Okay. Well, was Harley and your sister, the defendant, in the room with you?
We was around each other most of the time, like all of us was together most of the time.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier that the defendant was talking about wanting to get her stuff back. What did you do the next morning to do that?
We rented a van.
And who rented the van?
Aunt Brenda.
So Brenda Awkward rents, what kind of van did she rent?
Like a cargo van, I guess you would say.
And so did all of you go to rent the van?
I don't know if all of us went or not. I believe we did.
So it's you, your mother, Deborah, Brenda Awkward, Harley, and the defendant, Tisha. Where do you go?
I know at one point she tried to go to the police station and get her pocketbook and stuff like that.
Tell the jury about that. Where exactly did she go? And you probably don't know Colorado Springs very well. So did she tell you she's going to the police department? And did you actually go to the police department?
Yeah, we went to the police department.
And did she go in to try to get her belongings back that was taken?
Yeah, she did.
You know whether or not she got those
No,
items?
I can't remember.
So where do you go from the police department?
I think that's when we went to their house to get their clothes and stuff.
So this would have been January 31st now, 2020?
I believe so.
The next morning?
That Friday.
So what happens when you get to her house?
We just start loading up the clothes and stuff that's coming out of the house.
Were there police officers there?
Yes, sir.
What were the police officers doing?
They was checking everything we brought out,
How were they checking it?
like looking in the bags and I guess just making sure everyone, that everyone's supposed to be there.
And how did you feel about being at the residence that morning?
Just aggravated.
And why were you aggravated?
Because I felt like we was getting looked at as criminals.
Is that because they were looking at your sister as a criminal?
No, they was looking at our whole family. It wasn't just her.
And so what kind of things did you guys get out of the house? Do you remember?
Suitcases and clothes, that's all I can remember.
Was it all the Harley's clothes and all of your sister's clothes?
Yes, sir.
What was the game plan? I mean, where were you going to move those clothes?
They got their dogs too.
What was the plan on where you were going to go with all the clothes and things? You know?
But I know when she got it, she was ready to leave. She was ready to leave.
And did she tell you where she was ready to leave to?
I thought it was South Carolina.
And is that where she moved out to Colorado from, is South Carolina?
I don't think that's where she moved out to Colorado from.
Well, did she live in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for a while?
Yes, sir.
Is that where she was planning on going back to?
That's what I thought.
Is that what she told you?
That's what I can remember.
So how long did it take to load up all her and Harley's things into this cargo van?
I can't remember, over an hour, I guess.
So what happens after you get the van loaded?
You leave and go back to the room, I believe.
Do you remember whether or not your sister had an interview with a news reporter?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she did.
Tell the jury about that. How'd that come about?
I don't know how that happened. I just know she just had an interview with him.
And did she tell you why? I mean, was anybody talking to her about doing this? Or
I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't.
whose idea was it to have an interview with a news reporter?
I don't know.
Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
So when you went to the house, I'm assuming you went in the cargo van. Did you also take the Nissan Altima that was?
Yeah, the Nissan was with us.
Who was driving which vehicle?
I think I was driving the van, and Aunt Brenda was on the Nissan.
And what vehicle was your sister, the defendant?
Say it again.
What vehicle was your sister and the defendant? Do you remember?
No. I don't remember.
You know, we'll go on to that. So she does an interview with a news reporter. What do you do after that?
I just know we left. I don't remember where we went.
Did you eventually go back to the
We went
hotel?
back, yeah.
Do you remember about what time of day it was?
No.
Go back to the hotel room, and what do you do when you get back to the hotel room?
I know we mentioned something about wanting to go look for him. Because me and my mama, we wanted to go help look for him.
Tell us about that conversation.
Well, we wanted to go. She said she would get up Albert, find out like when they're going to go out and look for him again or whatever. But we wanted to go, but at the same time, we kind of didn't because we didn't feel like we was getting treated right down here.
Is that because of what happened at the house earlier?
Yeah.
When you first got to Colorado, did you have conversations with your sister about, hey, we got to go out and look for Gannon. We got to go search for him?
We asked if they had any idea where he was at and stuff. I mean, that's about all we asked her.
And did you all ever go search for Gannon?
No, we didn't.
Did she ever say, hey, we got to go look for Gannon?
I mean, she told us that we could. That's all she told us. Like she said, we get up with Al and talk to him about it.
She never did. When you get back to the hotel room back on January 31st of 2020, did the defendant leave you all and go somewhere by herself?
Okay, so for those of you guys who didn't catch it, the verdict is in. We are just waiting now. Let me get this pulled back up so that you guys can see it. It's been 7 minutes now since they announced, so we are 23 minutes out from them reading it off. It'll be approximately 30 minutes, they said, from the time that it is posted. So 23 minutes, and we will know the verdict. So we will be waiting. WebEx cameras are still black. They still have not come up. I am so thankful that we are here. And oh gosh, guys, I am so glad that we are all here together. Yeah, somebody text everybody, all the people that were running off to go do something real quick. You know, get them, stop cutting your grass, stop doing all the things, guys. We are here. We are ready. Hopefully we'll get victim impact statements before sentencing. Yes. Waited 3 years for this moment. Exactly, Jen. Exactly. Guilty on all counts. I guarantee it. Man, I'm so glad. How long is it going to take? Long enough. As much time as they needed. And here we are. Here we are. It'll be just shy of 8 hours, right? Just shy of 8 hours. We were at 4 hours on Friday and 3 hours, 54 minutes, and 1 second today, whenever it was announced that the verdict is in. So they took just 6 minutes shy of 8 hours to decide. No hung jury. They weren't all fighting over who was going to be the point person, head guy in charge. We're now 21 minutes away. Yeah, everyone say a little prayer. 21 minutes away now. It's going to be the longest 20 minutes ever. You're back home with 20 minutes to spare. There you go. Good news, Jinx. You'll be able to go and get your milk soon enough. You knew the minute you left your house something would happen. Good thing for phones. I was sitting here. I'm honestly glad that it's happening right now. So give me time, like after the. Thank you so much, CDT. It'll give me time to before soccer and stuff. So this is exciting. It's a weird feeling over me. You didn't realize that you would be this nervous. I know. I think we're fine. This is a good sign. There's no way. Listen, okay. You might convince one person that she was insane. There ain't no way that all 12 of them are going to come out saying not guilty because she was insane. Keep that in mind. I guarantee you there would have been a hung jury the other way if it was 9 people saying, yeah, she's crazy. She's crazy. There would have been no way you're convincing all 12, though, that she was nuts. This is no verdict other than guilty, in my opinion. This is a guilty, guilty, guilty all day long. All day. And there's my husband phone call. Lise, thank you so much for the super chat, hon. Sorry, I wasn't ignoring you guys. I know I was muted. Thank you so much, Michelle After Dark, for gifting memberships. That's so awesome. You guys are great. Lee said, thank you, Sleuth Mom, for everything you do. Justice for Gannon. My husband picks the worst possible moments to call every single time. Every single time. Like, he's like, oh, I'm on my way home. Do you need anything? Like, no, I need you to not be on the phone with me right now. The verdict is in. That's what I need. So thank you so much, though, and welcome to our new members. Let's see, who did we get new members wise? Oh man, I don't even see. Will TP hear the verdict as well? Yes, she will, Jinx. I guarantee you she will be sitting in this courtroom. They'll bring her up from the holding cell and she will come sit and listen. I don't know if you guys were watching, but they were bouncing the cameras around and moving stuff. They moved that one camera from being on, like how it was on the TV the other day. They moved it so that it's back facing the room. So, hi Jennifer. Yeah, I want to see her face when they read the verdict as well, Darnell. Nice and big. Yes, pray for Al, Landon, family, and friends, also for their travel in. Of course, we got this news. It's going to be 30 minutes until they read the verdict. I guarantee you they are probably about a bajillion times more anxious than any one of us are. So as long as they can stay safe on their trip in, that's what I'm worried about. Thank you so much. We are Cody's voice. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and this time, yada yada, whatever, you will stand with respect for the judge, jury, and court of a public opinion and hear your verdict read out loud. Absolutely. Ain't hiding behind her freaking hair today. Hi, ATS News. No more of this. We are done. Guilty, guilty, guilty. The whole way around. I hope they talk after the verdict. My guess is that Mike Allen will likely walk out of this courtroom and do a press conference. That is my assumption. At one point, he had told us no more press conferences until they found a guilty, or that they were walking out after a trial. And so here we are. Yeah, 12 minutes and counting. Chopper, it basically was yesterday. It's been a quick couple weeks, you guys. I'm so glad so many of you guys are here, though, for this. Yes, guilty, guilty, guilty. I hope the jurors speak to us. I know, Liblock No More. I want to hear from them, too. I don't even care what channel. I hope that it's like a news channel and that somebody doesn't, like, get to use and abuse them. But I hope we get to hear, like, what were their thoughts. I'm curious, like, what were their thoughts on, like, Dr. Lewis? What were their thoughts on everything? Sorry, the kids are kind of playing with a ball in the hallway next to me, so I apologize if they're, like, super loud in you guys' ears. You turned it on your TV so you can see her act up. Once they figure out which cameras are where, I can always zoom on her. I kind of want to see everyone, though. I have a feeling we're going to have, like, some reactions from the courtroom, like cheers, I would imagine. Are they allowed to cheer once the guilty verdict is there? Are they allowed to jump up and cheer? Me too, Carrie Bishop. I could not do this without each and every one of you guys, for real. Laurel, I seen you made it back, right? I think I seen you texting earlier again. Yes, there you are. Your hands are sweating. Good. Good, good, good. Yes, if you cannot hear, refresh. My sound is back. I just am waiting. Yeah, take some good screenshots. They can't cheer in the courtroom. Oh, no, that stinks. That's going to be so hard. Well, we're going to cheer loud enough for all of them. How about that? Hi, Jen Joya. Probably no cheering in the courtroom. Yeah. I can imagine that they wouldn't. Yeah, they're going to have reactions. They usually ask for the gallery to remain calm. Thank you, Kim, for being here. Tammy Kibler, we are 9 minutes, I think, out from a jury. 9 minutes away from the verdict. The verdict is in. Yes, logical one. Yes, verdict is in. 9 minutes. Nobody here knows for sure if they can or can't. Nope. I have no idea. Oh, I know. They will cry. Happy tears, though. Happy tears for justice, finally. For the justice they got for their boy. No, we were 6 minutes short of 8 hours. So much blue. Yes, light it up, blue, you guys. Couple more minutes. That's it. We are here. Justice for Gannon. Justice for Gannon. Yeah, Ringo, it was 4 hours last week, and then it was 3 hours and 54 minutes today before they announced it. Oh, man. So awesome. You see, I'm trying to look around other places too to make sure we're not missing anything going on while we're waiting. All right, bye, Lily. What? Zach DePoint said that he is sitting in the jury to come, or sitting there in the courtroom now.
Okay. Yeah, I see your mom. Hi.
Just a few minutes. Just a few minutes now. Hello. Did you have a good day at work?
What time?
Sorry, guys. Let me see. Twitter is like lighting up blue as well. A little bit over 4 minutes left to go until the 30 minutes will be up. They had 7 men and 5 women made up the jury. That was the final number. Your heart is racing and your stomach is in knots. It's going to be okay. It's going to come out. They're going to be guilty, and we're going to all be stressed for nothing. Yes, you sent a message to everyone. So did I. Let my mother-in-law know, actually. She had messaged me a little bit ago that she was going out to cut her grass.
You gotta have your rain gear. Let's see what happens today. Where's the bag? Here. Look at that.
Oh, thank you, Cindy Shade. Everybody's going to light her up at sentencing. Yes, she will be like Brooks. Can I talk about them like that too when it's my turn, right?
You don't feel good this week. You stay this time? Oh.
The law and crime has it that they reached the verdict in 7 hours, 38 minutes, and 20 seconds. So I wonder if they didn't count the time frame before the judge asked the questions. Like if they didn't start right at 9 this morning. So, because their timer says 7 hours, what did I say? 7 hours, 38 minutes, and 20 seconds is how long it took them to reach a verdict. And for some reason, I imagine that their time is probably more accurate than ours. Yeah, courtroom's full. I was just reading that. Yep. Thank you, Judy Jones. What will we talk about tomorrow, Team Tina? I don't know. It depends on when they're going to do like the sentencing and the jury impact statements. I'm not sure. Yeah, or was that when they put their evidence in the deliberating room? It's hard to say. Sammy. That's funny. Oh, we are Cody's voice. That's so awesome. I just seen your other message too about Destiny being found safe. That's amazing. That's good, good, good. Few good news moments. Hi, Mia Moore, Michelle. You may sleep all day tomorrow. That's funny. None of that now. Work just in time. Welcome back, Chaotic. Here we go. It's 30 minutes. Yep. Any second now. Any second. Courtroom is starting to fill up. Very long line outside of the courtroom of people attempting to get in for the verdict. I really hope and pray that they made sure that the family was able to get in. I'm sure they did. But, you know, family and friends and stuff like that, I hope are first. It's my first time on channel. Heard you on panel. Oh, thank you, Brandy. Yeah, they were having fun. Welcome to the channel. Yep, Just Joe. I'm on his Twitter right now looking and just waiting. Courtroom is completely packed, not a single seat available, just waiting on the jury now. Which, of course, the judge will call it back into session before they even have the jury come in. Would be my assumption. So we're just waiting to hear our lovely Gregory Warner's voice pop up. Hear Mr. Steadman himself one last time. I allegedly innocent. I know this is nerve-wracking. I don't know what to talk about. Should have left the video playing till the last second. Yes, they love Blue's Clues. I'm surprised I picked that up. I wonder if Crisp isn't on. Oh no, Spudler, your battery is nearly empty. You should have enough for the verdict. I hope so. Oh my. Oh no. You had your own probate court fiasco going on today, so you're in and out. That's not good. Blue's Clues is very appropriate, I think, too. Jinx. I'm like shocked that they're not here yet. Okay, wait. District Attorney Mike Allen is addressing the community members in the courtroom. Hold on, here we go. Let me read you guys this. Okay. Letecia Stauch is wearing pink today. Currently, she is talking to her lawyers. So they're back in the courtroom. Ashley tweeted and said, District Attorney Michael Allen is addressing the community members who are in the courtroom. This family, this community, and this office very much has appreciated the support this community has given. He hasn't said anything else, though. The community really has done amazing coming together for this whole family this whole time for this case for Gannon.
Go outside and eat for a few minutes, okay?
Nothing. Sorry, I'm still trying to like read through Twitter and stuff. I know Amanda Page. I'm glad she's not in blue too. She's so fashion. You love Blue's Clues too. U90 watching. Wow, guys. Thank you so much all for being here. Love you guys. That's awesome. Yeah, I just seen almost 300 in here, Sleuth. Thank you so much, Jessica. Yeah, hold on a few more minutes, baby boy. Justice is finally here. Guilty. We are seconds away from the verdict, Miss O's husband. Seconds away. Let Miss O know if she isn't here. Any second now. Let me check Twitter again, see if Ashley has posted anything else. I so hope that, like, she doesn't pick now to clown. Ashley posted 42 seconds ago and said the full gallery. Wait, sorry. It's a full gallery in the courtroom for the murder trial for Letecia Stauch. Every row and seat is filled. Gannon's family is here. The lawyers are here. And now we are just waiting on the judge. That was 42 seconds ago. My guess is they probably were figuring 3:30, or I'm sorry, 1:30 their time. So I'm guessing it'll be in 1 minute, because I'm sure they wanted to give the family 40 minutes to get there, if that makes sense, instead of just 30 or a few minutes over 30 minutes, because they weren't sure if the family was going to make it and things like that. So I'm sure the judge was probably like, okay, it's 10 till, let's tell them 30 minutes and then we'll go on at 3:30 or 1:30 rather. Because he just seems to be that type of considerate guy this entire trial. And so I'm sure he didn't want, to have to wait for him or have anything be a time lapse. Yeah, it'll be 1:30 their time. Oh my gosh. 1 second. Sorry about that. This phone, man. You pocket modded Jinx. What did you do? I don't see it on my end, Seal. Did you fix it? Oh, no. No, Jinx looks fine. I think you're okay. Yes, at least they're waiting on the judge and not waiting on Dorothy, right?
The sail is what catches the wind and helps the boat. Well, sail.
Oh, no, chaotic.
Delightful. Ooh, so take a look at that boat. That's definitely a success.
Breaking news, guilty. Other people going outside and leaving like flowers and more posters where we saw that towel. Brian Sherrod just uploaded a video of people leaving stuff there for the family and for Gannon. Yeah.
Whoa, where's the plane?
So Ashley posted, the Stauch family has been waiting more than 3 years for an answer and for justice for their little boy. Soon the verdict will be read in the murder trial for #Letecia Stauch. Says Stauch pled not guilty by reason of insanity. The jurors had to answer the question, was she sane or insane when she murdered her 11-year-old stepson Gannon? Zach DuPoint said that it is nearly dead silent in here right now as we wait for this judge and jury. Gannon's family is present in the courtroom as they have been for almost the entirety of the proceedings over the past 5 weeks. I think the only time that his family wasn't in the courtroom was when they were showing those pictures, you guys, the autopsy photos. And even then, I heard that they were just like knelt down, like that they bent over. They didn't actually leave the room. Or Al didn't leave the room, but Landon did. But still, like, they've been there. This is them. They want justice for their baby. Oh, thank you so much, Tia Dash. Yeah, prayers for Gannon's family. I couldn't imagine being like in this courtroom right now. You refuse to pick up for 10 more minutes. Oh, thank you so much, Tragedy Pimps Exposed. I think I did see that, and I think I said a thank you. But thank you so much. No, thank you, Yvette, for being here. Yeah, talk of Gannon's last breath. T was describing like the gurgle in his voice and stuff. And she left the other day. The house huddle we are just waiting for the judge right now. Everyone else is in the courtroom. Zach DuPoint said that it is It is dead silent. No one is making a peep. Everyone's just sitting there waiting. It's now been 46 minutes since the tweet went out saying that they would read the verdict in 30. So, like I said, though, they were probably trying to allot a little bit of extra time for the family to get there. And so it makes sense that they would tell us a tiny bit beforehand. Family is there, though, now. So let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Lynn, me too. Nervous you've waited so long for this. I don't think we have anything to be nervous about, though, because I can't picture a world where you could convince 12 people that she was insane. And so the fact that this is done, the fact that the verdict is in, tells me she's guilty. Guilty on all counts, because ain't nobody gonna tell me that they said that she was not guilty on all counts. Not a chance. Surviving the storms. Yeah, the suspense is a lot. Here we are.
I don't have a camera button over here this time.
Which one?
They're not on yet.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. I've been advised that the jury has reached verdicts in this case. Before I bring the jury in, I want to remind everybody of a couple of things. First of all, if you have a phone out, put it away, unless you are in this front row. In addition, I know that this is an emotional case. I get that. I understand that, really, I do. But this jury has worked hard. So regardless of whether you agree with or don't agree with their verdict, you need to exercise appropriate decorum. So let's not have any emotional outbursts or anything like that. And I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in, now that I have you doing something else. Okay. But they all seem to be on. It doesn't matter to me. I see it. So long as it's broadcasting, I just wanted to make sure that was not the issue. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see that juror number 5, that would be you, has all the instructions and things like that. That's usually a tip-off to me that you might be the foreperson. Are you in fact the foreperson? And has the jury reached verdicts in this case? All right, if you would hand the instructions and the verdict forms to Mr. Sproul, please. Thank you. All right, the verdict forms do appear to be in proper order. I will have a question for you because there's some extra writing on here, but I think I understand what's going on. So with respect to count number 1, charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation, we, the jury, find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. With respect to count number 2, charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, we, the jury, find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. With respect to count number 3, charge of tampering with a deceased human body, we, the jury, find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. With respect to count number 4, charge of tampering with physical evidence, we, the jury, find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence. I wanted to ask the jury, or actually the foreperson, there is some extra writing on here with respect to question number 1. There's a cross through and some initials. And then on part B, there's also a cross through with initials. Was that signifying that you were not answering that and you intended to answer guilty as to that charge?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that what you intended with all of the other verdict forms?
Yes, sir.
All right. With that, does either side wish to have the jury poll the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what this means is that this is a process that is sometimes requested by the attorneys following a verdict to make sure that everybody has agreed on all parts of it. So I'll go down the row, starting in the back. Juror number 1, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 2, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 3, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 4, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 5, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 6, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 7, is this and are these your verdicts? Yes, sir. Juror number 8, is this and are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror number 9, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 10, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 11, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 12, is this and are these your verdicts? I want to thank all of you for your service. Jurors don't get a lot of training. However, you all were selected because you were willing to be open-minded and impartial, and were willing to make decisions based on the facts and the law. You, the jury, heard and saw the evidence. You paid attention all day, every day. Someone else may tell you they disagree with your verdict or some aspect of your service. They may want to express their opinion on the matter. However, we didn't ask them for any of their opinions. We asked you for your judgment. We asked you for your verdict based on the law and based on the evidence. Someone else may tell you they think they're better and smarter and more intuitive than all of you were. Ignore them. As a judge, rarely does a day go by that I don't make somebody in the courtroom mad. The fact that some people may disagree with your verdict or the law only means that those who disagree with you were not carefully selected to be fair and impartial They did not take an oath to follow the law and to judge all of the facts, and they see it differently from you because they didn't see it all from the perspective you did. And they did not discuss the facts with 11 others who were also fair and impartial and sworn to follow the law. You decided this case. This verdict is your verdict. And this is the verdict in the case. No poll, no approval or disapproval, and no press analysis changes that fact. This is the verdict in the case. The press or someone else at some point may wish to talk to you. We live in a world of exceptional voyeurism in reality TV, and this is about as real as it gets. They may try to dissect the evidence, your thought process, and your decision. It's a free country. Anyone can ask you anything about your verdict. You can answer if you choose. They can also, however, respect your privacy and allow you to contact them only if you want to talk to them. And if you don't want to, you don't have to talk to anyone about your verdict. If you do talk with someone, you can tell them as little or as much as you like. Someone may even ask you to give an affidavit regarding some aspect of your jury service. You're free to give an affidavit. You're free to decline to give an affidavit. That is a personal decision you are entitled to make. If anyone continues to talk to you after you have told them you do not want to speak about the matter or becomes critical of you or your jury service, please report that incident to me. Again, I want to thank you very much for your service. Without honest people of our community serving on jurors, we cannot secure the right to a jury trial in this country. And it's a very valuable and a very important right. I want to leave you with some language from a case that was decided by the United States Supreme Court in Louisiana versus Duncan. In that case, an individual was denied the right to a jury by trial, or a trial by jury, sorry. And that case went all the way up to the United States Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court sent it back to the state of Louisiana. And it said, you need to give this man what the Constitution requires, which is a trial by jury. And when it sent the case back to Louisiana, it said, we believe that trial by jury is fundamental to the American scheme of justice. Trial by jury is more than an instrument of justice and more than one wheel of the Constitution. It is the lamp that shows that freedom lives. Without your dedication and sacrifice, that lamp would not shine as brightly as it does. So I truly thank you for your service. You are now discharged with the thanks of the court. And for the last time, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. I don't know how you want to proceed on sentencing. I do need to talk to the jury for a few minutes because I need to tell them some things about security issues, counseling issues, and things like that. So I do need to talk with them for a few minutes. I also didn't know if the family, the prosecution, anybody wanted to have some time to process the verdicts. I also understand that everybody's been here for 5 weeks, so I get that part too. So I'm open to whatever you want to do with respect to sentencing, but I probably am going to need at least a half an hour with the jury.
I think that would be appropriate, Judge. the people are obviously ready to go to immediate sentencing. I believe defense is as well.
Okay.
And I can tell you that the family's been thinking about this day for over 3 years. They're ready to go to sentencing as well.
Okay. Then give me about 30 minutes and we will come back and proceed to sentencing at that point in time.
All right. That's so awesome that they're gonna do sentencing today too. So I'm just watching. I don't know if you guys saw, but Albert and Landon both hugged. He hugged Aunt V. She hugged the new wife. Like they're all hugging. They're all just so happy. So happy. Oh, so amazing. Aw, poor TP, all by herself. Don't worry, you still got Mr. Cook with you. Oh. I was like, man, are they gonna leave it on the whole time? That would have been cool. Yes, 30 minutes until sentencing. Wow. Bye. In sync. Oh, this is so awesome. Hey, if anybody wants to come up and celebrate for a minute, come on up and join me. Let me get my headphones on. Wow. Wow. Such good news. Okay, now you'll be back in a few. Yes. I can't believe they're doing sentencing and everything today. I need to go out and let my husband know. I am like I'm amazed right now. Yeah, I know. I've seen that too, Wild Horses. She is so dumb. Yeah, you think she's numb? Maybe. Maybe. Hi, Vicky G.
Hi.
What do you think about all this?
I thought I was going to be sick. My heart felt like it was going to pound out of my chest. This is amazing. I'm so glad that we had this jury.
Me too. Yeah, they did an amazing job. They did
Yeah.
an amazing job. Let me he's out there weed eating like right next to my window. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's really loud. I need to go tell them though to get like I gotta get my daughter to get her shin guards and stuff like that on because the game starts at 4:30 or practice rather, not the game. So let me go communicate with him real quick. If you want to hold down the fort for 1 second and sing the alphabet or do whatever, I will be right back.
I got it. I honestly think she's holding back tears. She's trying to look tough, but I don't think she's as tough as she's trying to look. They are brutal, Sugar Bee. I agree. I am so glad they decided to do sentencing though right away. It's like, here's your payday for sticking through a whole court trial. That's a very good possibility. I wouldn't be surprised if she was medicated. Kind of sucks that she is, but like I said, bye-bye hair. You know, when she gets to a woman's prison, they don't shave their head like they do with the men, but they're going to definitely cut it short.
Oh yeah, she's gonna have a fancy new hairstyle. Hi, Seal. Sorry. Thank you so much for holding it down for a second.
Hey, I just wanted to say one thing, and
What's up?
I think she said hold on, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure what she said either.
Seal and I always laugh. We have so much to say when we're in chat and we get up here and we forget everything.
I do the same thing, so don't feel bad.
hang on, let me mute that thing. Okay. I was hearing all these other voices, and I forgot I had the YouTube open. No, I'm so proud of this jury for so many things, but one of the things I'm so proud of them is not buying Dr. Lewis's BS. I am so proud of that.
Yes.
Yes, there is hope. There is hope because people don't always buy things that just don't sound right.
Tammy, you can shut off your camera, hun. Were you worried?
Because I look horrible.
Me?
I work from home.
Hi, Tammy.
Not really. I wasn't really worried, but I was just afraid there was going to be that one or two, jurors who might think, well, maybe she's got a point. That's always in the back of your mind. And the longer it went on, the more nervous I got. So, but I'm thrilled. I'm just thrilled. So proud of that jury.
If you hear snoring, I promise it's not me. It's my dog.
I heard it.
She snores like a full-grown man.
No, Mama Bear
Yep.
missed it. She just asked if anything yet. I had to leave for a bit, but I'm back. Mama Bear guilty on all counts. All counts guilty, and they are going straight to sentencing and victim impact statements. And they are, yeah, we're
Did
done.
anyone
This
look
is
at
it.
her face close up?
I did. I zoomed in the whole time.
She looks
They
a
must
bit
have,
dragged.
they must have her on something.
Agreed.
Shut down
I'm
the
sure.
the camera thing.
I'm sure, like Louisiana Girl said, they probably medicated her really good today.
But why does it look like Mr. Cook is smirking?
Oh, I know. Didn't you? I noticed that too.
Like this is what he was hoping for too. I mean, I'm sure he was.
But yeah, he was just like sitting there rocking and smirking and side eye, did the side eye. The other attorney was over there, doing his hands on his face and rolling his eyes and looking around.
Right. Well, I have to say thank you to Sleuth Mom, because I live here. I live maybe 2 miles away from the family, so.
Oh, that's so nice. I bet everyone there is just celebrating.
We all got our blue lights on, that's for sure.
That's great.
No, that's awesome. I know my we've had ours on too, my mother-in-law and I, since this all started with court today or this week, or not this week, this 6 weeks, I guess I should say, however long it's been. It's just amazing the way that the community all came together there in Colorado. And nationwide, honestly. This is one of those cases where you wish that every missing person had this. You wish that every murder case had this type of support and reactions and and just outpouring of love and stuff towards this family. I mean, for the most part, it's been mostly love.
Yeah, the day that she said that he went missing and they thought they spotted him at Come and Go, you wouldn't believe the amount of cars that was stopped on the side of the road, getting out of the car, looking down alleyways, backyards, front yard, I mean, bushes everywhere. So this today is amazing and a miracle for all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure it's like such a sense of relief too, knowing that like these were your juror members. This was your community. This was your prosecution team. Like they nailed all of this. Mike Allen did a phenomenal job. This judge was amazing. And this is your community that sentenced her as well. You know what I mean? And so that's awesome.
He's always amazing. No matter what we have going on, any type of investigation, he's always on top of it, right there. I don't know how the man gets 2 hours away in 20 minutes, but he does it every single time. He's spot on every time.
He's got a whole fan club.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, some of you ladies are really drooling over him.
Well, look, he is kind of easy on the eyes. The cameras don't do him justice, okay? Just saying.
He's got a very nice voice. I'll just say that. He's just super nice voice.
Are you talking about, wait, CL, are you talking about Mike Allen or the judge?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about Judge Smexy.
Nope, you guys are on two different people. Tammy's talking about Mike Allen. You're talking about the judge. I knew it.
They're both very nice, but Mike I've seen in person, up close and in person, and he's pretty good looking too. So
yeah. I will say, Kate said that she didn't get a chance to see Landon. I did circle her and I zoomed in on her and Al both whenever it very first came up, if you want to go back. But I loved seeing as soon as the judge walked out and put them in recess again, they jumped up and they basically went straight towards each other and gave each other a hug. Like they embraced the whole family.
That was so
everybody
nice.
embraced, and it was just nice, a nice little bow on top of this, because there's been a lot of talk about like, oh, they won't speak to each other and they won't look at each other and stuff like that. And I just don't think anything is true. Like they're not supposed to talk in the courtroom. They're not supposed to interact. They're not supposed to cause a scene. I think that it's more about, like, thank God it's finally over for them for this part. This part is over. Now they can go on to building Gannon's legacy and, the college scholarships and different programs and stuff that they had talked about. Like, I'm excited to see all of that.
When they came in with that first guilty verdict on the first charge, she turned around and smiled at him so big, and you could tell that there's no ill will between them, that they're working together as a team for Lena. It was beautiful.
down at Larson Ranch, they still to this day have blue lights in their old neighborhood. It's a newly built area, and so they still have the lights that are all blue, and they still have blue flowers there for Gannon. They have, it's amazing what that division did, just for him. So I think it's going to be an ongoing legacy for him. It's going to be a memorial for him. So it's just beautiful. I'll try to take some pictures and submit it to you, Sleuth Mom, so you can submit, but it's just gorgeous.
That would be awesome for you to share with us, Tammy. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I think it's awesome hearing.
No, I was going to say, I know whenever he very first was missing and for all those months, like they had that lit up blue so nice for the longest time. I'm so glad to hear that it's still blue.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A is too.
Oh, that's cool.
Believe it or not. Yeah, it's Chick-fil-A. Everybody that has the multicolor lights for, the different restaurants or whatever, whoever can, they all have it blue for Gannon and have since he went missing.
Yeah, I don't think they'll ever forget. I'm in Cheyenne, Wyoming, so we're just a neighbor there to Colorado and Colorado Springs. But the sense of community in these states it's amazing. The way people come together. I don't think he will ever be forgotten. If you look back, even other things that have happened that have been bad in Colorado, nobody's ever forgotten. They've all been there for each other throughout the whole thing and continuing on here in the future.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to hop down. I just wanted to pop up and say that about the jury and them not, because I think that they're an awesome jury. They were very, very smart, especially knowing all the questions that they would, give to the judge at the end of each witness.
I'm curious with them picking juror number 5 to be like the lead guy, if juror number 5 was the person who was asking like most of the questions. Is that how they chose? Do you know what I mean? Or how did they pick? I always wonder questions like that.
Yeah. I hope that something does come out eventually, from the jurors. A little bit more on the backstory, what they had to go through and the things that they discussed. I think that'd be interesting to hear. And I do believe, and it's kind of sad, but not sad, but I don't think that, I just don't see Dr. Lewis going to testifying for many other courts in her future.
No, neither do I. I think this is it. This will be the end of it for her.
So
I can't see anybody wanting her.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think she helped them at all.
No, she hasn't helped anyone really. From what all I read and everything, just she really hasn't. So there's no appeal that can come back, right?
She has a right to appeal, I believe, but it doesn't mean it'll go anywhere.
She's gonna hate prison.
She is, and the first thing they'll do is, of course, she's going to be in protective custody just because of the nationwide viewing of this case, but they're going to cut her hair. They'll cut it short. And that'll probably be the worst thing for her.
Well, and that'll create another personality, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure. No doubt.
So they're going to do sentencing, and then what happens after that?
Usually once they do sentencing, then she will go to the jail probably for another, well, it depends. She could be there for a few days up to maybe a week or two until they get all the processing paperwork in place and decide where she's going. And then she will, when she gets transferred to the prison she's going to, she will probably be on like another suicide watch, kind of like they did with Murdaugh. They're going to just evaluate her health and see where she is mentally and go from there. And then she'll be placed in protective custody, probably protective housing.
And what were they saying about jury statements? I'm not used to this kind of thing. I have never followed one of these cases, so I don't know what to expect next. So is the jury going to get up and speak?
No, the jury has been dismissed, so they're done. Their part of the job is finished. Now they have a right to say yes or no if, say, a news outlet contacts them and they want to be interviewed. They have a right to do that now at this point. They have a right to write a book. Whatever they want to do, their service is done.
Okay.
So next step will be when we come back into court, they'll do the witness impact statements. When those are finished, the judge will then lay down the sentencing. And then court should be finished at that point.
Okay. Well, again, Sleuth Mom, I just want to say thank you. Thanks for all the support on here. It's been amazing.
Don't forget, we're not going anywhere. We're all still going to be here. There's other cases, and this still, I bet we'll see the jury, but probably somebody will do an interview, if not a few of them. And we'll see that in the next couple of days, I think.
Well, I'll be watching because I was watching under law and crime and law, something like that. And I came across this one and it was 20 times better than that one. So I really appreciate all the effort that you put into this.
Thank you, Tammy. I'm so glad that you came here.
She
Thank
is
you.
amazing. She is on top of it. She makes sure that we're, because I work from home, like I said, and I work a lot. So my little phone just dings at me and it tells me that you're on, and you're on time. You're there. You're talking about it throughout, getting everybody's opinion. So I've recommended you to a ton of people. So hopefully they've came on too.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, hon. Sorry.
Hello,
I am
everybody.
so excited. Hi, Savage.
Hey, I'm not going to be on here long. I just wanted to say first, you have done a bang up job of covering this trial. You've been so dedicated every day, all day. You've been here, I mean, hours at a time. So kudos to you. I am really proud of you and how your channel has grown and how your community has grown. It's awesome. I'm really glad that we got a verdict as quickly as we did. I kind of expected it a lot sooner, but I still think it was relatively quick. And I think they made the right choice, guilty on all counts. And now Gannon's family can at least start with their next steps in healing and grieving and just processing what's been going on in their lives for the last 3 years or so. I'm glad we're getting sentencing today because I really want to see what they give her, and I'm glad that we're not going to have to wait like in so many other trials. They set it off for a month or two or whatever. I'm glad she's getting sentenced today. It's over, lock, stock, and barrel. And really, that's all I
Amen.
wanted to say. Thank you,
You know what?
Sleep, again. I love you.
I wasn't sure if they were going to do it all like that, but I'm glad that they are for this family's sake since they're all from everywhere. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
awesome that the judge is doing it like that. But thank you so much, Savage, for all your support and love, and thank you for popping out.
Hey, no problem. Anytime. See y'all later.
Thank you, Jordan Thomas, for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, guys. I'm also getting her ready for soccer at the same time. So that's why I'm kind of like hit and miss in and out of the chat. My husband's going to take her so that way I can be here for the impact statements. So I am just waiting for them to turn this camera back on. We got about 7 minutes for it to be 30 minutes with the half hour that the judge asked for. So they did shut off and turn back on. So I am glad that I was here to like fix it and do all the things because that would have been a disaster. But yes, today is a very good day. I'm so glad. Sorry, I'm reading the chat at the same time. How are you, Louisiana girl?
I am over the moon. I am absolutely just cry when they read guilty. I was ugly crying, happy tears. Like seriously, ugly crying.
Yeah, when I saw Landon, I just was like, I lost it right there. I think as a mom, it's you can't even imagine, but you can sort of imagine if that makes sense. The pain that she must have that she lives with, and
Sorry.
oh. Come on, Louisiana girl, you're the talk rouge.
You could see it built up in them as they were sitting there waiting for something to be said, right? And like you could see like the stress and the worry and all of that, kind of just sitting there and then whenever they did it, and I'm a minute before you guys, right? Because of the closed captions being on. So I have a full minute that I'm ahead of you guys. And whenever they said that first guilty, her and Albert just both looked down at the same time and they just had tears just instantly. It was beautiful to watch. I was watching them, not Tisha, because I just wanted to see, like I wanted to be in that moment with them. So I'm just so happy for this family.
Yeah, I feel the same.
Hi, that girl.
Hey, I just had to jump up and say good job being so diligent. I've been in and out, watching off and on, and a lot of the replays, really, and I'm just super thankful that they did the right thing.
Oh my gosh, I know. I wasn't worried though. I'm not really. I mean, they did a good job. This jury has been amazing. The judge has been amazing. Couldn't have asked for a better team to do that with, honestly.
I also
to
wanted
do
to
the
ask what's on the table for punishments?
so life.
Sorry, I had to mute because I'm somewhere where it's not exactly quiet, but what's on the table as far as punishment's concerned?
So life is pretty much it. I mean, life on all counts, really. She's going to get a double life sentence because it's 2 first-degree murders. So I don't see him giving her anything less than that. I think possibly because originally there was like the death penalty was on the table, and obviously they took that off the table because of Colorado's law change. But
They never kill anybody there anyways, so
yeah, right. Petunia said mandatory life without parole. I think it was literally just was she going to be spending life in prison or life in a
and then
hospital? And so now we know she'll be in the,
yeah.
yep. So,
Yeah. I just never thought that she was insane. Evil, but not insane.
100% evil.
right.
I don't even think somebody that was insane could have pulled off what she pulled off. There's no other answer but evil.
Well, and all the stories she made up just proves she knows what she did was wrong, you know?
Right. I was looking at chat. I really doubt they're going to give her a chance for parole. And even if they did, I think all the counts will be a certain amount of years individually that she would end up dying in prison anyway. Just my opinion on it.
Well, especially if her sentences are to be conserved consecutively instead of
Right.
concurrent, then yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, I don't see him doing it concurrent, but you never know. I think she's going to have to serve them all individually, and I don't think she'll see the light of day again. And she should be grateful because, again, in my opinion only, she is getting far better than she deserves.
Oh, no, I agree. I think that they should do the same to her that she did to that baby.
Exactly.
I'm all about that with this kind of thing, especially.
Yeah, somebody has to, be the voice for the children, and, it needs to stop somewhere. The children are innocent. They can't, there's no way for them to defend themselves against these evil adults.
Absolutely. I was trying to look and see what some of these articles like that are just coming out because of them finding her guilty are saying, and it's mostly saying, life sentences and stuff. So it's pretty vague. Just all guilty on all counts, which they had dismissed a few of the counts. So I don't want to even say which counts there were because they had dismissed a few at the very beginning of court. And so like all of the old documents saying like which counts were which and stuff don't apply anymore. But we should be just a minute or two until the judge comes back. So hopefully we can just get to it and not even have to worry about finding the exact answer.
Indeed. Well, go ahead and shut down. I just wanted to tell you thank you. And, I know this has had to be pretty grueling to do every single day and still keep up with life. So good
Yeah,
job.
absolutely. Thank you, that girl. Thank you. Sorry I was so quiet while you were up here. I was,
No.
lifing it
I'm
at
just
the same time.
I would have done better, saying something, but I didn't want to be
You're
interrupted.
okay.
So good luck, you ladies. Let's see what happens. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Bye, dear.
Bye.
Hi in the bushes. How are you?
Hi, I'm done crying now, I think.
Good. Yeah, I know. Let out a good cry, I'm sure. Sorry, we're trying to find our cleats right now. They've been missing. I just told my husband, I was like, I'm pretty sure that we took them off before we went to the animal park, and that's why they're probably in the car. So I think we found them now, hopefully. We've been going like, where is the cleats? Oh man. So how do you feel in the bushes with everything? You okay?
Yes, they were tears of joy, um, and tears of sadness that this little boy is really gone, and this is the best justice we can give him, and it just really isn't enough, you know. It's just the best we can do, and I'm pretty pleased. I know I'm probably gonna cry all the way through victim impact statements if anybody gives any.
I think you touched on a point there. Even though it's been 3 years, it kind of, this just put that finality on it that,
Yeah.
this poor boy was taken way too soon and he was taken by this evil step monster. And it just brings a lot of, I don't know, a lot of feelings to the surface. And I can't imagine, I know how we're feeling. I can't imagine how his parents are feeling and his family, his grandparents. I'm a grandmother. I can't imagine if something happened to my granddaughter.
I know we got everything, all 4 counts,
Yeah.
you know? She's off the streets. She can't hurt
Yes.
anybody else. But somehow it doesn't feel like justice and it doesn't feel like it's enough. It's
Right.
bittersweet. It's bittersweet. She can't hurt anybody else.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I thought
I saw a
I'd be
comment.
cheering.
I cheered and then the emotion kind of followed immediately after that. Just, it was surreal. That's the only way I can describe it.
Yeah. I was like, I see everybody's up on panel. I should probably go, but I can't stop crying.
Yeah.
But they
I
got
saw
her.
yep, they got her. I saw a comment in there that they don't cut women's hair in prison. I think it depends on the prison because there are quite a few of them that actually cut them short, and it's just for prisoner safety. It's not like to make them feel unhuman or anything. It's just for safety, for if they get in fights and such. But it
Yeah,
may
you
not be a
can kill
general rule.
somebody with their
Yeah.
own hair. You can strangle
Yep.
somebody with their own hair. That is
There they are. They're
literally a
back.
thing.
Thank you guys so much for coming up, Vicky.
Oh,
Thank you in the bushes. Thank you, Louisiana
thank
girls here
you.
trying to come back. The judge is here though, so I'm gonna go ahead and
We'll
pop it up.
see our
LEUA. I just want to initially thank you for everything that you've done through all of this, as well as the prosecution. This has been well over 3 years of a family, as well as hundreds or thousands of us who have gone through a lot. It's been hard. It's been heartbreaking. And to finally see some kind of justice, especially for his family, is incredible. And I just want to thank everybody for everything that you guys have done.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Jane?
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Janie Cadenas,
All right. Can you spell that last name?
Cadenas.
Okay, go ahead.
Also, like what Nicole said, wanted to thank you for making this such a fair and neutral trial through the process. I am here today as I have sat with the family for the last 3 years as a community member in Lorson Ranch who has watched the turmoil that this has caused everybody in our community. 3 years ago, we heard as a neighborhood what happened, that a little boy went missing, and we rallied together in a way that most communities can never experience or imagine. We came together and we helped find ways to get media involved, to get search parties involved, to do everything we could to be of assistance to find this little boy, because Gannon wasn't just a neighbor, he was all of our little boys. For months and months until he was found, we were all scared to let our kids go outside because we were scared that they would be kidnapped. We didn't know what was going to happen. And through that process, we all came together and we met Landon and Al, those of us that didn't know them, and we built relationships and friendships and garnered a family relationship with them through that process. But this is just one thing that, as a community member, somebody who was a part of it from the beginning, that I can confidently say, this is the worst tragedy that anybody could ever go through, and every parent's nightmare. And I have watched and held Landon as she falls apart time after time. But we are here today and justice has finally been served for Gannon. And we want to thank you as a community for that opportunity for this to happen today.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Jeff Davenport, Jeffdavenport.
Right.
I am Gannon's great uncle. I'm Albert's uncle, and my sister Debbie, who hopefully will be speaking in a few minutes, is his grandmother. Because I am a couple of steps away from him in relation, even though I have personal memories of Gannon and the loving, wonderful young man that he was and the great man he would have been. I want to leave the depth of impact to his parents. So I would like to talk about the breadth of impact. The preciousness of an 11-year-old's life is beyond measure, and all other impacts to all the rest of us pale in comparison to the loss he suffered himself. But this now convicted murderer did not just murder Gannon. She murdered all of the love and joy and encouragement and security he would have brought to all those he encountered throughout his life. She murdered his children and his grandchildren and all of the joy and love and encouragement and security they would have brought to all those they encountered throughout their life, and so on and so on. She murdered his junior prom, his senior prom, his high school graduation, his college years, his career, his marriage, his retirement, and his golden years, and it just goes on and on. Because of her crime, all of our fragile trust in one another has been further eroded. It's not an exaggeration to say that millions of people throughout the world have heard of this crime and will, as a consequence, be less trusting and more suspicious of those in whose care they entrust their children, even those who have loved and cared for their children for years. And because of her specious, cynical, calculated use of the NGRI defense in this case, those who are truly mentally ill will be treated with more suspicion and may not receive the help that they need. The reverberations of her murder of Gannon will ripple throughout eternity, and the impact of her crime is truly incalculable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Judge. It's Veronica Birkenstock, spelled Veronica, Birkenstock, Birkenstock. I am Landon's aunt, Veronica, or Aunt V, and his great aunt. Nothing in life prepares you for the murder of a child. No one ever thinks this can happen to your family. A little over 3.5 years ago, I got a call, a very dreaded call, that I needed to come and be with Landon. For over 3 years, I have dear left her side in all the hearings, all the motions, and all the hearings that the defendant decided not to come to because she didn't think it was important. But regardless, we showed up, and we showed up for Gannon. I want to talk about forgiveness today because as a Christian, I have to forgive, not because I want to, because human flesh does not want to. The judge today, on behalf of Landon and I, we want this court to know that we have forgiven Letecia for what she did. God is the ultimate judger. But I pray today that your judge will give her what she deserves on this earth and will let God do the rest in eternity. I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I would like to leave this Bible. And at some point in time, if you think it's okay, to give to Letecia as she serves her life sentence. And we hope that will be the punishment that you render shortly. But this is a life application Bible. For the rest of her natural life, I hope she will read the Word of God. And I hope that she will turn from her evil ways and the things that she did to our family. I have sat here for 6 weeks, and I have listened to the horrendous things that she did to my nephew. I don't want the last memory of him to be what she did to him. Our last memory of Gannon was one of fun, love, joy. So articulate, and despite everything, he was gifted and intelligent. He wasn't supposed to live. The day he was born, the doctors told us he had really no chance. He weighed 1 pound and a few ounces. I'll never forget the picture that Albert sent when he took his wedding ring and it would fit all the way to his shoulder. For months, I saw Landon and Albert pray over their baby. And one of the happiest days was the day he got to come home. And I was there with them. I got to spend the first night holding him for the first time and looked in his beautiful little eyes, and he fought so hard to get there. His 11 years did have impact. And I want us to remember again, and it's who he was, not what this evil deed did to his memory. He is our hero and will always be our hero. Letecia tried to steal many things from my niece. She called her a drug addict. She called her homeless when she was in the hospital having her 3rd child. She was there for months and months trying to save her life and her baby. She wasn't homeless. Landon's a good mother. She loved her children. And she loved Gannon. And her only son was taken away by someone who was just ferociously jealous of my niece. With all that being said, I pray that you will give her the sentence that she deserves. But I also pray that God will forgive her if she repents and turns from her evil ways.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Allen?
My name is Bob Rogers, B-O-B, R-O-G-E-R-S.
My wife Patty and I are grandparents to Lena and Gannon, who we never had the opportunity to meet in person. Over the past couple of years, there's been a lot of tears and challenges with Al, if we hopefully helped him walk through this tragedy. The person that comes to mind for me is Lena. Lena is Gannon's younger sister. And we have the opportunity to be grandparents to her. And she's a beautiful child. She sings beautifully. She's talented. What she doesn't have is an older brother to stand beside her as she goes through her life. She still mentions Gannon quite often, her brother. We never want the spirit of Gannon or the memory of Gannon to be lost. So I just am a loss for words. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I am Deborah Pierce, Pearce. Sorry. Ann's grandmother. And I just wanted to thank you, first of all, Your Honor, for this court and everything that's been done, for everyone who has so carefully and impartially cared for this case, for this loss of this precious child. And I feel that if Gannon were here today, he would say, please, please protect my family and be concerned for the loss that they've had. This has gone from my children to my grandchildren, little children who lost a cousin who never understood why something like this could happen. If he were here today, he would say, please take care of my family. Make sure that they're protected as time goes on and as this life goes on. And obviously, to help us to go forward in this life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Landon Bullard, also referred to as Hyatt in this case, but Bullard's Bullard. I miss you, Gannon, and I love you to the moon and back again. I know every day you're with me and your sisters, but that will never be taken away. The ache that I have for you, to hold you, to hug you, to tell you how much I love you, and to see your smile and your innocence. I remember all the pain your dad and I suffered with having children. It was never easy, and we were always fearful through the process. On September the 29th, 2008, our lives were forever changed. Our first biggest blessing came into the world, weighing only 1 pound and 6 ounces. You fought all the odds and developed a personality and a smile that's larger than life. You became my hero that day. You forever changed my heart and my life, and that will never change. That is something that can never be taken away from me. You came into this world fighting. And unfortunately, you left this world fighting. Your Honor, she fought against someone that he loved and trusted. Someone that myself and Albert both trusted and loved. Someone who can never understand what it means to love or trust anyone but herself. For more than 3 agonizing years, I've often wondered what I may say, or if I would even be able to. For 3 years, I have questioned every single possibility and scenario. For 3 years, I have tried to forgive you, but I can't. I want to. But no parent should have to bury their child. No parent should have to see or hear the horrific things you have done to the whole family. She has taken away the most precious gift in this world. Not just my family, not Al's family, but your own family. She destroyed dozens of lives, lives of people who never wanted to believe that she could have done this. She knew how special Gannon was, and she knew what meant to most to me. I, in my heart, can never understand her hatred and insecurities. When it came to me, I did love her. Mother to mother, I trusted her with my children while trying to survive a complicated life with my third child. And she used every opportunity to write a narrative of my life to try to take pieces of my life. When she already took some of it, that still wasn't enough. She searched. I lost my place. I don't know where I'm at now. She searched so hard for love when all along she had it, but she took it for granted. I didn't hold anger against you then. I still kept my heart open to her. You had so much love from Lena and Gannon, from Harley, her own daughter, that you willingly subjected to the chance of serving time for her crimes. Such an indicator of her inability to love anyone herself. You had support, appreciation for me, even when we couldn't see eye to eye, because I valued her for helping me with our children when I physically couldn't. Even when I was fighting for my kids, as you wrote, a false smear campaign against me and my children, and also Al. For me, I still appreciated that they were loved by you. So I thought. She had everyone fooled. She projected abuse and addiction claims against all of us, not just me, when all along she was the one harming innocent children. Anything to take the light off, manipulating us, breaking my kids, and murdering my son. I can't say that she ruined my life, because that would be some form of sick victory for her. Because even through this process, it's been a game to her. The people who listened doesn't know her style or her sly jabs. She's even made at Albert and I. They do not know the significance of certain things she says or does. But we do. Instead of allowing her to take that power of hurting me further, I wanted to tell you this. Let me tell you what Gannon has done. Even to this day, even after you murdered him and she tried to taint any positive image of him, he has caused families and communities to come together. Children and adults have given their life to Christ. He has called unity in times of trial. He is a hero. She even tried to steal that away. A cape, huh? The one image of Gannon that was created for the world. After it went national, TV begging for the return of my son, my hero. How dare her? How truly sick and cruel is she? You stole so much from this world. Gannon's cousins, aunts, uncles, sisters, new siblings, grandparents, and friends are missing a huge portion of their lives without Gannon. Lena is missing her brother. Your Honor, I've never seen a bond between two siblings so close as theirs. She had to take that. Why? I'm afraid we may never know that answer, will we? I show his baby sister Nova pictures and videos of Gannon so she will always remember who he is, because she stole him from us. He is not forgotten and never will be. And it's so sad to sit here today and face her, a person even Gannon loved, one that I know while she was attacking and killing him and fought for his life, he defended himself against her, still loving her. a love she never deserved from him for what she has done. While she is too much of a coward to even come forward with the truth, she owes it to Gannon. But the lack of remorse and the lack of respect to Gannon through this child, her lack of compassion shows me that she and we were all wrong. She manipulated all of us and never loved Gannon, Lena, or Harley. I've sat here for over a month having to listen to her sick lies, even as she tried to destroy who I was and Albert as a father. I've had to sit and listen and watch every reenactment of images no one wants left in their mind. You wanted to leave us with that, knowing it would torture us. But you underestimated me. I am Landon, Gannon's mom, and that will never change. Through my hurt, anger, and pain, I will never be the monster that she is. I can never be filled with the hate that her heart holds. I pray that we will never have to look at her face again. I will continue to hold on to my faith. Vengeance is not mine, as I surely wish it could be at times, but it's the Lord's. I have to trust in that. Thank you, Judge Warner, for your compassion, your patience through this trial. I want to thank the juror for their attentiveness and time that they took for justice for my boy, to the detectives, officers, legal team for every single second they've poured out into Gannon's case, and to the community for your countless hours. Tisha, that was her biggest mistake. You underestimated this community and this defensive team, Lorson Ranch. They searched for and fought for Gannon within hours, and they never believed your lies from the moment they started. None of these people ever gave up on him. You never looked. All of these people I will forever hold close to my heart. Always Gannon strong. My G-men forever. Justice has been served today. Your Honor, I pray that you just give her the best sentencing, the longest sentencing that you can. This will not bring my son back, but I can sleep soundly for the first time in 3 years, knowing that you can never harm, this defendant can never harm anyone again, knowing Gannon will always be a true hero in a cape. He will always be my son. That will never be taken away.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Allen?
Once I was 7 years old, my mama told me, go make yourself some friends or you'll be lonely. Once I was 7 years old. Do, 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 do. It was a big, big world, but we thought we were bigger. Pushing each other to the limits, we were learning quicker.
Stauch, Gannon's father, capital Father. Last name Stauch. Stauch. I'm going to start with something from my wife, not to go out of order, but this is my wife, Melissa, and these are her words. Some may say or think that I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Tisha. In part, that may be accurate, and I would be okay with that, because then Gannon would still be here. I too know the pain of losing a child, and there is no greater pain. We are now lifelong grief partners, as this is a lifelong journey of pain with 2 sons waiting for us in heaven. I have some words from my daughter, Elena. I will address in the middle of my speech, but they're written in yellow, so I don't know if I should leave it to a child. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever God may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of the wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. The poem I read is named Invictus, translated from the Latin means unconquerable. I quoted this same poem at Gannon's memorial here in Colorado Springs back in August of 2020. Why August of 2020? When his body was ripped to shreds on January 27th? Well, as we heard testimony to, his body was found 1,370 miles away. And then the process to identify his maggot-infested remains withheld him from us until July 2020. As I stated in my testimony on the stand, Gannon was born severely premature and barely filled my two hands the first time I held him. At the end of his life, after his body was cremated into a pile of ashes, he was ultimately no bigger than the first time I held him. As brutal as the wait became, I'm thankful to God and the bridge workers for finding him and returning his precious body to Landon and I quote the poem Invictus again, not to boast of my strength and perseverance, Your Honor, but to say to the world, I alone can control my actions and reactions. Your Honor, I refuse to allow anger to poison my soul and orient my life to a pursuit of vengeance. I refuse to allow pain to carry me through each day and promote the pursuit of medicinal retribution toward the offender. I refuse also to let my mind be clouded by inconsistency and emotions that deter me from the purpose in this life. Your Honor, the price I pay each and every day for this resolve is to only get pieces and parts of my son. And consistently through time. But the pain is too heavy and the anger too overwhelming and the desire for vengeance too vexing. Instead, each and every day I pursue peace. I seek joy in my life and let the love I have for my wife and family flow in and out of me like a mighty wave. As I told Tisha regularly at the end of our relationship, my joy is mine alone and she cannot rob me of that. I will learn to experience G more and more as time goes on, but as I did my best to instill into his precious soul, love, joy, service, and kindness are the pathway to take in life. This picture shows that in the 4th grade, he already had a mind for service. Throughout these past 3 years since Gannon was beaten and drugged, carved up, shot at point blank range and discarded like yesterday's garbage, I've encountered many people that would figuratively do the same to me. I've been questioned, compared as Tisha did to my abusive father, and ridiculed for my approach to finding Gannon. I hope now that the world has seen that I was assigned the most arduous task of finding Gannon in the only place that was possible for him to have been in the mind of a killer. Were my efforts fruitful? I believe so. But from the moment I did not see the Volkswagen Tiguan, or however you say it, at French Elementary on that Tuesday evening, a clear direction for finding Gannon pointed directly and precisely at Tisha. While others online, some who are even in the courtroom today, questioned my perceived lack of effort or concern, I stood still and stood firm in knowing that only one person had the information needed to find Gannon. Now I say woe to the person who questions a father's resolve when the safety and well-being of his children are at stake. I did not waver. I did not falter in the pursuit, nor did I allow the mentality of the mob to shake me. But it was only by the grace of God that Gannon's precious body was finally found. In Mark 4:39 of the Bible, in the middle of a storm, Christ arose and rebuked the wind and said, "Peace, be still." In times of trial in my life, from seeing my father being taken away in handcuffs, to seeing that sweet 1 pound, 6 ounce baby boy for my firstborn son being put into a Ziploc bag after he was born to help regulate his body temperature, and now searching for and never finding my son again, I have but one choice, and that is the times of trial and tribulation to have that peace and be still. As I alluded to previously, that stillness does provide an easy target for many who do not understand peace, hope, and even faith. Some, including Tisha, feasted on my stillness, attack, and yes, left several scars. One of these scars comes in the form of the financial and residential ruin that began in the early days of this ordeal. I'm just going to skip this part because I don't want to make this any more about me. I'm not seeking any restitution, Your Honor. For the $1.50 a month I received from the defendant, Tisha, would just keep me connected to her for the rest of my life, and I don't want that. So absolutely no restitution, Your Honor. The murderer of which I speak was not always such. When I met Tisha, she was beautiful, extremely intelligent, as many have testified to, and a seemingly successful woman. A far cry from the nappy-headed, murderous, narcissistic, and arrogantly flippant human being that sits in our midst today. Having a background in teaching, social work, higher education, certified babysitting, and endless amount of credentials, that should render one trustworthy when it relates to the safety of children. However, although she remains too much a coward to state the facts of what she did to Gannon, too much a lily-livered, self-centered, pathological liar to ask for forgiveness, and too much the facade of one who actually cares for others to have taken her frustration out on an adult or one who could defend themselves, she will one day give an account through her words or through her time. Sending pictures of Gannon sleeping to Landon and I was telling, as the boy looked pale and absent of the energies that so defined him. This is what a happy, healthy little boy looks like when he's sleeping in the next picture. That's what a little boy sleeping looks like. These pictures on the screen are of a happy, healthy little boy that's sleeping sweetly, healthily where he lay. The impact Tisha had as a result of this heinous crime stretches far wider and far deeper than I could depict through my statement today. Two other people torn to pieces as a result of this are Gannon's sister, Lena, and Harley. Speaking of Harley, I feel as though I've lost two children as a result of this tragedy, one of which I will never see on this earth again, and the other which I do not know if a relationship can be salvaged with. Now for Lena. The video you saw as submitted in evidence, her bebopping down the street, is actually an excellent depiction of Lena and her happiness and her joy in life. She is very loving, trusting, and at times way too social. Normally, you might be concerned by your little girl talking to the utility guy working in the front yard, but in this case, it was the inside of her own home that was of grave concern. Nonetheless, her loss, Lena's loss, is like none I can even imagine. She lost her big brother, her only brother at the time. I still do not know if she has fully processed or fully understands the gravity of the situation, but regardless, has pressed forward and is thriving as best as she can. I am so proud of her. And these are her words. Once again, they're in yellow, so I'll do the best I can. And this is what I asked her if she wanted to say anything to Tisha, and this is what she said in her sweetest mind that she has. That you do not do that to people, especially your stepkids. And that it is never all right to do these things. How sweeter of a response can you get? Now for my precious, premature firstborn son. Get it? I never in my wildest dreams would have ever thought you'd be in danger, buddy, or I know I wouldn't have not left you. At home with what turned out to be your murderer and the last person to ever see you on this earth. I'm so sorry. Through a father's eyes, children are truly a gift from God, and among the best and most perfect creations God can make. Your Honor, I do need to clear one thing up with the defense. It was said both in the opening statement and in the closing, somehow Gannon has been compared to a demon. And I understand the process, I do. But if they want to take the case up of Gannon being a demon, I will line people up from Alaska to Denver to Colorado Springs, all the way to South Carolina to testify against them. Gannon was nobody's demon. I don't care how much anyone was abused or anything, he was not anyone's demon. Oh, okay. Gannon was truly Gannon was truly my buddy. Very recently, before he died, the most alarming thing he did was call me dad. Up until age 10 or 11, I was daddy. But in the last months of his life, I was just dad. A signal that he was coming into those junior high, pre-teenage years. Another amazing thing that is he finally started asking me regularly to play ball with him. He was never too much into sports for most of his life, but that last 6 to 9 months, he really started enjoying playing ball. Some of the most memorable times were him running little 5-yard football routes in the street in front of our house. Most of the time he dropped the ball, but he kept asking, let's do it again. I almost had it that time, Daddy. Oh, and that Nintendo Switch. One of the most difficult pieces of evidence to give up was his Nintendo, because that probably has the most of him on it. Knowing I may never see that again is truly devastating. For him, many of his games were not just games, but a challenge to overcome, as I made him beat specific games before I would buy him the next one. I remember not long before he died, him beating the old school Zelda game he had. As he felt he was getting close to beating the final monster, he paused it, ran upstairs, and we sat at the kitchen island, and he beat it right there together with me. He was as excited as I ever saw him. With all of that and all of the pain of only being able to see him play through the one YouTube video he was able to make, which I'm about to play, I can sleep in peace at night because the father I am and the son he is was culminated as always in our final embrace as he ran out of arms and downstairs to watch Pokemon, I in his heart and he in mine. If we could try to play that video, just maybe the first 10 or 15 seconds of it.
Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Mania. Alright, let's zoom in. And yes, cameraman is right here. Grandpa Star White Gaming. And yes, sign up for our channels. We're going to be doing a lot of these together. Give a shout out to him, his channel, Freedom.
Thank you. I was one of the many he hoped to make and the only one he was actually able to make. I do want to add something that I don't have in my speech that me and Landon already had a conversation about this, and I owe her an apology as well as she already gave me one, that we allowed Tisha to manipulate us into some of the pain and disagreements that we had between one another. And Landon, I'm sorry. But I will say this, Tisha was not the glue to keep everything together. She was not the answer. And this is not a jab, Landon, okay? But Lena still lives with me. Tisha, you were not the answer. Now, Your Honor, if I have any influence on the final sentence for Tisha, first I ask that it be stripped of my last name immediately. It's nauseating and infuriating to hear her called Miss Stauch this past 3 years. Secondly, I ask that for every mile she drove Gannon across the country, she spent 1 day in solitary confinement. I think that take us in between 3 and 4 years. After that journey is complete, I recommend her sentence be equal to every year she stripped off of Gannon's life, which for the average male in America right now is 77. So that would give her 66 more years in addition to the 11 he lived. Lastly, for every year of Harley's life that she abusively manipulated that child, she should have an additional year of prison. That adds 21 years to the total. I think without parole, that should suffice. I pray also that Tisha lives the fullest and happiest life that any inmate possibly can live. I also pray that every night before she falls asleep, her last breath before she drifts off sounds just like the breath that she describes Gannon breathing as life left his body. And that all through her sleep, she dreams of all the fun they had at Disney and other places we went throughout our time together. And that every morning as she is about to wake, the end of her dream, the last words Gannon spoke to her, screamed or cried, "Tisha, stop! You're hurting me. Why, Tisha? Daddy, help me. I want my mommy. Why couldn't you let her just be a mama's boy? That's all he wanted to be. He just loved his mama. I wish she would tell me what those words were so I would know. And then as she speaks those words, the sound of a gunshot goes off and she wakes. Every day and night, I pray she relives just those moments and then wakes up to a nice, warm, and kosher breakfast. In conclusion, I would like to share a picture of Gannon in his final state and final resting place, and thank everyone that has had a positive impact on my family and I. To everyone that has shared the positive impact Gannon has had on your life, from a proud and broken father, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I'd like to pause until we can get that last photo up.
Not getting a feed from your laptop. It's fine. Oh, there it is.
Thank you, everyone.
Alan?
I think that concludes the comments from family and friends, Judge. So I'm not sure if you're ready to hear sentencing comments from me or if you want to do a different process.
Let me hear the sentencing comments from you. The last person that I always hear from in the sentencing is the defendant. So
Okay. Can I have just a moment, please?
you may go ahead.
Yeah, just in the abundance of caution, I would ask the court to keep restitution open for a period of time. Obviously, Mr. Stauch is not asking for any restitution, but there may be some that we want to submit, and so I would ask the court to keep that open.
Well, based on the new case regarding timelines, I'm going to give you 49 days to submit an order.
Thank you.
If there is an objection, you'll need to file the objection within 14 days after that. And that'll get us all right. So 49 days, 14 if there's an objection, and if there is, we'll have a hearing.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Judge, I'm not going to make a long drawn out statement. I think the comments from the family and friends of the Stauch family said it better than I ever could about the impact that Gannon had on their lives. The loss of Gannon from his family into this community will never be made right through this process. We all know that. The defendant, through her own actions, tore Gannon's family apart, tore this community apart. And at the same time, I've never seen a community come together the way this community did in the face of such tragedy. over an 11-year-old boy who most of us never knew. The defendant manipulated this community, Gannon's family, the investigation. I've been a prosecutor for a long time, Judge. You've seen a lot of cases. I've never seen the kind of horror that this defendant brought down on a community and a family. The torture that Gannon had to suffer in the last moments of his life are unspeakable. No matter what sentence you give us, Judge, and I know what that sentence is going to be for the most part, no matter what the sentence is, we'll never bring Gannon back. But it will go a long ways towards healing this community. I hope healing Landon. I hope healing Al. They're going to live the rest of their lives second guessing every decision they made as it relates to leaving their children in the care of this defendant. Through no fault of their own. Judge, on count one and count two merges into count one. The only sentence available is life in prison without parole. As to count four, tampering with a deceased human body, driving Gannon's body over 1,300 miles away, hiding it from view, hoping it would never be found, ask for the maximum sentence of 12 years, Judge, and that it be running consecutive to the life in prison without parole. Tampering with physical evidence is an F6. It's 1 to 1.5 years. I ask that you give max on that as well and run that consecutive. Judge, we do have that other pending case, 20 CR 3170, hanging out there. In the grand scheme of things, well, I'd love to prosecute this defendant for that charge as well. In the interest of justice, I would like to see this defendant in Department of Corrections custody as soon as possible. And so we are dismissing that count or that charge. Thank you, Judge.
All right, at this point in time, the defense has an opportunity to present statements in mitigation. Mr. Tellini.
We stand with sentences as a matter of law. It's out on the council. I don't have pre-sentence confinement for staff that she ordered that she be allowed to proceed in.
Get me an order.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Stauch, I heard what your attorney had to say, but I need to hear it from you. You have a right to address the court at this point in time regarding any matter that you want me to consider for sentencing. Do you have anything that you wish for me to consider, ma'am? All right.
Actually, there is.
Go ahead.
Consider this or request to admit, reflect a request for her to be placed in San Carlos.
I don't have the ability to do that. DOC determines where its inmates go, and I'm not going to make a recommendation one way or the other. And I'm going to apologize before I do this. I've heard a lot. I want to take about 10 minutes to put my thoughts in order. I'll come back with my sentencing at 3:25.
All rise.
So yeah, about 10 minutes before the judge comes back. Sorry, there's two of me. You guys know this time of day, always running, right? Just brought my son up to karate. Yeah, the judge's voice cracked. I'm glad he's taking a few minutes and composing himself before he comes on, because I don't know. I don't know if it would be good if he didn't. You know, he was getting extremely emotional during Albert's specifically. He did look to be tearing up a little bit through Landon's, but through Albert's, he was extremely emotional. And I'm glad that he's taking a few minutes. Yeah, how could she possibly smile through this? She has no feelings. There's nothing inside of her that is concerned about anyone other than herself. I fully believe that she is a psychopath. There's nothing there. There's absolutely nothing there. Oh, crime on the record, thank you. And thank you for joining us. Honestly, I want to have a stream, I think, tomorrow. Kind of like a wind down stream, and I would love to have you back on panel just to discuss everything again if you're available. Just everything. I mean, this has been a lot. It's going to take us a few days to get out of trial mode and to fully process what happened here, I think. Steph Valoma, I wanted to tell you thank you too for your super chats, and thank you for giving people the option to pause. It never even crossed my mind. It never even crossed my mind to tell people to step back and to pause if they needed to, that they could stay in the chat, but if they couldn't, listen. And so thank you so much for being so thoughtful in considering that. I was too busy sitting over here crying like a baby. I'm not even gonna lie. Did you see our boyfriend all red? I know. You know what though? It looked like he started to get emotional too. Yeah, that's fine. Just let me know. Just shoot me a message on Twitter. Yeah, it was emotionally overwhelming, absolutely. It really was. My son was in the car and he says, "Did they find her guilty?" I said, "They sure did." He's like, "Thank God, I knew it. I knew it. I knew they were going to find her guilty this whole time." He's been following this just as close as I have the last 3 years. Yeah, we all cried. Her attorneys eventually were crying too. What was her request? She didn't want to talk. She wanted to turn down her request to talk. And so she did. Just like every other time. Oh no. YouTube didn't show you on my feed. I wanted to be here with you all. I'm sorry, LM. I'm so sorry. Somebody else messaged me earlier too and said the same thing. They said, "Where are you watching the verdict at? Because I don't see you live anywhere." And I was like, oh no. So I sent her the link. We had been live for several hours at that point. I guess it gets because it's a 6-hour stream right now. Most people, I'm sure, started new streams or whatever. Oh my gosh, I know. The petty moment of Al dissing her looks, right? Al's everything was perfect. Al's everything was so perfect. You know, he defended his standpoint of what he did. He defended every moment of what he had to go through this trial. And he was able to throw that shade and all the shit he got, sorry, excuse my language, about Lena and where she belonged and all that stuff. And he was able to turn and say, "And look, Tisha, it wasn't you that held us together because I still have my daughter with me through everything, you know?" And then to be able to throw the kosher meals right at the end, all that horrible stuff that he had to talk about, what she did to his boy. But then that very last little knife jab at her, where he's talking about the kosher meals, is the last sentence. Just one little F you right back at her. It was great. It was really great. I loved it. They both did amazing statements. Aunt V, Landon, Al, the statement that Al's new wife wrote, all of it. It was all great. The uncle, he did. I loved his too. Everybody did amazing. I know, strip her of his good name. Put this back up. I didn't know if it was going to echo or not. That's why I took it down. So we'll leave it right there, though. Don't want to. I think tomorrow, Mama K, I will go live tomorrow and we'll have kind of like a decompress panel live through the afternoon, I think. It's just been a lot. It's been a lot. Yeah, 3 years building up. I don't think they could make her change her name either, but wouldn't that be something? He says she can keep her $1.50. I don't want her restitution. I'd take it just so that she didn't have that $1.50 to buy not kosher food because idiots on a kosher diet that she doesn't actually need or want. Yep. You love that he allowed his wife to make a statement, another dig for tea. She should be forced to change her last name to Sanchez. Mm. Yeah, $1.50 is insulting beyond words. Anytime that you're the victim of a crime, the person who was the perpetrator of the crime pays restitution towards you. Yeah, me too, Jane Doe. They did great. No, I don't cry like it's next to physically impossible for me due to my PTSD. I was crying so much my husband came in to check on me. You probably needed it chaotic. You probably needed a good cry. And what better reason than to cry, right? This was a beautiful, beautiful day. Everything about today has been beautiful. She stole a lot of things from them, but she'll never steal the love that Gannon has spread through this whole world for all of us. Oh, here they are, they're back.
A parent's worst nightmare is getting a phone call letting them know that something has happened to their child. How much worse must that nightmare be when law enforcement asks not for a picture of your loved one, but rather DNA and dental records? I've also heard it said that one of the worst tragedies a parent can experience is to outlive a child. I have known people, both professionally and personally, who have gone through that. It never leaves them, but the sharpness of the pain does diminish to some extent over time. I cannot fathom the pain Mr. Stauch and Ms. Bullard have experienced as a result of the defendant's actions. A sentence in a criminal case such as this will not change the fact that their son's life was taken from them, and no sentence I impose and nothing I say will ever change that fact. Ms. Stauch, you betrayed the person you loved enough to marry. You told your husband lies and took away someone he loved. You took away every day that Mr. Stauch or Ms. Bullard could have had with their son. When you take a life, regardless of how you do that, you forever alter the future. Neither Mr. Stauch nor Ms. Bullard will ever see their son graduate from high school, go through the joy and the pain of that first love, or get married. They will never know what kind of impact their son may have had on the world if only he had lived to become an adult. And had Gannon's body not been found, they never would have known what happened to Gannon. They would always have had a lingering doubt about what happened to Gannon. And I cannot imagine the pain and sense of loss associated with that. You betrayed your daughter, Harley Hunt. I cannot imagine the emotional impact that you have had on her due to your selfish and calculated actions. This is a young woman that trusted you to put her interests above yours. This is a young woman who believed in you and believed you were innocent of this crime right up until the time that you pled not guilty by reason of insanity. And she still loves you. That's natural for a child, and it doesn't matter how much older they get. You were supposed to protect her. I cannot imagine the guilt she feels or the therapy that she will need to address your betrayal. There is no evidence that she had anything to do with the murder or your cover-up of it, but some people still think that she is somehow involved. She wasn't. The incredible strength of will and courage that it took for her to come in and testify is amazing to me. But she did it because, as she said, it was the right thing to do. And while thankfully she didn't testify, let's not forget about Lena. You betrayed her too. You took her brother from her and forever altered her family dynamics. She will always wonder who she can trust and will always feel that loss. She was there the day you killed Gannon. His body was still in the house when she got back from school. At some point, you even claimed this 8-year-old girl helped you move her brother's body from the basement to the back of your car. That's just simply not true. As she gets older, Lena is going to want to know more, and she's going to want to know if there was something that she could have done to prevent this. I hope she comes to realize that she has no fault in all of this. You betrayed your stepson, and you took his life. You took away everything he was and everything he could ever become. I can't imagine the terror and confusion that he must have felt in the last moments of his life when he knew his life was being taken by someone he trusted to protect it. Your attempt to raise the claim that you did this because of your adverse childhood is also a betrayal of people that have mental health issues. It is no secret that there is a large part of our population that has mental health issues. It's also no secret that our country and our health system could do a much better job addressing mental health issues than it does. However, the number of people with mental health issues who become violent is small, and the number who become murderers is smaller still. Your claim that a mental health issue caused the murder in this case is a disservice to all those who struggle with mental health issues every day. This isn't the first case I have presided over in which sanity or a mental condition of the defendant has been raised as a defense. I have had cases where the defendant's mental condition caused the defendant to act out in a certain fashion. But even in those cases, I have never seen conduct like this. I understand the claim of dissociative identity disorder. I have seen something resembling that, and I have seen defendants with schizophrenic disorders. I can understand those. What I have seen is that the mental condition causes the person to act a certain way, and when they realize what they did, they are astonished by what happened, or they have no memory of what happened. Your claim is that it was another personality that murdered Gannon, but there is no time during the minutes, hours, and days following the murder where Letecia came out and wondered, gee, why am I carrying a body around in my luggage? That just isn't credible. You knew what you were doing. You made a number of clear and conscious decisions to cover or disguise what you had done. Claiming a lack of motive is a common defense tactic, and it can be a sound strategy. The truth is, however, that it only takes a moment to make a bad decision that results in disastrous consequences. And oftentimes, we never know why a defendant chose a particular course of action. However, that does not mean that they did not intend to undertake a course of action. Sometimes, as in this case, the likely explanation is anger. An 11-year-old boy with burns who feels that he's not being taken care of. An 11-year-old boy on the verge of being a teenager. Those of us who have lived through people or kids with that were teenagers, we know how that is. It is not hard to imagine Gannon saying something, "You're not my mom. I want my mom. I want my dad." And that would be enough to make you really angry. But anger is not an excuse. A defendant is responsible for the choices they made and the actions they undertook, even though those choices arose out of or were motivated by anger. It's clear that you hated and were jealous of Landon Bullard. You saw yourself as a better mother than she was. It's clear from the evidence that you had some resentment from being left with Mr. Stauch's children. It's clear you had some resentment toward Mr. Stauch because he traveled as part of his job. Some of that manifested as early as Al's assignment in Alaska when you made allegations against the people in his unit. That caused Al to have to return from Alaska. And in one of the phone calls that were played for the jury, you talked about having to take care of his kids while he was away and what a good mother you were. It's clear you felt trapped. You wanted out. You were searching for a new job and a new location in Florida. Mr. Stauch had been gone on his new assignment for less than 2 days when the fire in the basement occurred. I can imagine that you saw your whole future consisting of taking care of Mr. Stauch's children while he was off doing his thing, and that's not the future that you wanted. I can imagine Gannon at some point after he sustained his burns telling you wanted his real mom and how that comment would have made you angry. You took your frustration and anger for the marriage, the child care, the absence of Al, and even living in Colorado. You took all of that out on Gannon. The evidence suggests you first stabbed Gannon repeatedly, 18 times. Based on the number of defensive wounds, he was clearly conscious for some of that. He was certainly gravely wounded. and chillingly, it would also explain how you were able to mimic the sound of Gannon breathing in one of your sessions with Dr. Lewis. Those were probably close to his last breaths. He was dying but not dead. The evidence could also lead one to conclude that he either fell or rolled off the bed where you shot him in the head and then beat him with the butt of a gun or a baseball bat. That would explain the blood found at different levels on the walls in Gannon's bedroom. I'm also reminded of the look you had on your face when you slipped your handcuffs while being transported back to Colorado and attacked Deputy James. I shudder to think that that was probably the last thing that Gannon saw before he died. You have shown no remorse throughout this process. Instead, you've made a choice to build a web of lies. When you gave an interview to Detective Jessica Bethel on January 29 of 2020, you told her, you lied to her about Gannon running away, and that he was actually taken by a guy named Eduardo. When you explained that to Detective Bethel, you said you needed to lie because you didn't want to face the consequences. You told her that you were trying to come up with a plan about what you should do. And finally, you told her you really thought you could fix this. I think that's true. You lied because you didn't want to face the consequences. You needed to come up with a plan to fix this, and that plan involved covering up what you had done. It involved lie upon lie. But you slipped up at various points and let kernels of truth escape. In one conversation with Mr. Stauch, you told him the FBI needed to close the borders of Colorado, needed to close I-95. I-95 doesn't go through Colorado. It's an interstate that runs along the entire eastern seaboard. It's also not far from where you dumped Gannon's body. When questioned by Detective Bethel, you told her that Mr. Stauch might also make up some kind of story about you coming at him with a knife. You said you would never use a knife like that. Yet Gannon was stabbed 18 times. Your actions in this case also show a very conscious attempt to avoid responsibility in this case. You started out with the story that Gannon had run away. You gave some hints that it might be related to bath salts or drug use by Gannon. You stayed with that story until you were called into EPSO for an interview. You knew they weren't going to buy the story that Gannon ran away. Then you came up with the abduction. And you stayed with some iteration of that for a long time. But all of those versions had one thing in common. You were always the victim. In one, you're beaten and raped and Gannon was abducted. In one, someone stole Gannon out of a truck in the parking lot. In another, you let someone drive Gannon to a hospital to take care of a head injury that he had after falling off a bike. In all of them, you could claim it wasn't your fault. You were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Then you got arrested. You stuck to the story that it was someone else that took Gannon. During the hours that you spoke with Special Agent Grusing, he told you he thought sometimes good people do bad things and sometimes it's an accident. Then they found Gannon's body. Then you saw the mountain of evidence against you. And this is a mountain the size of Everest. What was your position after that? Well, it was an accident. And you, Letecia, didn't even do it. It was Maria Sanchez. You carefully crafted your new story to continue to avoid responsibility. It also allowed you to take advantage of the out that Mr. Grusing and Mr. Stauch suggested much, much earlier when they asked you if this was an accident. Now it was an accident. Your Maria Sanchez personality shot Gannon by mistake because she thought he was an intruder in a cape. Multiple personalities is not credible in this setting, as regardless of how many personalities you have, you only have one body. I have presided over cases where a mental disease or defect prevented a defendant from remembering the course of events, including the commission of the crime. Without exception, those defendants have been terrified when contacted by law enforcement because there was a period of time in their lives that they could not account for. Their body may have sustained an injury, and they don't know how it happened. They may have some new object in their house or on their person, and they have no idea where they got it from. We all have free will, and we all make choices based on that free will. The people who suffer from the mental disorder you claim are terrified because their free will has been taken from them, and they are being subjected to things and experiences they don't understand and don't have any recollection of. You didn't behave anything like that. One of the purposes is to impose an appropriate sentence for the criminal conduct that occurred. Another purpose is to punish an offender by imposing a sentence that takes into account the seriousness of the offense. Yet another purpose of sentencing is to prevent crime and promote respect for the law by providing an effective deterrent to others likely to commit a similar offense. Anyone who's been in my courtroom before knows that I've said sentencings are the most difficult thing that I do. That's especially true in cases where someone has lost his or her life. Nothing I or the law can do will ever bring that person back. I have handled hundreds, if not thousands, of criminal cases over the years. I think at this point in my career, I've presided over something like 200 jury trials. I've sentenced hundreds more defendants pursuant to plea agreements. This is not the first murder case that has come before me. This is not the first case I have presided over which involves harm to a child. This is not the first case I have had where a person who was in an unhappy marriage committed a crime. Sadly, statistically, there is a high correlation between violent acts, including murders, and family members. I have had a number of cases which have demonstrated one person's capacity for cruelty toward another human being. I can, however, say without hesitation that the facts in this case are the most horrific I have ever seen. Your conduct in this case deserves the maximum punishment that I can impose under Colorado law. As such, with respect to the charge of first-degree murder after deliberation, I remand you to the custody of the Colorado Department of Corrections for the remainder of your life with no possibility of parole. With respect to the charge of murder in the first degree of a child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, I remand you to the custody of the Colorado Department of Corrections for the remainder of your life with no possibility of parole. Those two sentences will merge. If you have questions about that, you can ask your attorneys. With respect to the charge of tampering with a deceased human body, I'm also going to sentence you to 12 years, followed by a 3-year period of parole. That sentence is to be consecutive to the life sentences that I've already imposed. With respect to tampering with physical evidence, I'm going to impose an 18-month sentence. That sentence is also consecutive to the sentences for the murder charges that I have imposed. I also understand, with the consent of the prosecution, and I'm assuming no objection from the defense, that I will dismiss all the charges in 20 CR 3170, close that out subject to restitution, give the people 49 days for restitution, 14 days for response, and if there's an issue, we will set it within 90 days from. I think that resolves all outstanding matters. Is there anything else that the prosecution wishes for me to address?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense? Court will be in recess.
Boom. Life plus what? 13 and a half years. That's awesome. Awesome, awesome. I think she's going to try to escape again. He was the best judge ever. Absolutely. Best judge ever. I love him. She didn't have him fooled on nothing. He's seen right through her all the way since the beginning. What did criminality say? She gets to keep the name. Yeah, I wish he could force her to change her name. That would be freaking nice. Boom. Thank you, LM, for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. No, thank you guys all for being here. I wouldn't have wanted to watch it with anyone else, guys. I couldn't have done this by myself at all. Thank you all to my mod team. Thank you for everyone who has been new here over the last 6 to 8 weeks. Thank you. Yeah, we're over. Court's in recess. We're done. That's what they say whenever they close. So he said something about 49 days for the compensation. That'll be part of this. And then, if there's any appeals or anything like that. So that'll be there as well. Red Rock, you found us. Thank you so much on 1999 super sticker. Appreciate you. So here's the thing. I think tomorrow, if you guys are up for it, tomorrow during the day, we can have a get together and we can do all the things, right? Let's talk about everything. Am I watching the press conference? My thing is, okay, so I don't know what time they're going to start the press conference. Probably soon. I am at my son's karate, so I'm not going to be able to flip us over to that, unfortunately. He should be out any second, but I can't pull it up unless I am back to the house before they start it. So, yeah, they said that there would be an appeal. Dorothy Lewis said it. Sorry, my voice is all crackly because I was crying and stuff. So now it's like, it just doesn't want to be, just doesn't want to cooperate. Yes, definitely tomorrow, debrief tomorrow. Okay, awesome. So let's do that tomorrow then. If the press conference comes on, I doubt it will. I doubt it will come on before I can get it home. I hope to see you all tomorrow, though, and I love you all so much. Thank you, guys. I'm going to go ahead and end this. Gotta go rewatch some of those statements. They were so powerful. Yeah. Bye, guys. Have a good day.